See, most these sheep all move like clones. That's why we're on my own. My mama thought it was a joke, but Dave Chappelle told me I'm dope. Yeah, I'm dope. Really, really dope. Dave Chappelle told me I'm dope. Whoa. Dave Chappelle told me I'm dope. 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 Erica Badu told me that I'm dope. Dope. Dope.
Yeah,
Dope.
yeah,
Dope.
yeah.
Dope.
Come on,
Erica Badu told me that I'm
come on.
Global pandemics, economic collapse, civil unrest. This is truly the 2020 no one saw coming. But don't give up. Reset 2020. Join us on July 1st for the Reset 2020 live virtual summit. Reset your life, reset your mind, reset your business. Don't come out of this moment the same as you were going in. Join me, Ryan C. Green, and 10 top experts, speakers, and leaders as we equip you with what you need to make this second half of the year your greatest second act ever. Secure your free seat now by registering at reset2020summit.com. Welcome. We are live. We are live here at the Reset 2020 Virtual Summit. I want to thank you for tuning in. I am your host, Ryan C. Green, and we are excited about this event, excited about everything we have in store, all the awesome speakers that are going to come and share with us today. I want to thank you because you have made it to the halfway point. All right. You have made it to the halfway point of 2020. And what a crazy, tumultuous year this has been. It has been, I know I've heard someone else say it. I know no one had this on their dream boards in January 1st. So it's been crazy when you think about all the stuff that we've seen, all the stuff that we've been through already in such a short time. So I thought that this was a perfect opportunity for us to kind of just hit the reset button. And I want to get into exactly what the plan is, what reset is all about in a second. I want to make sure that we do a sound check. Let me just double check a couple of things as we get started. Looks like the live stream is going. I will let you know right off the bat, hey, this is live. And when you go live, that means anything can happen. But what I will promise you is that this is being recorded. So no matter what, if something goes wrong, if the feed drops, you can try to log back on, but it will be recorded. So if you've already pre-registered, that's one of the benefits of pre-registering. You will get access to the replay. So anything that you miss, anything that you can't be around for, you will get access to the replay. So I'm excited about that. So don't worry, but understand that it is live. So, hey, anything can happen. It's a virtual summit. So I've got a lot going on. I'll be sharing information with you, but also bringing on these great guests and making sure that we, I got to check my phone just to make sure someone's not telling me, hey, Ryan, we can't hear you. So let me just check this right quick. Looks like we are good. All right, great. So again, welcome. All right, let me start first by thanking a few people. I want to thank my wife. First and foremost, because we've been going through this year together, and it's important. I think this year has been a testament as to why it's important to not just marry someone you love, but to marry someone you like, because being home with each other has been it's been a joy. I can't complain. She's been a great coworker. She allowed me to have the conference room in the office today so we can do this event. So thank you for her. I want to shout out to my kids, Jordan and Jaden. For them both. I know my son, Jordan, who just graduated high school this year. So he is one of the class of 2020 who lost his senior year, lost his second half of his senior year. But he's been doing his thing. He's been steadfast, maintaining and ready to go to college in the fall. So, well, ready. We're gonna do something. Ready to attend college. I don't know what's gonna happen, if he's gonna be in it or what, because things ain't clearing up yet. But I don't know. But anyway, that my daughter who just turned 16, who thinks that she is 30. But we definitely, I'm thankful for both of them because they keep me young, and they are the ones who allowed me to be called dad. So I appreciate them. Speaking of dads, today, July 1st, I have to give a very special shout out to my father. Today is his birthday. So I want to shout out Reverend Harry A. Green. Happy birthday to you, sir. Definitely thank you for all you've done. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for just always being there. And wishing you a happy birthday. I'm wishing you a very happy birthday, and want to see you have several more. All right, so let's get right into it. All right, Reset 2020. Reset 2020 is important because this is a time that when I was going through this year, and as I'm living this year, just like you all living this year, right? And I see all that's going on, and I'm human just like everyone else. So it's easy to get distracted. It's easy to get knocked off kilter. It's easy to fall victim to the distractions and the negativity of what's going on, and saying, golly, another thing. This is like 2016. You all remember 2016, and everybody was dying in 2016, right? This is like 2016 times 10. So, but the personal development side of me, the purpose and passion driven side of me, kept looking at this year as like, I think there's something positive that come from all of this, right? This forced pause, this being sent home, this not dealing with the traffic every day, or really reevaluating what is important in our lives, was something that I saw as a benefit. I said that, if people really take advantage of this time and really take advantage of this moment to really evaluate what it is they've been doing all their lives, and really evaluate what's important, what matters. This could be a great time for certain people who take advantage of it to really set themselves up for a better second act of their life, to set themselves up to really walk in their purpose, to really follow their passions, and really have a more fulfilling life, more impactful life going forward. I think that so many of us just do what we have to do. We do what we've been told to do. We do what we've been taught to do, what we think is normal, because that is just what everyone else does. That's what we've been living life, checking off boxes, right? So to me, this was a time that we can really step out of that and really say, listen, this is my life, and how do I want to live my life, and what am I going to do for the rest of my life? And this is a chance to hit that reset button. So this isn't about starting over. This isn't about getting rid of the past. This isn't about ignoring the past. But this is really about a recalibration, a reset, a refocus, and saying, look, from now on, from this point on, I've seen everything 2020 has dealt. Who knows what the next 6 months is going to bring? However, I am committed that I'm going to focus and reset myself, so that I'm going to take advantage of this time, and I'm going to be able to be sure that I am positioned to be successful no matter what going forward. So, and I'm hoping that people will get that, because that's what we're going to talk about all day today. We're going to talk about resetting your mind, resetting your life, resetting your business, so many different other areas of and aspects of your life that need resetting, and we're going to discuss all of that today. So it's important that we pay attention and take some notes and share that. And I wanted the speakers to come on and really, talk about their expertise and where they are. So we've got some great speakers lined up for you. You can look at the schedule below. So we look at the schedule. If you're watching on the view page, you can look at the schedule. We have this full schedule of speakers lined up, so you can see the order. Now, there's a reason there was no times. There's no times listed next to the speakers. And we all have suggested times that they're going to go on. But again, this is live, so anything could happen. So we want to make sure that you may not have the exact time, but you know who's coming next. Okay, so take a look at that. Also, I don't want to forget the bottom of the page below the speakers. You can also see a lot of different offers and promos and opportunities for you to further the conversations after today, for you to get more resources after today, for you to really position yourself to work with some of these people that you'll see today, as well as, better yourself. So let's move this out the way here. This mic is sensitive, right? So we're looking forward to some of those things. Don't be afraid to take advantage of it and say, listen, take control. And today is going to be the day that you are going to go out there and really, do something. So be excited about that. Now, we have a lot of giveaways today as well. So I want to start right off the bat with a giveaway. So those who were tuned in early, you are going to benefit because last year, just over a year ago, I wrote Becoming a Passionpreneur. I wrote this book. It's a hardcover book. I always got to point that out. It's a hardcover book, right? Because I'm so proud of it. Look at that. It's so nice. It's a hardcover book. I mean, come on. How many independent publishers putting out hardcover books? All right. So this is a hardcover book. Becoming a Passionpreneur is all about how to make a living, how to turn what you know, how to turn your expertise into a passion-driven revenue stream. So how to make a living doing what you love by turning your passions into revenue. So if you are in a position where you say, you know what, you know something, or you want to find a way to build extra income, or maybe you're a content expert, or maybe you're a professional and people ask you for advice on something, it's something that you know, and you want to teach people that, you want to know how to make money from what you know, this book teaches you my system on how to do that. It goes through step by step how to do that and become a passionpreneur and build a content-driven business. Now, I'm giving it away free for you. So if you are tuned in right now, you can go to www. Don't leave right now. Just write it down. Go to www.passionpreneurbook.com. Let me put it back up here so you know how to spell it. Let me see. Boom. Passionpreneurbook.com. Go ahead, jot that down, or you can open up a second tab in your computer, whatever it is. You'll be able to get the free copy of that book. Okay, all you have to do is pay for shipping, but that book is yours for free. So I'm excited about that. Right off the bat, I want to make sure that I am giving you something. I mean, let alone, this event is free, but we're still giving away more. We have other people who are going to come, and we have other things we're going to share with you as the day goes on. So we are going to, hey, let's just start right now, right? No need in wasting time and waiting. So I want to share something as we get ready to really dive in. I wanted to set the tone, the baseline of what we're doing today and what reset really means to me, and why now is the time to really plant your seed. Why now is the time to put forth the effort to do what it is that you want to do, to come out of this time better than you went into it. Okay. People always talking about, I've been always talking about the new normal. What's the new normal going to be like? What's the new normal going to be like? And I've said all the time that I don't like that term. I don't like the new normal because the old normal was never good anyway. We weren't created to be normal. We were created to be extraordinary, right? So we don't want to strive and find out what the new normal is, because there's a lot of people who are stressed out about normal. There's a lot of people who hated normal. There's a lot of people who were dissatisfied with normal. There's a lot of people who lost from normal. So we don't want to strive for normal coming out of this. We don't want another normal. We don't want this moment to end up being, and we walk into the same thing we were doing. It just looks a little different, but it's the same thing. So we're not looking for that. We're not looking for normal. I think that if you're an employer and your employees have been teleworking all this time, then bringing them back in the office, you're gonna have some problems. If you've been able to function properly with all your employees out the office, and the only reason you're bringing them back in the office is because you want to be able to stand over their shoulders and micromanage, you're gonna have some problems. So how are you gonna navigate that? As an employee, you realize that, hey, teleworking is an option. How does that open up opportunities elsewhere? Maybe you don't have to live in the same place where you work. So this is just one example of how we don't want to go back to normal, and how these opportunities could really, change everything for us. So I want to talk about why now is the time to sow. Okay, one night, I was it was like 3:00 in the morning, and I woke up and I just heard in my head this over and over, like Mark 4:4. So I was like, wow, I don't normally wake up with scriptures in my head. I had no idea what Mark 4:4 was, but I knew that if I was being awakened in the middle of the night and a scripture was what I was hearing in my head, that I knew that I should probably pay attention. And so I didn't get up because I was asleep. I was like, if I get up, I'm not going back to sleep. So what I just kept doing was I just kept saying, repeating it in my head, Mark 4:4, Mark 4:4. And that way I was just constantly saying it, so I would know that when I woke up, I remembered, oh yeah, Mark 4:4. So when I finally did wake up and I checked out what Mark 4:4 was, it was the story about the sowing the seed. So I won't read the whole scripture to you. You can go and read. It's actually Mark 3 through like 8 or 9 or something like that. But it was about planting seeds and sowing your seed, and there's 4 different things that happen when someone sows their seed. Okay, and it was so apropos for right now. It just spoke to me about right now, and this was before. I think it might have even been the impetus for me doing the Reset 2020 Summit, because this was before I'd even thought of the summit. And as a sidebar, by the way, this summit came about within 3.5 weeks. So this was a 3.5 week. I feel like I've been doing it for about 3-4 months, but really 3.5 weeks I put this thing together. All the speakers came through. Everyone who said yes just enthusiastically joined and were ready. They said this is the right time for something like this. So excited about that. So let's talk about the seeds, right? So the first seed, when you sow seed, there's 4 things that happen. The first thing is some seed you sow will fall by the wayside. Okay, so if you're planting your seed, and if it's spring, I'm planting grass every single spring, so I gotta go through this, right? So you plant grass, you plant the seed, and some of it falls by the wayside, and it's eaten up by the birds, right? So you plant your seed, and the birds come and they eat your seed, and I look at that like, the same way that we are, if you're a content person, if you're always putting out information, if you're trying to share stuff, everything that you put out is not going to, I probably should have muted that, right? But I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna let that keep going. But your seed is going to help someone else, whether you know it or not. So that's the first thing. So that's why you got to keep sowing your seed. Keep sowing your seed, because some of it's going to help somebody else, even if you don't know, and even if you don't get the benefit of it. All right, even if you have a bald spot in your grass because so another bird planted your seed, that bird now has the seed. They were fed. Okay, so, but then also it says some seed falls on stony land. All right, so and stony land, but it immediately springs up. But because it had no depth of earth, it was scorched in the sun. So I was like, wow, some seed falls on stony ground. What we cannot do, and what some of us fall victim of, is trying to always do the next thing. What's the next hot thing? Or we don't put enough work into something. We want to do something. We're looking for the next quick hit, and we might have some quick success, but because you haven't been rooted, because your seed hasn't been rooted, you haven't stuck with it long enough, that quick success happens. But then as soon as the sun comes, as soon as hard times come, it dries up. It dries up. So hold on. All right, let's see what's going on here. Sorry about that. All right. So, had quick technical difficulty. Got to make sure we get our people in here. I realized for some reason that was cutting off. All right, great. All right, sorry about that. All right, so the third seed is that some seed falls among the thorns and they're choked and yield no crops. So think about that. Think about those seeds that you do. You put this is where, I hate this term, but to make it relative, this is where you have your haters, right? And people who consider themselves having haters, or people who just really aren't for you. Your enemies are out there, and those seeds that you may put stuff out there and you say, hey, just share this, right? Just hear something, tell somebody else about it, and they don't, and they really want to see you fail. Those are people who really want to see you not do well. So they want to suck up some of those seeds, but the thing is, you got to still put them out there. Those thorns are going to choke out, those seeds, and you won't yield crop from that. But that's going to happen. You know that's going to happen. You got to keep going anyway. But then the fourth seed, it says some fell on good ground, and it yielded crops that sprung up and increased 30, 60, and 100 fold. And that's what's so important about the seed now, is that the seed you grow now, we're looking for it to spring up. All right, we're looking to put it in fertile ground. Right now, where you have this forced pause in our life, where we're forced to kind of step back and really reset, restructure, and decide what it is important to us now. This is the time to really plant it in good ground. What I love the most, I've seen so many people now, is that the creativity that I've seen people been able to tap into. People who never had time to really tap into that right brain side, because all they do is go to work. All they do is run. All they do is take the kids to every activity all week long. And you never have time to sit down and say, what is in me that I can bring to the world? What is in me that I can bring out? So it's great that this opportunity has come, because in this time we're able to slow down and say, hey, how many of you have learned how to sew, face masks during this time? How many of you learned how to take photography, cook, do whatever it is that you learn how to do during this time. So, now that you learn those things, what do you do with them? So this is a great time that you've been able to learn those things and really go forward and really, get out of you what it is that was important to you. So I'm grateful for that. And hopefully that you're getting that out of this. So when I saw that 4 seeds, think about it, the seeds are going to happen. You're going to have 4 seeds. You're going to have some that the birds are going to take, and some that are going to fall on stony ground are going to spring up quickly. But then some that are going to be swallowed by the thorns, and then others that are going to grow. And those are the ones that you have to work, that you want to be focused on, the ones that are going to grow, because you've got to plant them all. That's the thing. You've got to plant all the seeds. You don't know which ones are going to be the ones that grow in 30, 60, 100 folds. You got to keep planting those seeds. So that's important. Now, so that's what we're going to talk about today, was planting those seeds in our minds, our lives, our businesses, and how we can grow and do those things in a better way. So looking forward to that. I'm going to take a quick pause right now as we get ready to bring on our first guest. So we're going to be right back in, as Chuck Woolery would say, 2 and 2. Global pandemics, economic collapse, civil unrest. This is truly the 2020 no one saw coming. But don't give up yet. It's time to reset 2020. Join us on July 1st for the Reset 2020 Live Virtual Summit. Reset your life, reset your mind, reset your business. Don't come out of this moment the same as you were going in. Join me, Ryan C. Green, and 10 top experts, speakers, and leaders as we equip you with what you need to make this second half of the year your greatest second act ever. Secure your free seat now by registering at reset2020summit.com.
Most these sheep move like clowns. That's why I'd be on my own. My mama thought I was a joke, but Miss Madu told me most these sheep move like clowns. That's why I be on my own. My mama thought I was a joke, but Miss Madu told me I'm dope. Yeah, I'm dope. Yeah, I'm dope. Miss Madu told me and I know it, you can't tell me nothing else. That's why every beat I'm on is wonder, and I'm Michael Phelps. Throw my partner, get your bread up, but that don't equal well. But you can't help all your partners unless you done help yourself. Yeah. So I need more than kudos and a high five, cause I went from sidelines to the limelight, and I shine bright. Ice cold bars, Klondike, and I never move with the white, the same blind side. Fine night, but you feel the spirit. Whole flow shine like so glow every lit. Skin cold, so most po spirit. Not like Rondo on my clothes when I pivot. Ooh, everybody sing. Mostly she move like clowns. Yeah. That's why I be on my own. My mama thought I was a joke, but Dave Chappelle told me I'm dope. Yeah, I'm dope. Yeah, I'm dope. Dave Chappelle told me and I know it, you can't tell me nothing else. That's why every beat I'm on is water, and I'm Michael Phelps. Me and my dogs eat like king, but we be working just like slaves. I didn't make it out of my hood.
Can you hear me, Ryan? Okay, what's up, brother?
Like a bottle of Metamucil in a body that's used to being constipated. And most consumers, they view me as a ruler like Mansa Musa, cause I stay with some jewels that can exonerate them from every ounce of troubled water they've been in, spin in, time and place.
All right. Welcome back. We have our first guest lined up and set to go. So we are going to get right into it. I'm excited about this this first gentleman that we're bringing to the stage, because this man, I've known him for a while. He's been famous ever since I known him, but I've known him for a while. He is he's been on the radio over 2 decades now. So I'm going to bring him on right now, Mr. Mark Clark from WHUR 96.3 FM in DC. He's the co-host of the Afternoons with Allison and Mark. Allison Seymour, Hampton Pirates. It's going to be a big Hampton theme today, by the way, folks. So shout out to that. But Mark put me on 92Q when he was in Baltimore. Him, Troy Johnson, Sanjay. They had me on the radio then, and he's been a cool brother ever since. So I wanted to bring him on today because Mark is going to share some information about telling your story. I mean, he's been a storyteller. He's about doing interviews and radio. He's heard enough stories told. So we're going to start the day off with talking about resetting your story. Because we talked about your story, our lives are our story. So we're going to talk about that today. So I want to welcome you, Mark, to Reset 2021. Thank you for joining us today.
It's a blessing to be here, Ryan. And what you started off with, man, you're so right. Allison asked me, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to talk about? And at first, Ryan, I had my whole life story ready to go. Y'all was getting ready to get that whole life story. I was born a poor black child in Springfield. Then I looked at it and I was like, man, ain't nobody trying to hear all that. What people want is to cut to the chase. And what you said, Ryan, to start the show was so perfect, though. You're absolutely right. This situation in 2020 has caused us to, in a sense, look at our lives. We've slowed down enough to finally look at our lives. And I think that's a huge blessing because, as you mentioned, you get in that rat race, you do stuff that you have to do every day, and you forget this is your life.
Right.
Your life is the only one you got. You're the only one who can tell your story. I had over the last, not to be morbid, I had to identify, my mother and then my mother-in-law and my father-in-law, before we put them to rest, I had to identify the body. And as they sat there on the cold slab, I thought about the amazing lives that they led, and their lives allowed me to be here and be who I am, allowed my wife, who's amazing, to be who she is. But like we talked about, Ryan, a lot of times we don't take time to look at our story until it's over.
Right.
And then we come and we share. And so I was thinking as you were talking, Ryan, like I'm 54 years old. And when we talk about stories and things that have happened in our lifetime, they're really adding up. I was there, I went to the Million Man March. And I remember being in that moment and thinking, how will history look at this? We most of us remember 9/11. I actually was on the radio in 92Q in Baltimore when it happened before we went off, and we stayed on the air from the morning until 6 p.m. in the evening as we were basically trying to soothe our city, trying to make sense of everything and try to make it make sense to us. And then all of us are going through COVID-19, right? 2020. The history books will write this. And what happens, though, Ryan, is we get so busy, we could either be at the event or live the event, but we never stop and think about the event. And so I want everybody who's watching this today, start to think about your life. Put your story together. Like I said, I wrote my long form story I was going to give you about my life and how I got to do radio, but I'm going to save you from that. But I mean, just having those notes make you then analyze. They make you analyze your life. I'm turning this phone off. So here's the thing, couple takeaways now. So my goal, the blessing I had that I think a lot of people don't have is that at an early age, I knew what I wanted, that was broadcasting. So I wrote it down here. From an early age, being from Springfield, Illinois, I wanted to be a professional announcer and I wanted to have a family like the Cosby Show. I knew this as a very young person. And knowing that, I now see was such a huge blessing because I saw my mother, who worked for Social Security, go through hell at work. Mm-hmm. So I made the decision. I said, I'm not going to work a job that I don't love. I'm only going to work what I love, right? And so this, and the same thing with when I started dating people. My mother said something very important. She said, "Don't have sex with nobody that you wouldn't want to marry."
Wow. Wow.
which sounds, I know it sounds like crazy, right? But what I realized is in my professional life, and I really was on a very focused path. You know, I knew I wanted to do this radio thing, and the sisters I dealt with, I didn't deal with a whole bunch, but the ones I did were great. You know, so I did not bring drama into my life. I did not bring drama into my story. And that allowed me to do something that, you know, the statistics say what? Less than 7% of Americans actually follow the path that they want or live the life that they want to live. And the sad part is that we all can live the life we want to live, you know, but the sad part is we get distracted. And what we don't do is we don't think about our story. We don't think about the story. You got to write the story to have a story.
Absolutely.
Some of us let life write the story for us as opposed to you writing life story, you know, and again, and it sounds very basic and it sounds very pie in the sky, but I'm just telling you as someone who has lived this, that it's not only possible, this is the key to success. You know, all the books that blew up, you know, The Secret, The Laws of Attraction, all these things really is talking about if you plot a course, the universe will get out of the way. You just got to go and you just got to go for it, you know? So, so what I realized though, because I, from an early age, knew what I wanted, when I hit my 40s and I met you, Ryan, you remember, I was host of Mark Clark and the Big Fat Morning Show in Baltimore, #1 rated show. I was making over $300,000 plus. And then in 2008, I got snatched. Right? And so what happened was, okay, Mr. Radio, you want to do this your whole life? What are you going to do now? What I forgot about when we talk about writing your story, Ryan, is you need to update that story.
Write some new chapters.
You got to write some new chapters, because I was rolling with my story since I was like 14 years old.
Right.
And then at 40, I got clipped. So now what am I going to do? I had the wife and family, I had the career, but now that $300,000 in that career are gone.
Wow.
And so a hard lesson that I've learned is that you always have to, you know, reset. You always have to, you know, revamp your story. So if you've never written a story, or you haven't done it at all, my assignment for you, if you're watching this, is you do that. Start. What is it that you want? What's your story? What are the goals you want in the next 5 years? What do you want to achieve, you know, as you head a decade from now? If you have never done it, start today. Build your story today. If you have done it, and this damn COVID and the uprising and the 2020 has shaken your whole world apart, now you got to reset. Now you got to reset in this new world. You made a great point, Ryan. Not only if you have businesses, bringing people back is a question, why? And then number two is, right, if I have a brick and mortar, is there any reason for me to keep this brick and mortar? Should I shift and do something different? Right. These are questions that they're not going to answer themselves. You have to write that story, okay? And, you know, and so the good news is you can always write the story. The good news is, I remember, Ryan, when I was working in radio over the years, people used to always say, "Hey, Mark, don't you want to be syndicated?" I was like, I hadn't thought about it. "Hey, Mark, don't you want to own a radio station?" I hadn't really thought about it.
Wow.
But then when I lost my gig in 2008, I thought,
all of a sudden, all the ideas came flowing.
Yeah, because in your mind you're like, why in the hell did I never think about that? That was like, those are very basic questions. But again, well, was it because I was fat and happy? Was I comfortable? You know, did I feel like I had arrived? Maybe so. But the best part is, as you witnessed it, Ryan, you saw me fall off the map, and you saw me try to reinvent this and do that, and got a job in New York, and so again, writing your story, like, you know, basically at the end of the day, you can write your story, but life's also going to take you on its journey also. Yeah. And don't let that disturb you. Don't let that don't let that take you out of your game. You know, you may have your story written and have it planned out, but something can happen and knock you off that. But I'm still telling you, it's still worth the time and the goals you set for yourself. Because let's think about it. Success is really just fulfilling the goals you set for yourself. If you haven't set goals or you don't have a story, then how can you evaluate your success or not? And only you can evaluate what success is in your life. Nobody else can look at you and say, oh, you're successful. No, only you really have that. So again, in closing, write your story. If you've never written it, start writing it today. Again, and number two, if you have written your story, revamp that story every 5 or 10 years. Start looking down the line. What do you want your retirement to look like? What do you want your future to look like? What do you want that? And get specific. What do you want that bank account to look like specifically? What do you want your relationships to look like? I never had drama in my relationship. My wife always teases me because you ain't never been hurt. You ain't never been this and that. Well, I was very serious when I brought somebody into my world, period. You ain't gonna just come in my world and disrupt it. I love myself. So why would I bring somebody in who doesn't also love me? Right. And so with that philosophy, I didn't get hurt because I didn't let you in, but also the reality is too, you can't control somebody else. If somebody don't love you no more, let them go.
Let them go. Let them go.
We fight, that's a part. We talk about relationships and even jobs. When you see those signs, if you're getting played, it's time to just drop what's going on. Don't lie to yourself. That's the worst thing you could do. So again, just some quick wrap-ups for your story. Don't waste time. Focus on what's important. It's the success is fulfilling the goals that you set for yourself, and only you can see the vision. I remember when I started off in radio, my aunt worked at the post office, and the first 5 years of my career, every time I would check in with her, she said, "Baby, they're hiring at the post office." Yeah, that little radio thing is good, but they're hiring at the post office. Because in her mind, she was helping me. She wanted me to have a safe job, a secure job, someplace. Until I started making six figures, then she quit saying it. Right. But at times, the people that love you the most, they can't see your vision. They can't understand your story. Right. So that's it for me, my brother. Thank you so much for having me on the reset. Let's do this, 2020.
I got some questions. Man, you can't just go and drop all that knowledge, man, because and think you're gonna go away. So I got some questions because you touched on one part when you talked about the transition after you were let go from 92Q, by the way, which was very unceremonious. I know that's how they do it in radio, but we were all still upset about how I just turned on the radio one day and y'all were gone. So, but that's not what we had to talk about. But after that, you talk about how, you were doing you still had to find your way. And you talk about how hard it was from you to actually live it. But I talked earlier about the seed and how you plant your seed and some birds will pick up your seeds. Whereas while you were, trust me, when I was watching you going to New York, I was like, wait a minute, if Mark can go to New York and live here with a wife, I can, I was looking for gigs in New York, Mark. So cause I was like, at the same time, well, if I want to get in media, I'm like, all right, Mark is going there Monday through Thursdays or whatever days it was you were doing. I'm like, maybe I can do that too. So understand that I know you didn't put any money in your pocket because I was following you, but understand we talked about the seeds and other people being blessed by your action, your activity. So even when you're going through, even when you're writing your story, while you're writing your story, someone else is reading your story too. So that was very, I'm gonna write that down. That was good. So
the bar right there, buddy. Nice bar.
Bars. So that was so important because I wish I knew when I was in college what I really wanted to do, and media is what I really wanted to do because I would have taken that track. So when I found out that was my real passion, and started a media company. You were one of the people who I always follow your path and see what you're doing and how you do it, and always looked up to you, even though we may talk 2-3 times, but so I'm one of those birds picking up your seeds along the way. But then something else you touched on that you said was so important and so powerful, man, was that only you can define your success based on your goals. And that's one of the biggest things about Reset. And what I want to make sure that we get across to people is that, we, especially when you're doing something that's non-traditional, not a traditional type of post office job, is that, a lot of people will judge you by what they see as normal. And I talked about it earlier about normal. And so certain things are abnormal. What we see people doing it, we'll follow them, we'll watch them, we'll listen to the shows, we'll watch them on TV, we'll watch them in the movies, but never think that that's real. Those people had to say no to normal and really go out there and pursue those things and become successful. So I don't want that to go over people's heads because you dropping some bars as well, Mark. So definitely love that. I want to ask you now though, because now that you are on the radio, you and Allison are doing your thing with WHUR. And so first, let's talk about how it is working with your wife on air. But now that you all are quarantined, like you all are doing the show from home, are you back in the studio yet, or are you home? So like, you don't get away at all.
No.
So
right.
Talk to us.
Yeah. So Allison's doing the TV show from home, and we're also doing the radio show from home.
Wow.
And so we are definitely with each other all the time. And again, man, I think, we've been married 20 years plus. The thing I would pass on to people, it's hard to give marriage advice because at the end of the day, you just got to marry the right person for you.
Mm-hmm.
I think for us, I think love, you got to have love, but you also have to have like. If you like each other, we like
Mm-hmm.
each other.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And now we have the typical male, female, husband, wife issues. And it's funny because you can't escape it now. We're with each other 24/7. But at the end of the day, there's the humor and the fact that we like each other that's a big factor, And the thing, man, I tell you, Ryan, one thing I think in the Black community, not to shift it into marriage, but something we got to get over, because I think we talk about this a lot, and it comes from the Black church, is that whole man of the house or the leader of the house or the whatever, because it kind of, first of all, it's not real. I mean, America has it set up where the Black man, more than likely, is not going to be the financial leader of the house. It just is set up that way,
It is. Yeah.
And if you're in corporate America, because it's almost like what I noticed, Ryan, is the older I get, like when I was making 300,000 plus at 40, let's say 45, right? What I notice is it's hard for a brother in his 50s to make 300,000 plus in a corporate setting, right?
Right.
And if he is, he's one of the lower paid dudes, because usually by that time, the white boys that you came in the company with are now your boss.
Yeah.
And so now your ego takes a blow because you're making less than him. Y'all came out of school at the same time. He's your boss. You're putting up with a whole bunch of stuff, but you can't leave because you got the finance, you got the package, you got the insurance, you got a great salary, and you're stuck, right?
Right.
So, or in the case of what happened to me, you just get chopped. You get chopped. So, but a Black woman, on the other hand, it's just different. It's just different. Like a lot of the stuff that my wife has gone through at work, I would have got fired because I would have said F you. I would have my ego, Black women know how to put their ego aside, baby, and hold on to that check. Men, we don't. When you say something to me, you're saying something to me.
Yeah. I know
that's why.
Yeah.
I
know my wife is watching, and she know we're the same way. Like she'll take a lot more, and I understand. Like you say, I can see why, but I'm that person, and I think once you have a taste of doing something on your own too, it's kind of like your fuse is real short when it comes to somebody else kind of tell you, you're supposed to be here at 9. It's 9:05. Why are you late? And I'm like, what? So that kind of stuff is like, oh, wait a minute. That's a strike. Hold on. So not saying it's right or wrong, but I understand what you're saying is true. Like it is, and that dynamic is so important that we do work through that because, it is set up from both sides. The man has to understand. The Black man, hey, the way it's set up, you may not be the breadwinner, more likely than not. And then on the wife's side, it's like, if you are the breadwinner, then you understand that, the man has an ego still, so how do you both have to learn how to finesse those things and make sure that you all are a partnership. And that's what's most important.
And Ryan, another piece I wanted to say, and again, this is about relationships, that I think is so crucial when you talk about women and men. And this isn't just race. Allison, my wife's love for her father, her love and belief in her father allowed her to love and believe in me that same way.
Wow.
And I think, Ryan, that's the challenge, because most of us, including myself, didn't have a father at home. So most people, when the shit hits the fan, their experience is either dad popped out, or it was beginning of the end of their comfort life. That's the moment. Like when dad left or when some shit happened. Whereas when it happened, when I lost that $300,000 job, my wife, my wife was like, it's gonna be okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna come back. We're gonna do this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that a lot of people just don't have. And that's a blessing. But then that goes back to the parents. She saw that with her parents. And so these things, and so a lot of times I think we think it's a Black thing. No, it's a relationship
Absolutely.
thing. A lot of people,
Absolutely.
When hard times come, man, that's the hardest thing for marriages,
Yeah.
And so, and so again, so that's that piece, And then lastly, I think we have to, relationships aren't just money either. That's the other part in life that I'm learning, Ryan. When you lose a $300,000 job, so it happened like the New York thing. I lost my $300,000 a year job. Now the funny part, ain't no $75,000 jobs laying around either.
Right.
So in that 6 years where I was just kind of like doing this to do that, nothing was coming close to 300,000.
Right.
Nothing was coming close to six figures, right? So then that's what with New York, what happened was I get a call, and so that was 100,000. And so the family, we had to say, well, look, but the blessing was that 6 years was me being Mr. Mom. That was me taking care of the in-laws. That was me taking the girls to school. So I was building up, I was serving my family. So when this opportunity came and I was going to commute, we had such a tight relationship that it was all good. When I lost my gig, I didn't spend years, you know what happens when cats lose a gig, then they start to kind of veer, they kind of lose control, and they get depressed, and they start to compare what they used to be. All that stuff can tear everything down. So the blessing was boom. It was that's what made it strong was I had to step up in other ways. And that's the other thing is there's a whole bunch of ways to step up in life, and the same thing with your career. If you are frustrated because you're not making a certain amount of money and you're going through hell, well, like you said, Ryan, maybe you need to build your own machine and go through hell, but at least it's your own hell, and or put it in perspective. Yeah, I work at the post office, but on the side, I have my business, and I'm going to build that business up. And when I finally get to the point where my business is making what I'm making at the post office, I'll let it go, or something like that. Or I'll use my job. Like, that's what I had one point I wanted to say. So one of my friends, I was looking at it, Ryan. So I chose, like you said, I chose entertainment. And so in entertainment, I made six figures and over the years and lost it and whatever, right? I have a friend, Springfield, I'm from Springfield, Illinois, which is the state capital. And I was looking at my friend's Facebook page. My friend graduated from high school and got a state job, right? So I'm looking at his page, and sure, I've covered the Olympics and been to the Soul Train Music Awards and been to Dubai and been to Qatar and whatever. That's great. Met Maxwell, whatever. But I'm looking at his page, and he is, number one, retired. Wow. He's got a boat. Wow. He's got a Harley. He got his house paid for. He paid for his kids. His kids went to state colleges and school. So as he's 54 years old, everything's paid for, and he's got all his toys. Right. I'm still grinding. Right. I'm gonna be grinding on out. So it's all like, it's all relative.
Yeah. That's how I feel now, man. Watching all my military friends I graduated from high school with, did their 20 years. One of my best friends from high school, man. Shout out, I don't want to say his name on the thing, but he know who he is. Shout out to him. Man, 20-year Marines, just retired, and he's telling me about his package he got from retirement, about 6 figures from that, then got another job making 6 figures. So here he is getting 2 6-figure incomes. And I'm like, yeah, I'm about to go put on this conference right quick, because so yeah, man, I feel you on that. So, but it is about, that's the thing. That's the trade-off, but you also got to look at both of us followed our passions, though. That's the thing, is that you followed your passion. Right. So where you may not have those toys that would be fun to have right now, you still have joy and fulfillment in your life, and that is that's valuable as well. Yep.
So sitting around and talking on a microphone.
Yeah, man. I mean, every day is different. You get to meet different people, and that's my thing. I like to tell stories. I like to ask questions and learn about people. And so that's what I love it. I mean, doing like that, doing what we do, and I mean, we're on different levels, obviously, but doing what we do is fun, and it's a good. I like to get platforms and just talk to people. I mean, you're working at the post office, and then I'm calling up Mark Clark, talking to him, and having a conversation like we having right now.
And wait a minute, Ryan, what you said now, don't get it twisted, brother. You are more powerful than I am right now. Like, so I spent all those years in commercial radio, right? And if you notice, very few commercial communicators have millions of followers, you know? And what I realized why, it's because we know how to say it, but the question is, what are we saying? And I think a lot of professionals, you know, when it comes to the podcasting and this and that, if you notice, they ain't really killing the game. Most of the people who are successful in that field never were on commercial radio. And like what you just did, you whipped up a damn conference. You whipped up a conference in a matter of weeks. Cats like me were spoiled because, you know, we had our promotion department do it. We had our marketing department do it. We weren't willing to do what you're willing to do to make this happen. Therefore, when you do this next year and you make, you know, $100,000, you know, from it, and then the next year gets bigger and bigger and bigger, you own it. So you know how to build it and own it and grow it versus, in a sense, I've been hamstrung by almost like the lush life of being in commercial media. And when companies are hiring people now, they'll hire you before they hire me because you already have followers and you already have it. You basically, it's just a plug and play. You're already doing it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, for those who are watching and listening and have a podcaster is more powerful than a radio personality nowadays, because it's just a matter of time before radio's either converts all the way to. So that's the thing. But look at radio. If you're a radio station and you don't have high ratings, why wouldn't you pick a podcaster that has a 500,000 followers and put them on your station? But they don't think that way though.
That's we talk about that normal. We talk about the normal, and that's what Reset is all about. Is that, you know,
exactly.
It was about maybe 15 years ago. I talked to Randy Dennis. You remember Randy Dennis, big time, Baltimore icon in the radio. And he said then, he was like, radio is going to internet. You know, at that time he was talking about how the cars were starting to get the Wi-Fi in them, and Spotify wasn't around yet, but I forgot what the online radio was back then. But that's when you saw all the radio stations start to transition to the internet part of it, you know, and that's, so you see it happening slowly but surely. But like you said, you still have those people in power and who don't want to transition. Maybe they're stuck holding on to them. You know, those executives are afraid to change too, because they know that they you know, they're making that big money for themselves and they don't want to take those risks. So Reset is in so many different areas. Why it's so important, why we don't want to go back to normal, and why we want to make sure that we can start to exploit some things. Man, you just sold into my life right there. You know, giving me a different perspective on how I even. Things. So man,
you rolling, man. You're valuable. You know how to use. Just think, man. You know how to do mailing lists. You know how to use networks. You know how to this process right here. You could sell this to a radio station. Say, hey, look, let me. You know, this is the future. Let me help you do Reset 2020. And I'll be your consultant and give me a fee.
There it is. Write that one down.
And then you also do it with the podcasters. You get the podcasters to say, I'm doing this conference. You got blank amount of followers. Give me access to your. All I ask is you give me access to your list, and then you just grow your list and keep it going. There you go, man. I'm giving them free now.
Free. Well, listen, man, you ain't going nowhere. You and I are going to be partnering as we go forward. So one way or another, we're going to be working together.
Oh, you know that, son.
So you know. So absolutely. So Mark, I want to thank you for your time. I want to give you the last word. You can give out how can people contact you or follow you on social media, whatever. And thank you again for joining us.
Thanks so much, Ryan, for having me in Reset 2020. You can go to Mark Clarke Media, MarkClarke media.com. and schedule an appointment if you want me to consult for storytelling, or you want to book me as a keynote, or you just want to rap. And I'm, on social media is MarkClarke. All right. Thanks so much, man, and continued success, Ryan. I love you, man. I'm proud of you, dog.
I appreciate that, Mark. Thank you. All right. So, man, that was awesome, huh? So thank you, Mark Clarke, for doing that. We've got, our next speaker coming to the stage. We're going to take a quick 60-second break to cue him up. And I want to thank you all. We'll be right back in 60 seconds.
What's up, brother? Can you hear me? Ryan.
I hear you.
Oh, okay, cool.
You
I got this joystick. So I'm trying to make sure I got it set up right.
All right, we're going live, Mike.
All right.
All right, welcome back. We are live and set up. You know, hey, I told y'all this was live, right? It's funny because every time I go to bring somebody, so we're gonna go in live. We've got coming up to the stage now. You know, I've known this guy since he was a freshman in college. So I'm excited his growth. I've seen him, things I've seen him do. Mike, before I bring you on, I don't see you on the camera.
You don't see me yet?
No, I see some cabinets.
Let's see.
Something's covering it. There you go.
Oh, let's see. There we go. There we go.
Yeah. All right.
Let's get me squared away. Get me squared away, brother. You always mentoring me.
All right, about to bring you on now. Gotta make you look sharp. Gotta make sure you're tight. Let me give you a second.
Yeah, give me good. Give me good.
All right, there we go. Nice shirt. All right, great. I said great. There we go. All right, welcome, Mike Powell. Mike Powell is the vice president of organizational development at Powell Consulting Group. I know he is doing some phenomenal things. He is we know him as Mr. Gold Diggers. Because he is doing some phenomenal things. He and I have worked together. I'm looking at some old pictures not too long ago, Mike, of some events we were doing back in 2007, 2008. I mean, you look like a baby.
Yeah.
So it's funny looking at those pictures, man. I mean, so definitely love to see your growth, the following you have gained and attained throughout the years, and just the good work that you do, man. So I want to welcome you to Reset 2020. I want to thank you for joining us today, and we're going to talk with you about goal setting. So we're going to talk about resetting your goals, and I love bringing you on to talk about goals because you do it in a way that's not cliche. You do it in a way that is powerful. It's different. You know, I think that anybody who's done any kind of personal development, any kind of leadership of any sort, you know, goals is kind of where it all starts. It's the foundation. But so it can get kind of like, okay, goals again, but no, not with you. So I encourage, when you teach about goals, man, you know, the last thing we did was in January, and you know, I was just like, man, this is powerful stuff.
Yep.
You know, so I really like that. So welcome, man. I want to go ahead and turn it over to you. Thank you for joining us, Mike Powell. Mike, are you there?
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it.
We might have a little delay.
Okay, cool. So thanks, Ryan. I really appreciate this opportunity. You know, as you mentioned, we've been working together for a long time, and so, you know, more than just creating this opportunity for everyone, and for me. Just thank you for being a friend over the years. You know, you met me as a freshman, and so you went from being my big bro to, you know, being my friend to being my mentor and being my colleague as well. And so, you know, I really appreciate and value, you know, our relationship. And really, this goal setting process and seminars that I created really started as a result of something that we did years and years and years ago. Remember, we used to do the Dream Day.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
We did the Dream Day, and we used to just work with students, right? I think those were like middle school and maybe high school students.
Yep.
And, you know, something really hit me during that time was like, wow, you know, we are starting early with these young people on setting goals. And, you know, that was something that I didn't really talk a lot about when I was a young person. And so it just kind of struck me at that time as something that was important. And I just have continued to refine my process and refine my method and really, you know, take it to a new level every single year. So when I think about Reset 2020 and I think about, coming into this year, remember we started in December, maybe even in November, talking about 2020 was going to be the year of perfect vision, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Everything was going to be clear. This is going to be my year, right? This is going to be the year that I turn up, all the goals and the plans and the wishes and the dreams and everything that I've always wanted to do. 2020 is going to be the year to do it. And so, we came into this year very energized and excited about what the possibilities were for this year. And then obviously everything has gone left. And a lot of the things that we talked about and dreamed of, have had to hit the pause button on them really. And so, this time, July 1st is a halfway point through the year. We've really adapted to this environment of working from home or dealing with wearing masks and being in this pandemic and this environment that we're in now. And so I think this is a good time for us to really reset and look at where we are and where we want to go and all the goals and the plans and the ideas that we had set for ourselves back in December or November or even in January when we did it the first time. Are those things really still important? Because what I believe is that this time has really, as you and Mark both spoke about, has really given us time to really focus on the core things that we want in our lives, right? All those things that we talked about, all the things that we thought were so important for us. I think a lot of us have realized, you know what? I don't need that stuff anymore, right? It's not as important. It's nice, right? I frequently use my goal setting workshops to talk about, my fitness journey and the different things that I try to do to stay in shape. And I was a big gym guy. Like I just love going to the gym. I'm like being able to go and, vibe off the energy of other people and use different equipment. And I never was a person who liked to work out outside or, be home. And I've turned my garage into a gym. I just got a Peloton 2 weeks ago. So I've been riding my Peloton and the gym, that it was just so important. I had to get my time in the gym, whether it was an hour or 30 minutes or 2 hours, whatever the time was. It's not as important to me anymore because I want to spend time at home with my child and my family and make sure that those relationships are strong. And so exercising and working out is still important to me. Eating healthy and having a healthy lifestyle is still important to me, but going to the gym isn't as important. So this time of reset is really a time to take to really decide what is important to you. And I think we've all done that. So what I want us to do today is just really focus on three things. I want us to think about how can we be resilient during this time, right? I want to think about how can we be reflective during this time, right? And then I want us to walk away feeling re-energized. And so let's start with talking about being resilient. I teach emotional intelligence. And a lot of people are familiar with the term emotional intelligence, familiar with the concept or the books. A lot of times when we think about emotional intelligence, we're thinking about how do we interact with other people? How do we engage with them? How do we demonstrate empathy? How do we hear them? How do we listen to them? Are we considerate, right? Do we make sure that we are creating an environment for other people to be comfortable and to feel safe, right? But a big piece of emotional intelligence is how do we take care of ourselves? And that's where resilience comes in, right? How are you able to bounce back from setbacks? How are you able to bounce back from stress? How are you able to deal with change and deal with the unexpected? And right now, for the past 6 months, that's all we've been dealing with, effectiveness and things that are going very, very differently than the way we planned them or the way that we saw them in our mind. And so being resilient gives us the opportunity to say, you know what, I can deal with this. Think back on those moments in your lives when you had to bounce back. I remember, being in high school and having the hoop dreams and tearing my knee up, right? And deciding, nope, basketball is not going to be my thing. I remember getting fired from a job. I remember not getting promoted. I remember not hitting my sales goals. I remember my first marriage ending. I remember all those things and feeling like the world was going to end. But yet I'm still here. I'm still thriving. I'm still surviving. And when I look back, I say, those moments were things that helped me to become stronger. There are moments that helped me become the person that I am today. There are moments that brought me here into this space and having this conversation with you even right now. And so being a resilient person and being able to look back over my life and look at those experiences I've had and obstacles that I've overcome gives me confidence. It helps me remain positive. It helps me say, yeah, I can do this. And so I want people to take some time to really think about how resilient they have been over their lifetime, in their families, in their jobs, in their careers, all the setbacks that they've experienced. And yet still, here we are. Here you are watching this video, participating in this conference, evaluating your goals, thinking about 2020 and how to move forward because you have been resilient. So don't beat yourself up. Don't get down on yourself. Don't kick yourself because things haven't gone the way they planned. But figure out how you can use this time to build character, to build strength, and to become the person that's even stronger coming out of this in 2020 and moving into 2021 than you were going into 2020. The next thing is to be reflective, right? In my goal setting process and in our workshops, one thing that I really force people to do, it's not even an encouragement, I force people to do is to write down their goals. And this is the reason why I want people to write down your goals, because I want you to be able to go back and have something to look at, something that you said, this was important to me at that time. This was a goal I have set for myself. This was a vision that I have for myself. On July 1st, 2020, this is where I wanted to be. And it's important to go back and reflect on those things because maybe those things aren't important anymore. Maybe there were some things that you just wrote down because I said it sounded good. You had a friend that said it sounded good. You saw something on TV or you heard a podcast and you say, you know what, this isn't for me. I remember 2 years ago, I was doing one of my workshops and I identified a goal for myself and I said, I wanted to start a podcast, right? Everybody was starting podcasts and I said, hey man, I'm a speaker. I can start a podcast. This is what I'm going to do. And I had set my goals and I had plans and put everything in motion. And then I decided, why am I going to start a podcast? I know too many people that have a podcast. If I can get on his show, right? I can call Felicia and get on her show, right? So it's no need for me to spin my wheels and put in the effort and do the things that I have relationships with have already perfected. So even though that was a goal of mine when I wrote it down, when I went back to really look at it, to really reflect on it, I said, that's not really important to me. The other thing is that we also said that there were some things that were important to us, and we didn't take the time or put in the effort, put in the work to make it a reality. And so reflect on those missed opportunities. Every year at my workshop, people talk about starting their new businesses. I'm going to get incorporated LLC. I'm going to start an S Corp. And I guarantee you that many of those people who said that did not do that. And it's a missed opportunity because, Ryan, the government is giving out so much money because of COVID. For folks who have LLCs, have businesses that are incorporated. So if you were to have followed through on your plan to incorporate your business in December, minimally, you could $1,000 grant from the federal government at the minimum, right? That you don't have to pay back. There's so many friends and businesses that I know of who have gotten hundreds of thousands of dollars that they don't have to pay back, or they're getting loans and they're helping their businesses go to a new level just because of this situation. And so when I think about reflecting, I want you to reflect on those things that you said were important for you and to decide, are they still important for you? But also reflect on those missed opportunities. Reflect on those things that you didn't take as serious. Reflect on the times that you procrastinated. Reflect on those times when, life happened and I wasn't able to get to it. But when I think about it, these things are still important to me. And I want to position myself so that I can be prepared for whatever opportunities come my way. So I want you to be resilient. I want you to be reflective. And then the last thing I want you to do is to reignite yourself, right? To reignite yourself. When I started my workshop in December, I did a follow-up workshop that was called Ignite the Flame. And I think that right now, a lot of us have lost the fire in our flames, right? It's not burning as bright. It's not as dim, right? Life has just kind of got us down. Everything that's going on in the community, everything that's going on in this country, the pandemic, the civil unrest, right? Just everything has just kind of got us to the point where we are almost stuck. We're sad, we're hurt, we're emotional, we're frustrated, we're angry, right? we're busy, we're tired, right? We're working from home and we're doing family and we have kids and all these things are happening all at the same time and we're just feeling overwhelmed. You know what? I know that I can be resilient. I've reflected on those things that I really, really want. And now let me remember why those things are important to me. What is my purpose, right? We talk about a purpose-driven life. We talk about self-awareness and why do you do the things that you do? And right now is a time for you to say, all those goals that I set for myself, I set them because I had a purpose. There was something bigger than me that was going to benefit from me going after those goals. You know, for me, I have an 8-month-old daughter, right? And
congrats,
you know,
on
one
that.
of
Shout
the silver
Callie
linings
Jolie.
of this pandemic has been that hey, Callie Jolie, thank you. One of the benefits of this time is I've been able to be home with her every single day for 8 months. I mean, with my business, and all of my business, all of my training, all my workshops, all of my coaching, everything has gone virtual. And so I've been home with her every single day. And that's really been important and exciting and good to be able to watch her grow. But what it has really done for me is really re-solidified what that purpose is. My purpose is to start creating opportunities for her, start creating resources for her, start creating an environment where she can grow and thrive and be successful and live in a situation that gives her the best opportunities to be successful in life. So I'm re-energized. I've reignited my flame because now I have this little girl looking at me every single day like, what you gonna do? What you gonna be? What we doing today? What are we eating, right? You went out and you did what? I don't care about who you talk to. I don't care how many followers you have. I don't care about that YouTube conference that you just presented at. I am ready to play. Are we gonna play that? And so of all the things that I've done in my life and the purposes and the money and the cars and the vacations and all those things that I thought were just so important to me, I've been able to reignite my purpose because I said, Callie, that's what my purpose is right now, you know? And so, you know, dealing with this pandemic and dealing with things that I'm seeing in the news and seeing on the community, you know, as much as I want to go down to Black Lives Matter Plaza, as much as I want to go out and march and I want to do all these things, I can't do that because I'm scared about what's happening. And I want to make sure that I can come home in a safe environment to take care of my daughter, right? I don't want to go out and contract Corona and bring it back home to her. As important as marching is right now, as much as I would love to be out there with my friends and watching the protesters and listening to the music and just celebrating our people and our culture and just being a part of this movement, the movement that's even more important to me is Callie Jolie.
Absolutely.
And so that is my purpose. And so I encourage all of you all to rediscover your purpose, to reignite yourself, reignite that flame that burns on the inside, right? You burn that flame on the inside, it can burn forever. The flames on the outside are always going to go out. Come and go, come and go, come and go. But that flame that is on the inside is going to burn forever. So remember your purpose. Remember your why. Remember why you got started. Remember why you get up and go to work. Remember why you deal with all the BS and the drama and the people and the relationships. Remember why. What is your purpose? What are you doing that for? And if you can get in touch with that and reignite your purpose, then you will be well on your way to resetting 2020 and putting yourself in position to be successful, to achieve your goals, and to make your dreams come true.
Man, Mike, and you know, you started touching on one thing that I've, you know, since I started writing in 2004 and teaching people about that why when it comes to setting goals and why you had to have someone else at the center of your goals, man. You talked about how your daughter has, you know, inspired you, and now it's not about you. So I want you to talk to us, dig a little deeper into that piece about those who maybe set goals this year. They didn't, you know, they're struggling right now. But talk about the importance of it not being about you. Now, I always say that it's easy to let yourself down, but when you have someone else relying on you, it's a lot harder to look them in the face and say, "Baby, I quit." You know, so when you talk about, you know, you've been successful, you've been a hustler. You know, I don't really like that word, but you've been, you know, you've worked hard. You know, so you're always out. And we haven't even got to the nonprofit organization that you run and started, but
Right.
But when it's just you, you know, you're a different man now. You've got you're a dad, you know. So talk to us about how that shift happened for you when it wasn't about you anymore, when you weren't at the center of your, you know, your reason why.
Yeah, yeah. So let me say this. I don't always think that, well, I don't think that I've always been at the center of my why, right? I've never really tried to make what I do about me. It's always been about serving others. It's always been about positioning others to help them grow and to help them succeed. It's just that now that she's here, you know, that shift has
Mm-hmm.
focused more on her, right? But what's important is that you always have something that's bigger than you. Always have something that's bigger than you, that you're reaching for, that you're striving for. And why? Because things are going to get hard sometimes. You know, sometimes I don't want to get up and go to the gym. It's late at night, it's cold, we can drive through work. I don't want to stay up at night and write this proposal and develop new content. I don't want to do all of those things, but I know that if I'm able to put myself in position to do those things, and I grind and I work and I effort, that somebody else is going to be better because of something that I did. So if it's my child now or my family now, because I have a child now, great. But when I was working with my nonprofit, it was about the young people in my nonprofit. When I go out and I deliver keynotes, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
going out and I'm doing training for my corporate clients or my federal government clients, I know that when I finish my presentation, I want to make sure that the people in the room are better at the end of my presentation than they were when I started,
Good
right?
stuff.
Even if they are more successful at looking at themselves and thinking about what they can do different, I know that you are giving them something that they need. So I'm always positioning myself to think about how I can help others to grow and help others to be successful. And that's really what my purpose is about.
Awesome, man. So I want you, I definitely thank you for coming today. I want to give you the last word to go ahead and let people know how they can contact you. Maybe tell us a little bit about Lifting as We Climb and any final closing comments.
Yeah, so all of my social media is MP Consults, MPCONSULTS. So that's my Instagram, my Twitter. I also have a blog where you can see some of the thoughts that I come up with and some of the experiences that I have that I like to share. If you want to watch any of my videos or book me for any training or keynote speaking, you can go there and visit me there. And whether it's corporate or commercial or federal or private or nonprofit, you know, I'm at your service. So reach out to me. Also, the Lifting as We Climb Foundation, we're still doing a tremendous amount of work and started back in 2003 after we graduated from college. We spun off another business from Lifting as We Climb, which is called the Sound Mind, Sound Body Academy. So shout out to my guys, Siraj and Kurt and Samir and Dunn and C's and all my guys who have helped to continue pushing that energy and that organization forward. We're doing a lot of work out in Detroit with student athletes and helping them to be successful. So, you know, I would encourage everyone to just find a way to give back. Anytime you're going through a period like this and you're feeling low and you're not feeling great, the thing that I find that helps me is to find somebody to help. Somebody that's not just in my household, but somebody who is outside of my community that I can support, that I can give back to, and that helps me to feel good. And so that's what I've always done. That's what I've done with Lifting as We Climb. That's what we've done with Sound Mind, Sound Body. That's what we do with the Power Consulting Group. That's what I do with my coaching and consulting businesses, is try to find ways to help people become better. I know that if I can strengthen other people, then that's going to make all of us stronger, and we're only as strong as our weakest link. So I'm committed to helping others, whether it's coaching, training, keynote speaking, anything that I can do to add some value. I'm doing that. I'm going to be working. Let me get a shout out to Kids First. It's a nonprofit down in Southeast DC where we're getting ready to launch a series of diversity and inclusion conversations for high school students. I mean, it's all going to happen virtually, and it's important conversations to have. Because again, you don't need to start having those conversations when you're in college or when you have your first job. And obviously this situation in the country right now is forcing us to have that conversation. And so we want to help guide those conversations, and I'm going to facilitate some of those conversations. So again, anything that I can do to help help people to become better, become more effective at what they're doing. That's what I love to do. That's what I'm interested in doing. So hit me up, y'all. Hit me up. Thanks a lot, Ryan.
Mike, thank you so much, man. We'll talk to you real soon. All right, man. What a phenomenal presentation that was. So I'm excited. Now, remember, I want to give you the reminder. This is live. So, you're watching live. It's like watching the BET Awards live. You may get that slip in there or something that you wasn't expecting. But when the replay comes, it's all edited out. So you all who are watching live are getting it raw. But when the replays come, we're going to edit all the mistakes out. So, and I say that because if the feed does drop, I can see, looks like it's going in and out sometimes, but if the feed drops, trust me, we are recording the whole thing. So we should be good on that. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to take this quick break while we set up our next speaker. And we're back, and we are back, and we are back. I am excited because this next young lady we are bringing in, let me see, just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. All right, so it looks like you're good. I can see you. All right, great. So we're going to bring this next young lady who's coming to the stage. This is a powerhouse, phenomenal young woman who I just met. I guess it's been less than a year. So we just met less than a year ago. But as a speaker and as a presenter, I'm always in that space where I'm meeting other people who are in the same space. And this young lady, when I met her, was just something about her movement she was doing. It was something about her spirit that just kind of even came through everything that she did. And I was like, I need to connect with her in some kind of way. So I want to bring to the stage our next presenter, Miss Tiana Patrice. Welcome, Tiana.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Hey, there you go. I can hear you now. You look good. We got you perfectly
lined up. Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you just fine. Good stuff. So welcome. I'm excited to have you here. Tiana is the creator, the visionary of the Fearless Experience. So we're going to talk about resetting your fearless with her because, and when we're looking at the things that we're facing today and we're looking at, 2020, there's a lot of things, a lot of reasons to be afraid. There's a lot of things that we're faced with that we are new, that we haven't experienced. So I wanted to bring on the expert in how to help us to really overcome that fear and be fearless. And what they say, courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is the presence of fear and doing it anyway. So I'm excited about what she's going to share with us today. So Tiana, welcome to Reset 2020.
Thank you so much for having me. When I tell you, I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited about hopping with you, Ryan. Thank you so much for what you're doing. This was so needed to reset our fearless, reset our goals, reset our mind, our vision, our health. This is reset season. So I pray that everybody is ready to be reset. And I just want to thank you for having me on your platform today. I'm ready. I'm excited.
All right. Floor is yours. Let's go.
All right. So everybody, let me tell you, I am so excited to be able to be here with you this afternoon, this morning, wherever it is wherever you are watching from, to be able to help you reset your fearless. Now, I'm not sure how you all have heard about fear or what you've learned about fear, what you have grown to really move and know about fear. But I am going to come in today to teach you how to not only shift your mind about what you think about fear, what you've heard about fear, but also begin to reset and do things differently. So who am I? I'm Tiana Patrice. From TianaPatrice.com. I am the Fearless Activator. We're going to talk about that. To break up the dry grounds under kingdom leaders, to break up the dry grounds, to help you go from barren to breakthrough. I'm a purpose pusher. I am a fear crusher to be able to help you break down the fear, break the fear off of you that's keeping you from doing your divine assignment, that's keeping you from doing the thing that God is calling you to do. So why are you here? Because you're ready to reset. You're ready to do things differently. You are tired of being tired. You are tired of being in the rat race. How many of y'all are tired of being in the rat race of your revenue, right? Like you just feel like you're in the hamster wheel. It feels like your mind is in the hamster wheel. Your health can't get right. Your goals can't get right. Well, a lot of times those things, why we're here today. So one of the first things that I did as I was preparing for this time with you all is I went and looked at the definition of reset. Now, reset means to set again or to do things differently. When I tell y'all I felt that in my sha-na-na, okay? It is time to reset in your business, to reset in your career, to reset this month, to reset this year, to do things differently, to set it in motion again. When we look at the definition reset, it means to set again. Now, I need somebody to catch that in motion again. Many times the reason that we can't reset is because we are conditioned and we are in covenant with fear. I need somebody to catch that. We're so conditioned to not being able to do things differently because we want to continue to do things the way that they've been done because of our comfort zone. I get it. I understand. I promise you, I've been in that place myself. However, when we're resetting, that means that we're going to have to do things differently. We're going to have to take a different mindset into this year. We're going to have to take a different attitude into this year. Y'all, sometimes we're going to have to take different people. That means that in order to reset, to set again, to do things differently, to be able to get the revenue that you desire, to be able to get on the stage that you're looking for, sometimes you're going to have to separate from the people that you've been connected to in your last season. How many of y'all caught that? How many of you are still connected to familiar, still connected to your comfort zone? Therefore, you feel it impossible to reset. How many of you have had a form of success in your past life, a form of success in your past season? And because you're so conditioned and stuck on that success, you can't receive the overflow because you aren't over. You're afraid to reset. You're afraid to set it in motion again. You're afraid to do things. Here's what I want to do. I want to talk to you all about the difference between the emotion of fear, because this is why we get caught up a lot. Now, if you don't know who I am, listen, I can't do anything with bringing in my homie G-O-D. Yeah, you know me. So I have to teach you how to be able to differentiate between the emotion of fear and the spirit of fear. Why is this so important? Because that's why a lot of us get held up. Because when we look at fear, we don't look at it from the two different realms that we live in. So when we talk about the emotion of fear is going to keep us from, jumping out of the plane sometimes. Or if you see that snake and that bug, you may run, right? That's the emotion of fear. It gets your adrenaline pumping. It's that fight or flight that we talk about. But when we talk about the spirit of fear, that is the enemy coming in to stop you from doing the thing that God has called you to do. How do we know that there is a emotion of fear and a spirit of fear? Because in 2 Timothy 1:7, it tells us, for God has not given us the spirit of fear. Exactly. So then we have to come in and say, okay, God, well, why does fear exist? So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to give you some examples of fear and how fear comes in and wreaks havoc on your mind, wreaks havoc on your health, wreaks havoc on your vision. Fear comes in as control. Fear comes in as rejection. Fear comes in to make you feel as if you can't do the thing that you've been called to do. Every time you get so far, then something comes and tells you, listen, you can take 10 steps forward, but then you feel like you're falling 5 steps back. The reason that you never get to that 11th and that 12th and that 13th step is because you have convinced yourself that you're not worthy. You have convinced yourself that it's not enough. You have convinced yourself that you don't deserve to be on the platform. You convinced yourself that you don't deserve to make the revenue. You convinced yourself that you don't deserve to start the business. Who am I talking to? So when we talk about how do we be able to move through fear? I'm going to quickly give you 3 different ways to be able to move through fear. But again, I have to attach these things to biblical references because I need you to understand that when we talk about the fearless experience and what I've called to do, this is a ministry on the move. And my assignment is to move you beyond the fear that's holding you back because it's the reset season. So when we talk about, I'm going to give you a quick example. So I don't know how many, I work with men and I work with women, but this example that I'm going to give is referring to how fear attacks women, okay? So there's a lot of you on the call that are in entrepreneurship. There are a lot of you on the call that are moving up in your career. So this is how fear attacks women, right? So let's say that Jasmine is getting ready to apply for a position at work. Now this is going to hit somebody. You're getting ready to apply for a new position at work. You call your friend, she calls her friend and she says, listen, I am getting ready to apply for this position. She looks at all the qualifications and she has 9 out of 10 of those qualifications. This is how fear works with women. She has 9 out of 10 of those qualifications. And she gets excited and says, I'm going to apply for that position tomorrow when I get back to work. Well, what happened is in the midnight hour, the spirit of fear comes in and convinces Jasmine that she isn't qualified because she only had 9 out of 10 of those qualifications instead of 10 out of 10. But the reality is because fear wears a mask. Fear comes in like a thief in the night, right? So the enemy comes in, but to kill, steal, and destroy. So what the enemy does, it come in that midnight hour and say, girl, you're not even qualified. You don't even deserve to apply for that position. You're not going to get it. You only got 9 out of 10. But what really has happened is the spirit of fear is coming in and wreak havoc in the area of rejection. Rejection. Because the reality is now she won't apply for that job because she doesn't want to hear the word no. Because when I was 8 years old, this happened to me and it planted a seed. And now I don't like hearing the word no because it makes me feel a certain type of way. And now that seed has rooted, it has grown a harvest. And I'm in my 30s, my 40s, and my 50s, and I'm still living with this fear that was put in my life at 8 years old. So now I'm not going to apply for the position because I'm afraid of rejection, not because I'm not qualified, because I'm more than qualified. Who am I speaking to? Wow. So that's how fear comes in. So I want you to take that example. And I want you to begin to think about how fear has come in and pumped you in your purpose. Reset. I want you to come in and begin to think about how fear has kept you from getting that client. Reset. I want you to come in and think about how fear has kept you from getting on that stage that you were overqualified for. Reset. Fear has no power here. So when we talk about how do we now go through the stages of activating our fearless, of going from barren to breakthrough. See, the reality is a lot of us are producing in barren lands and don't even realize that the land that we're producing in is barren because of God's grace, because of how much our business is needed in the atmosphere, how much our business is needed to be able to break up generational curses. And this is why your business is being attacked so much. This is why your health is being attacked so much. This is why your vision and your mindset is being attacked so much, is because what you are carrying is going to set people free. It's going to set nations free. It's going to produce an overflow of abundance for generations to come, for generations and legacies that you may not even get a chance to see. So when we talk about activating your fearless, the first thing you must do is identify. Y'all write that down. The first thing you must do is identify. Stop taking things personal in your life and business. Reset. Reset your mind. I first got to identify the fear. And this is how fear wreaks havoc. It's because we're moving through life and not understanding that the reason, remember the example I gave, Jasmine wasn't going to apply for the position because, oh, I'm not qualified. It was because she was afraid of rejection. Because we won't get honest with ourselves. We're living lives as a lie because we will not identify that fear is the reason why we haven't met the success that we want in our life. So stop taking things personal in your life and business. Reset your mind. Reset your business. Understand that every step that you take, when it comes to you being in alignment with your assignment, you will always be under attack. I need somebody to catch that. Why is this happening to me? Stop crying about it. Why is this happening to me? Because you're in purpose. Why is this happening to my business? Because you're in alignment with your assignment. The attack is supposed to come. It's supposed to come, but it won't prosper. Understand that you are under attack and this is war. This is war for your generation. This is war for your next. This is war for your voice. The reason that many of us lose the war is because we don't identify that we're in it. The reason that fear wins is because we don't understand that we're in covenant with fear. We're so in covenant with fear. We married that thing. We love that thing. We're in bed with that thing, and we are afraid to break up with fear. Reset. The reason many of us lose the war is because we don't realize we're in it. So we fight the wrong way. How many of y'all went to the fist fight with some fruit? You won't go to no fist fight with fruit. You go ready to fight. In our lives. When we talk about identify, you must fight the right way, but many of us are fighting the wrong way. You fight with the word, not with worry, not with doubt. If you know that you're in alignment with your assignment and fear is coming in to convince you that you aren't qualified, that they're better than you, that you don't deserve the 7 figures, you call the devil to be the liar that he is. Fight the right way. So first, identify. Okay, fear, I see you over there trying to confuse me and everything. I see you coming to tell me that I'm not worth it. I see that you're trying to plant the seed that I'm not enough, but I know what thus said the Lord about me. I know that I'm in alignment. I know that I'm a curse breaker. I know that my voice is going to release chains. I know that my voice is going to break generational curses. So back up off my tongue. How many of y'all fighting like that? So that's number 1, identify. Next, acknowledge. I need y'all to write that down. Acknowledge. 1 Peter 5:8 tells us, be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, comes in as a roaring lion, walking about seeking for someone to destroy, to devour. That means that the enemy is looking for a business to conquer. That means that fear is coming in and looking for a mindset to overtake. That the enemy is looking for a bank account to put in the negative. He's looking for a bank account to destroy. But when you are watchful and you're saying that you're not wrestling against flesh and blood, but against principalities, and see now I know what to do with that, because the Lord say all I got to do is fight with the word, to put on the full garment. So you have to first identify, fear, I see you. Okay. Yeah, it's not that I'm not qualified. You're trying to make me feel like I'm scared of rejection because of what happened to me when I was 8. But not only do I see that root, I'm going to go in and I'm going to burn that root, because that's not going to continue to grow in me, because I can't allow that to grow in my children. I can't allow that to grow in my generation. And then the third thing you do is take action. Okay, so Tiana, how do we take action against fear? The first thing I want y'all to know is this. You replace the lie with the truth, okay? Replace the lie with the truth. So that means I take action with the word. I want y'all to remember, and I know y'all do. You remember when Jesus was in he had for 40 days and 40 nights, right? He is going through this fast. He's in the what was it, the garden, the jungle. He's just in this fast, feasting on the word though, right? And so right at the end of his fast, I need somebody to catch this because this is good to my soul. Right at the end of his fast, the enemy comes in to tempt him.
Yep.
Some of y'all right now are at the end of your breaking point season. You are at the end of the tunnel. You are getting ready to step into levels and lands of multiplication and breakthrough. Why do you think the enemy is coming to tempt you? Because you got something for him to take. Reset. So when Jesus is fasting for 40 days and 40 nights, and the enemy comes in to tempt him, he replaces the lie with the truth, because now he's been feeding on the word. That's what's wrong. A lot of us been feeding on the world too much and not enough of the word. So of course our businesses are failing. Of course our mindset is broken. Of course we're operating in poverty. Of course our health is jacked up, because we've been feeding too much on the world and not on the word, but yet you want to say that God gave you the business. Come on now, who am I talking to? When the enemy came in and tempted God and tempted Jesus, he said, flee from me, Satan.
Mm-hmm.
Flee from me, Satan. He didn't have to do anything grandiose. Flee from me, Satan, because I hear the lie, but I'm replacing it with the truth. So how do we combat fear with the word? You got to unpluck the seed that the enemy is coming with you at and replace it with the truth. If you know that you are on assignment, you know that you heard from God, you know you're operating in purpose, then why would you accept the lie that you can't prosper? The lie that you can't obtain that stage? The lie that you can't overflow in clients? Whose report are you going to believe? And when we begin taking action, the next thing that y'all got to do, and as I get ready to close this out, I'm so excited. Thank you so much, Ryan, for having me. The next thing you got to do is up your faith. Y'all want to up everything else. You want to up your revenue. You want to up this. You want to get the visuals. You want to get, but then you're mad when everything ain't working. It's because you launched with no faith. So how do I grow my faith? Romans 10 and 17 lets us know that faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God, which is why we have to make sure that we are planning our day around God and not God around our day. God, clean out the wax of the enemy because I can't hear you. God, I really need to be able to hear you about this strategy for my business. God, clean out, bind up in the name of Jesus. So I need to up my faith. That means, God, in order to up my faith, I need to make my spirit man strong. That means I need to be spending more time with you. And then the third thing, when we talk about taking action on fear, the third thing, y'all, when I tell y'all this right here, y'all may think that it's one of those things that, oh, well, it doesn't matter. It does, because your mind is everything when it comes to your life, your career, your business. You must stay in praise and worship. It says that praise confuses the enemy. And I need you to understand that worship is a state of mind. It's a stature. It's a position. It's a mindset. I'm always in worship. God, I honor you. I give you glory. I know that this client over here acting crazy on this call, but God, I know that what you said, it is a. So you have to make sure that you are consistently in a state of mind of praise and worship, not worry, worship, not doubt, worship, not confusion, worship. Because what you are can literally break nations free. God is priming your nation to be able to hear your voice right now. So you must reset. You gotta set it in motion again. You gotta be okay with starting over. You gotta be okay with doing things differently and moving from barren to breakthrough and activating your fearless. So, Ryan, listen, thank you so much for having me today. I pray I didn't take up too much time.
Oh, no.
But I just had to get that up. That blessed somebody today.
We are good on time, and I feel like I owe the audience an apology because I don't think I properly set them up for and warned them to either buckle in or put on their running shoes, whichever is you know, because I really, should have set them up and let them know, get ready. But you know, and you just proved and showed and explained why it was so important to me to have you as part of this event, because there's so many. For one, you're just an awesome presenter, and I love how God uses you. But also just you perfectly meld the business and life with our spiritual walk, and I love that. And a lot of people struggle with trying to combine those two without being too much on one or the other. But I wanted to go back a couple of things that you talked about. You talked about worship confuses the enemy. And I've been in church for a while. Certain things you forget, certain things you overlook, and we certain scriptures you take and you interpret them how you want to interpret them. We talk about count it all joy. We talk about all things work together for the good of them who love the Lord. We talk about God won't put more on you than you can bear. And we normally talk about that in the negative. Well, he won't put more pain. He doesn't say what he won't put, but he won't put more success on you than you can bear. And I really feel like
you better say it.
I really feel like this time that we're in right now, this reset, this pause, God has given us this moment to kind of say, okay, what are you going to do? So when you talk about the worship confuses the enemy, because I think that a lot of times we look at these things, and while they feel bad, they are negative things, they are painful things that are happening in the world. We still have to worship through those things. So, how can we really focus on that and remember to, what are some tips? We'll put it that way. What are some tips for those who love the Lord, but they struggle every day when they look out their window and see what's going on, to really remember to focus and on that worship?
That is such a great question. And thank you so much for presenting that question to me. When I say stay in worship, that is literally what I mean. I just launched a blog called From Barren to Breakthrough. Everybody, I think, can find it on my personal page. I love making new friends. Just send me a friend request. But in that blog, there's a link in my YouTube where you literally can stay and worship with me all day. I go to bed listening to worship. I wake up listening to worship. Now, what I've done is I've conditioned myself to worship in song, right? So that's one. But then the next thing is with that, I've conditioned myself also to plan my day around God. So I get up in worship. I don't get up on Facebook. I don't get up checking my emails. I get up and I call it my fill up time. So from 5:30 a.m. to 7 a.m., it's my fill up. What are you filling up with? What are you eating? A lot of us are eating garbage. We're eating so much of the world that it is literally giving the enemy access and gateway to our mind and our businesses. And now that's all we can focus on. There are a lot of things in the world that are going on that's bad, but there are a lot of things that's going on that's great as well. But we also have to understand that we are the solution for a lot of the stuff that's going on bad. But what the enemy wants to do is come in and provoke our mind to just focus on the things that are happening in a way that brings about depression and doubt and confusion and suicidal thoughts and all of this stuff. I bind that up, reset. So what we have to do is first condition you to worship in song. The next thing is get up and create a fill-up moment, 5:30 to 7 a.m. Literally, you get up and go, I wonder what Tiana's doing. I'm filling up. I'm reading my word. I'm studying. The only reason that Jesus was able to combat the enemy in that after that 40-day fast was because he had filled up on the word. The reason that a lot of us are failing in our businesses and our careers and our mindsets is because we aren't filled up, but yet we're trying to overflow into everybody else. And one of the things that I shared recently on my blog was you have a nation of influencers that are influencing from a place of pain and calling it purpose. Reset. Reset. So when we talk about praise confuses the enemy, what do you think? What would you think about if you just lost 5 clients and instead of complaining about it, you begin to celebrate and say, God, I thank you for cleaning it out. I thank you for cleaning out my business because you're getting ready to bring the overflow. That is what it means with praise confuses the enemy, because the opposite should have happened. If you lost 5 clients, what normally happens? Oh Lord, how is this going to work this month? How is this going to get paid this month? Lord, I was depending on that revenue based on my profit plan for the month. Right? So now what the enemy wants is for you to come in and start doubting what God said. But instead, God, I thank you for the overflow of clients. So that must mean you were cleaning out. You were cleaning shop. So that's what it means. So now the enemy is looking at you like, wait a minute. I just tried to take your mortgage payment, but I still thank God anyway. I just tried to take your child out. But Lord, I thank you that I just tried to get your family member over here got COVID. But God, I thank you for the help anyway. Listen. And so when we talk about praise and worship, literally get up every morning and start your day off in the word. It will move your business differently. It will move you differently. It will move your mind differently. And get you a playlist. I stay in worship, y'all, morning, noon, and night. You literally will hear some type of worship music going on in my car, my phone, whatever. So those definitely are my tips for making sure that you are conditioning yourself positioning yourself and creating a stature of praise and worship.
Man, I was able to check in on some of the comments. You know, we are live, so people are actually chiming in on YouTube. And I mean, you set the room on fire, Tiana. You set it on fire. So I want to make sure you let them know how can they reach you. Give out your website. You mentioned your blog and everything. Go ahead, give out the information. Let people know how they can reach you and follow you as well.
Yes, y'all, July is so awesome because we are getting ready. Ryan, we're resetting.
Absolutely.
For the last year, I kind of had this transition moment. I mean, if you're following me, you know, from divorce, from barren land to this breakthrough place. Listen, TP, I'm so just grateful for what God is doing in my life. So resetting myself right now. So listen, TianaPatrice.com. Go over right now. Just enter your email. You will get access to a 7-day prayer challenge with me. You will get access to Barren to Breakthrough, which the blog, y'all, listen. When I tell you one of the things that happened this year or this past year was me going through a divorce. And God said exposure before elevation. He said, I'm getting ready to expose some things so that I can elevate you. But a lot of times when we hear something like that, we think the exposure is for the other person. Y'all, it was about me. God wanted to expose some things in me that couldn't go to this next season. So I need y'all to get access to that blog because it's going to bless you. It's blessed hundreds all over the nation already, and it's continuing to grow. So TianaPatrice.com. Just put in your email. We got some great things that are launching on the 27th of July this month that you'll also have access to. So we're excited.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Tiana, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Such a powerful voice, such a powerful person in the kingdom, and definitely I look forward to working with you again real soon. And thank you. Any final words, and we'll go ahead and let you go.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Y'all, listen, this is the man to follow. Listen, we're just praying for you, Ryan, and your business, praying that God continues to overflow you in everything that you touch, binding up the hand of the enemy off of your ministry. And we just thank you for who you are and what you're doing and setting fire to all these entrepreneurs and leaders out here. So thank you again for having me, and I pray that y'all have a great day.
Thank you. All right, man. What a powerful, I should have warned you. I should have warned you. That was my bad. I should have told you what to expect. But man, Tiana was great. Listen, we're going to take our quick break as we queue up our next speaker, and we'll be right back in 60 seconds.
Hey, Ryan, absolute pleasure to meet you, talk to you, connect with you, all that good stuff.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hold on. Let me just find you real quick. All right, there we go. All right, great. So I think the sound is still live, so let me just turn that down. But you look good. Sound is good. We're going to go on real soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I am so excited. It's been just...
All right, welcome back. We are queued up and set for our next awesome presenter. Listen, I should have set this up right for the next 2 hours. We've got all ladies, so all ladies. I think that it's an honor to have them all, and I know a lot of the ladies specialize in helping ladies, but I want the men to know that we can learn from the ladies too. And I think that they all have powerful messages to share. These who listen, everyone I invite. Here's the thing about doing your own event is that it's like having a party that you can set the invite list to, right? So I only invite my favorite people I follow, people I know who are qualified in what they do. So today we are bringing another person. We have Dr. Angela. Is it Cudger or Cooger? Is it short U or long U?
It's Cudger.
Cudger. Okay, that's how I always said it. But I was like, wait a minute, I never asked before how you say it, but it is Cudger. All right, great. So welcome to Reset 2020, Dr. Cudger. So as we talk about resetting, we want to talk about health because I think that, that's one thing that gets overlooked so often when we talk about building business. We talk about, building family. We talk about success and professions. And health is always seemingly at the bottom, whether it be physical health, mental health, and holistic health, which I know you specialize in. It seems to get ignored. And I know with the gyms closing, people are like, wait a minute, where am I going to go, get my workouts in? So I wanted to bring you on because you are, wait a minute, I almost forgot. Let me bring up the bio. I got to give you your propers, right? Let me get it right for you. All right. So you sent it to me and I forgot to even print it out real quick. So let's see here. Oh, this is nice. All right. Let me introduce her properly because I want you to understand who we have here today, okay? Angela Cudger is a master holistic health coach and integrative lifestyle expert. She is the primary educator and founder of Legacy Holistic Health Institute, earning her bachelor's of cardiopulmonary care sciences from Georgia State University and her master's of medical science in anesthesiology from Emory University School of Medicine. She's educated in, sorry about that. educated in, where was I? Medical school level, human anatomy. All right, so this is the reason I want to read that, because I want you to know when we call people, people who have the term doctor, we want to know she really knows what she's talking about, right? So, Dr. Angela, before I let you go for it, talk to us about what it is, what holistic medicine and health is specifically, and then we'll get into your presentation.
Absolutely. First of all, thank you, Ryan, for creating this platform, right? We see a lot of different things kind of popping up all over. And no matter where people decide to kind of put their attention, and during my time with you guys today, I'm going to share with you how you can actually do that and where you need to. That leads to you building your legacy and you being a lot more attentive to your wellness and things like that. But before I even jump into that, Ryan, thank you so much for having this platform, for creating this opportunity to bring people together. One of the things that I know to be true, and I do a lot of work in the energy space as well. One of the things I know to be true is when people are gathered together under the same purpose, something absolutely beautiful happens to the lives of everyone who is in alignment with that energy. And so I want to thank you for not just having this vision, but being obedient enough to bring it to fruition and allowing other people to share in this energy and share in this space. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Now, you asked about holistic living and what holistic living is. In short, holistic living says I'm paying attention to everything. It says I'm not leaving one thing out or sacrificing one thing for another, right? It literally says I'm not just paying attention to my bank account, but I'm also paying attention to my body. I'm not just paying attention to my body, but I'm also paying attention to the friends and the company I keep and the people who are around me, right? That's what holistic living is really all about. When we learn to embrace things in our lives from a more holistic approach, we're not just understanding how to constantly reset and reinvent ourselves and rebirth ourselves into what we're here to do, but we are being revolutionary in that approach every single time we do it. And so when you're leaning into that, then you know you're doing things from a more holistic perspective. I hope that makes sense.
No, absolutely did. Absolutely. So talk to us then. We want to talk about holistic health and resetting our health, and you talk about, you kind of mentioned it there, the vibration and the frequencies kind of thing. So talk to us about that, because I think I'll be honest with you. Sometimes when people, my experiences, people hear holistic, and maybe it's gotten a negative I would say negative, incorrect connotation, and don't really fully understand what it means. So I want you to take us down, because I want us to come out of it, especially since we're dealing with a pandemic. Health is going to be important, and all the mental stresses that are happening. And that's one reason I wanted people to reset. I see people all the time talking about how stressed they are, the anxiety. I've experienced it too. There was times where I didn't even realize how stress was impacting my body. I for a while I was like, you couldn't tell me I didn't have the COVID, because everything that was happening, I was like, oh God, everything I was checking, I was sneezing, I was coughing, everything I'm checking. So that weighs on your mind. So I want to give you the floor and just talk to us and take us through this health journey in the way only you can do it.
Awesome. So I'm really glad you brought up the perspective of holistic living. And once again, I'm grateful that you actually added this to your summit. There are a lot of summits and different things happening specifically geared toward business owners, but they are not doing enough in the way of health and wellness. And that is the one thing. Your physical body is the one thing that if you lose your health, your wealth, your wallet, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters if your health is lost. And so it's imperative that we are now being kind of put in the space where you're being forced to look at your health, right? These are the things that help you push your purpose forward. These are the things that are going to help you leave a legacy that lasts. We can't do that if we're bedridden. We can't do that if we're not choosing the right things to eat. We can't do that if we're not choosing to move. And we cannot do that if we're constantly around people, places, and things that don't allow us the space to revolutionize our health journey. Now is the time to do that. And so in our time together, one of the things I want to do is I'm very much a tips driven person, right? People understand the when, right? People understand the what, right? There are different things that can inspire us to jump into what we need to do and when we need to do it, right? People kind of see what other folks are doing and they jump onto it. So we've never historically had an issue with the what and the when. It's the how that stops people every single time. How do I actually go from being who I am right now to being someone who's revolutionary and leading my legacy and leaving one that is not just geared for, not just out there making money or doing different things, but one that can stay healthy for the long run. And so what I'm going to be giving you guys are step-by-step things that you can do on a regular basis to be able to make sure that when you're looking at your health, it all makes sense to you and it all feels good to you. So yes, can we do that today?
Absolutely. Let's go. Absolutely.
Okay. So one of the things, and Ryan, you let me know because I think it might be frozen. Awesome.
It
okay, great.
A little bit,
so I'm going to jump into these three. Awesome. Okay. And so I'm gonna share with you guys three very, very powerful ways you can start to not only lean into your legacy, but you can actually take the information and begin to revolutionize how you reset your life. Okay. And with every speaker that you hear today, they are going to be giving you some things to help you reset. But I don't just want you to think about resetting. I want you to think about what is happening in the energy of starting a revolution. One of the reasons why a lot of people are jumping into the BLM or Black Lives Matter movement and all of these different things that are happening is because the whole planet is shifting into a space or has shifted into a space of revolutionary living. And so every single thing you do now matters. What a lot of people don't understand, Ryan, and I challenge people to really kind of dig deep into who they are and what they want to become, is that we are in the energy and in the space of whatever you're doing right now sets the tone for your life and your legacy for the next 120 years. Hear me good when I say this. Okay, there are leaders who work in the energy space who know this. So you may not see them jump into everything that is all over social media because they know the energy that they're carrying around right now and the information that they want to put out there right now will be there not just forever, but it will set the tone for who they are and how they're living for the next 120 years. Now that you know that, I want you to take in these tips and I want you to ask yourself, what can I do for my health and wellness that will not only change the trajectory of my life for the next 120 years, but how can I set my family, my legacy up to be healthy, to be well, and to live in their purpose for the next 120 plus years, right? So now it becomes not just a matter of something that we're thinking about, but something that we absolutely must pay attention to. And so the first thing I want you to do when you're thinking about all of this is I want you to lean into a new perspective. Now, what do I mean by that? All day long, you're being inundated with things to keep your immune system healthy, things that are going to teach you how to get off the couch. There is an enormous amount of apps that will help you track your food. I'm not here to tell you things like that or how you can go from couch to 5K. I'm not here to have that kind of conversation, right? There needs to be a bigger, more revolutionary conversation when we're talking about health, specifically the health and wellness of people of color. So we can go out here and we can say our lives matter, but I'm telling you, every time you swipe your credit card to buy your food, every time you have a meal delivered to you, you are starting a revolution with your body. Whether you believe that or not, the way you spend your dollars, not just in your Black community, but what you are bringing back into your household, you are either healing it or you're hurting it. And so now is the time for us to really think about, how am I consciously healing myself on a regular basis? Will the next bite matter 10 years from now? I can tell you that it will. And so the first thing we want to do is we want to make sure that you're leaning into a new perspective. So instead of following a trend, ask yourself the question, how can I set a new one first in my household? And secondly, how can I start a new one among my friends? Lean into this. One of the things I love, and it's in the book of The Science of Getting Rich, written by Wallace D. Wattles in like 1914, right? Old book, right? But full of great information. One of the things that he says is man must be too big for the space in order to occupy another space. Man must be too big for the space in order to occupy a new space. Now, he's talking specifically about how to make money and get rich and revolutionize things, but we can also use this in the way of health and wellness. Have you become too great in your thought process to start a new thought process towards your health and your wellness? Those people who are squarely moving to a space of healing, because they know that every single time they buy, they know that every single store they go to, they know that every single bite they take matters when it comes to their health and wellness. So this is no longer something we can leave on the sideline or leave for last or kind of sort of look at it. No, you know how to get up and go run, right? You know how to eat what's available to you. The question is, how do you make this the top priority? Because without it, your wallet doesn't matter. Without it, you trying to sell from the stage doesn't matter. All of those things in the blink of an eye can be brought to a halt if you are not taking care of yourself. Wow. Period. End of story. So the first thing is, when you get a new idea about what you should be eating, how you should be moving, you are getting too big for the space you're already in. When you get a thought that says, maybe I shouldn't be eating this. Maybe it's too late to be eating this. Maybe I shouldn't put that in my grocery cart. Maybe I should get up and move today. The universe is inviting you to accept a new perspective and show you that you're getting too big for the space you've been in, and that it is time to revolutionarily reset where you've been with your health and wellness. Now, the question is, are we willing to accept the invitation? Are we willing to adopt a new perspective? That's the first thing that has to happen. You've been awakened to it. The news isn't hiding, right? The shelves have been empty, right? These things aren't hiding from us. Have you accepted the invitation? That's the first thing. Adopt that new perspective, right? Are you too big for the space, or are you squarely settled into your Netflix and chill with your brownies and all this other stuff? Are you okay with that? Because here's the thing, you are setting the standard for yourself and your legacy for the next 120 years. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that? That's the question we've got to ask ourselves. And so that first step is occupy a new space, right? Lean into a new perspective. When these ideas come to you, ask yourself, the second thing is, number 2, adopt a regimen around how you can take action. And so first thing is lean into a new perspective. Second thing is adopt a regimen. So now that you're getting these ideas, the universe is showing you something different. How then do you start to create a new reality with these things? Well, the same thing you do in business. You get up and you take inspired action towards a goal and whatever your worthy ideal is, right? All over the internet, people are talking about Q3 goals. They're talking about what they want to do in their business, right? If they were smart enough, they were looking at Q3 in Q4 of last year, right? If we're really gonna talk about this thing, right? We looked at Q3 in 2019 last year, right? We've already compared and we're on par to where we need to be. And so one of the things that we want to start looking at now is, besides just your Q3 goals, how are you setting the standard for your new body? How are you setting the standard for your new health and wellness journey, right? And how are you creating this in a holistic way? So the second thing is you adopt a regimen. Here's what we know to be true. We are not our standards. And this is one of the things that we teach at Legacy, or I teach our students at Legacy. We are not the standards that we set. Stop wrapping your mind around, I'm going to set a standard. My standards are high. Nobody cares about your standards, because the rituals, the things that up every day and ritualistically do set your standards. Wow. So you can't say, I want this kind of life, but you get up every day and you act like you got this kind of life. I find it very hard to believe Black Lives Matter, but I'm still buying Pillsbury Doughboy stuff. I find that very hard to believe. Those two simply do not go together in my life. So either I'm revolutionary in every single part of my being, or I am not. But here's what we cannot do. We cannot say, well, it looks like people of color are the ones getting COVID-19. And I'm really upset about the fact that all of us are getting sick and all of us are dying. What have you chosen to bring into your house? Let's be real for a second, because a lot of us are grown. So this is a conversation that just needs to be had, right? So what are you allowing in your house? How are you taking massive inspired action, even though your grandma's grandma taught you how to not heal, but hurt in your food? How are you taking massive inspired action towards changing the way you feed your children? We're either helping or we're hurting. And those are the only two choices we get up every day. We get up and make every day. Those are the only two we got. In your business, you follow, if you are thriving in business, you get up and you follow every lead because you know that's where your fortune is. In your health and your wellness, when it's time for you to adopt a new perspective, you get up and you follow every lead. You connect with a chef who can take care of your food for a while. You get with a personal trainer. The same way you figure out you need a team of people to push your business forward, you need a team for your body as well. Because one thing I can assure you, if there is, you and I both know that if there is no team, at some point, we're going to stop making money.
Absolutely.
Some point ain't no money coming in.
Right.
Right? So how can we begin to look at what we're doing in our health and wellness? Who needs to be on your team? Is it your primary care physician? Is it your local chiropractor? Right? Is it the local nurse who does IV? Let me tell you something. I have an iridologist. I have an IV hydration therapist. I have a person who does my colonics. I have a person who takes care of my skin. I have a chef who handles my food. I have a personal trainer. I treat my body like it is a business that is thriving because I know without it, I won't have one. Do you need all those people? No, you don't. I run a very, very thriving company. We have a large team. So I can afford to take care of myself this way. But it is because it matters to me that it is a bottom line on the way I do things in my life. It matters to me. So if I'm going to be revolutionary and I'm going to reset, then it's time to look at everything. And it's time to look at how we do everything. We can no longer say we don't have the money for it. Oh, we do. We do. It's like in business. You can't say you don't have the money for somebody to help you with sales, right? Oh, we've got a long waiting period. It's going to be like 4 or 5 weeks before we can send it to you. Absolutely not. That's poor customer service. Right. Find the money to hire somebody to handle your sales. Revolutionize the way you do things. Oh, I don't have them. Yes, you do. You have it. Go find it. You find it's somewhere, right? And you can't afford not to when it comes to your body. So first things first, lean into a new perspective. Second thing is adopt a regimen and get yourself a team. Who is supposed to be helping you take care of your body today? How can you take inspired action towards revolutionizing the way you do your health and the way you do your wellness? And how can you look at it from a more holistic perspective? The third thing I want you to do after you do all of that, right, look at all these pieces, I want you to acquire some accountability. We have no problem, Ryan, with telling people how much money we've made in business. We have no problems with telling them, getting an attaboy, attagirl when we change how we're looking at our business and when we change who it is. Oh, look at me. I took a picture with Oprah. Oh, look at me. I took a picture with Ryan C. Green, right? We have no issues with sharing this. But when it comes to revolutionizing our wellness and when it comes to revolutionizing our health, we have an issue with sharing ourselves in the gym. Right? Sharing the journey so that other people can see it. More and more people put themselves out there when they're on a health and wellness journey because they know that when they acquire accountability, it puts them squarely in the space to make sure that they get their goals met, period. And this is just from a physical perspective. Let me tell you what this means from an energetic or spiritual perspective. Hear me good when I say this, because this is not just about people posting their before and after pictures when they're in the gym or when they're eating right? From a spiritual perspective, you invite in the energy of other people to root for you and applaud for you, not just in this space, but in a spiritual one, and one that begins to define your life holistically. So when you post about these things, you're not just serving notice to the things that no longer serve you, but you are also Also, allowing yourself to squarely open up to space to bring people in who can serve you, bring people in who can be a part of your health and wellness journey, right? So this is more than just look at me, look at what I'm doing, look at what I've accomplished. No, this says I'm serving notice to the people, to the things around me who do not eat or live this way, because this matters to me. This has become a top priority for me. Same thing we do in business when we seek a mentor or anything else. If it matters to us, we find someone to help us on the journey so that we have what we need to get us to our goal. One of the things I'll say too is that when you're looking to acquire accountability, just like you have people in your business who are going to ask you year after year, how are you doing? How are things going? How can I serve you? You want to find people in your life for your health and wellness. This is important. You want to find people in your life in the space of health and wellness, or who are on the journey themselves progressively, to be able to step in, at least 3 people, and ask you, hey, how is your eating going? I saw where you posted about XYZ. How is your life going? Did you ever sign up for that race, right? Did you ever complete that certification? How is your life going in the space of health and wellness? Specifically about that thing, not just about your business and some other things, right? You want to have people around you who are checking on you, not just checking for your bank account and those other things, right? The last thing I'll say, and this is helping people to be able to really embrace a new you and how you're doing things in your life when it comes to your physical body, when it comes to your mind and how you think about things, and when it comes to who you are at a soul level. One of the things I challenge you to do is to not only understand, but research, if you don't know, what is called the law of giving and receiving. One of the things I teach is that everything that we do is governed by some form of spiritual law. Everything that we do is governed by some form of universal law. You are honoring or dishonoring these laws all day, every day. But what you cannot do is go against them or release them or anything like that. It's like assuming that you can go against the law of gravity, and you just can't, right? So one of the things I want us to do is start to honor the law of giving and receiving. And this works so well, not just in health and wellness, especially in health and wellness, but it works so well across every other area of your life. Here's what that law states. It states that for everything I give out, I got to get something back. Basically, everything I give out, I got to get something back. Now, Ryan, we have no problems with honoring this law when it comes to friendships and relationships.
Yeah, right.
If I'm giving 1,000% and my husband or my wife ain't giving nothing, after a while, we're going to have a talk. We're just going to have to talk about it.
Absolutely.
We're going to have a conversation about it. And if we're not, then the relationship starts to erode. It naturally starts to dissolve. And I'm going to tell you guys why spiritually that begins to happen. One of the things that we haven't been doing is honoring this law with the way that we eat and with the way that we use our physical body. And so one of the questions we have to ask ourselves when we go to the store or we get someone to shop for us, or before we go to a restaurant and dine and we get ready to swipe our card, the question is not just what is this going to give back to me by purchasing it? Because I know people work hard for their money. So why then would I go out and pay for sickness? Why then would I go out and pay for death? Why then would I go out and pay for my own demise? And so if I am swiping my card, the question is, how am I being revolutionary in my approach? How is this going to enhance or enrich my life? If it is not, the menu goes back on the table and I leave the restaurant. There's nothing here that I need. Because what I am not going to do is waste my resources on something that does not give me anything back. It's like a client that doesn't pay and I pay them not to pay me. It just doesn't make logical sense. Right. And so we're using this law all day long, but we don't think about it when we're spending our money on things that actually hurt our bodies. When we're spending our money and we're giving our resources and time to people who are around us who want to drink or smoke all day. How is this enhancing or enriching my life long term? These are the questions we really need to ask ourselves about, right? Now, one of the reasons why when we don't honor this law, we have to have a conversation. It becomes so uncomfortable, right? We know the conversation has to be had, but even if we don't have this conversation, like I said, that relationship starts to erode. Here's why. What we don't give our attention to, nature, everything around us assumes that we want that thing to die. And so it is why presence, being present with your health, with your wellness, with your movement, brings about healing. When you don't give attention to it, nature, God assumes you want it to die.
Wow.
It assumes you don't want to give it any more attention and that you want it to die. This isn't hearsay. This is science. This is science. This is basic science. And so it assumes that you no longer want that thing to live. It's like a plant you never water. After a while, it's just going to die. Nature assumes you want it to erode, that you're not giving any more presence to that thing, and it wants that thing to be out of your life. This is why when we give our presence to our health, when we give our presence to our wellness, this is why we see people start to change. We see them start to shift. Their bodies look different. They think differently. They glow. And they attract people who can hold that same vibration and hold them accountable. That is why this happens. And so we can see this happening in business, but it's time for you to start seeing it in your body too. That's what it's time for. So I feel like I've talked a lot. So I'm gonna hang tight, Ryan, and let you kind of jump in here.
Let me tell you something. First of all, you did fine. You did what I asked you to do. So, but man, you blew my mind. I mean, I don't know what. I didn't have any expectation. I just knew what. When I invited people on to speak, that's why I didn't give people a lot of direction. I just said, come on and do you. But man, I feel like I was looking for a rock to hide behind. I was looking for a pillar to get under. I was like, oh my gosh, oh. But I'm like, I'm hosting it, so I can't disappear. But I'm like, maybe I should go throw those chips away now. I mean, just the knowledge. I've never looked at it that way. And I think, food is such a difficult thing for those who, for anybody, because that's one thing we need. We can say no to everything else, but when it comes to food, like, we need food. But it's the kind of food, like, those decisions are up to us and how we're going to do that. When you said, I was taking notes, you talked about our food. We were taught to eat out of pain or something, like, because that's how we've been. Our grandmamas and their grandmamas taught them, so the food that we ate, the generation, how that stuff passed down through generation. You talked about just paying for our own demise, and it's like, out of food, we're actually paying. When you put it in a revolution, like, I'm just recapping, like, when you put it as in a revolutionary mindset, and when you talk about Black Lives Matter, and I had follow-up question that you went right to, and it's like, when we see about how things impact us, we know there's some systemic and historic things that have kind of led to it as well. But when we look at our accountability side, what we can do even in those situations, I think, man, you really opened up my mind to see things differently. I mean, I struggle with food because it's delicious. Let's be honest, it's delicious. Okay, but what it boils down to is that, if we're spending any time building anything, our body is our temple. And you really just, you did a thing on me just now with this whole entire, just the mindset and the way that you shifted it, looking at that being revolutionary, and it's how we need to really, look at how we eat things as well. So that was awesome, Doc. So what I want to do is,
Thank you. And one of the things I'll say too, one of the last things that I'll say is that,
go ahead. You got a delay, but you go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah. So I was going to say, one of the things I want to say is, I know food is good. Like, listen, I've been everything from professional athlete to medical professional for, I've got over 2 decades in health, holistic living, spiritual space at this point. I'm a rising metaphysician, which is historically people who treat the mind, and a regular physician treats the body. And so historically, those two entities used to come together to bring about a holistic healing approach for human beings on the planet. And so one of the things I've discovered is that when it comes to people of color and colored communities, we all too often lean away from things that will allow us to step in place and really take advantage of what we're supposed to be doing with our physical body. We do this with our spiritual journey too. We do it through religion. We pass it up and say, somebody else is going to teach me that. that doesn't mean you're not supposed to hold yourself accountable, right?
Right,
And
right.
so I love food. I love good food. Don't get it twisted. I can eat, right?
Right,
I can
right.
eat, but I'm wise enough to know how to keep the taste in my food and then make sure that it's giving me something back with everything that's in it, as well as joy, bliss, right? Those things too, because that matters to me. I like to eat, right?
Right.
And so it doesn't have to be a challenge, is my point, right? There is a plethora of people who cook plant-based. And one of the things I used to tell people when I went plant-based or vegan, I used to tell people, there is nothing that you can bring me that I can't make vegan and make it taste way better than whatever you're eating. Not one thing on this planet, not one thing that you can bring me that I can't say, oh, they got that down the street, it's vegan. You wouldn't even know the difference. You wouldn't even know the difference. But with that recipe, you're healing. With this one from Popeyes, you're hurting, right? So that's that accountability piece, right? Finding out where these things are so that it's not a challenge for us. I hope that makes sense.
It absolutely did. Absolutely did. And what I want to do is I want you to go ahead and give out your information, how people can follow you. Because I think you have a school, right? You teach some, I don't want to mess it. You teach some of this stuff and you certify people. So I'm going to let you do that part. So tell us about that, how people can follow you, what they can, get and everything.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So I'm the founder of Legacy Holistic Health Institute, and we train health coaches. Not only do we train them, though, we perfected health coaching. Health coaching typically talks about diet and exercise. We go one better and teach about preventative disease measures, medication to holistic healing, high vibrational things, as well as energy work. So we really bring together what is a holistic health coach. This allows us to put a new kind of health coach in the marketplace. Now, if you're not familiar with health coaching, it would be great if you got familiar with it because it is the number one way to start revolutionizing your life. There is a board certification exam. And I will say that with all the schools on the planet, this is the only Black-owned health coaching school on the entire planet.
Wow.
So within 90 days, the school went viral. People all over the world attend school with us. And it is something that is historical in every single thing that we actually do. And so it's one of the reasons why, Ryan, before we went into quarantine, everything we put out sells out. Because people are trying to get close to this history and they're trying to get the knowledge that will change their lives and revolutionize their families. If you look across health coaching and in the industry, there's a glaring disparity against people of color. Mm-hmm. I don't think they meant to leave us out, but we've been squarely left out. And so whatever you see across industries shows you that they're not advertising to people of color. So we created a school that does. And we went one better and we revolutionized the learning of that as well. And so a lot of our students go on to work alongside their doctors. A lot of our students go on to start their own practice. Many of our students go on to accept insurance payments. So they don't even have to build a brand. They can work from home, accept insurance payments, and change their lives and other people's lives as well. That's why this is such a huge deal. And so you can find us at discoverlegacy.info. You can find out everything about me, why I created the school, my story behind it, and the types of students you'll be in class with, okay? We take a class in every month on the new moon, but we also are moving towards open enrollment, so it'll allow a lot more students to go back to school. We're working on allowing people across different states to get federal aid to go back to school with us as well. We actually just got approved in the state of Delaware and Georgia. So even if you're a disabled veteran, you can go back to school with us and the government will pay for your education in full. So we are really doing some revolutionary things in the space of health and wellness. And we're doing some, not just with the learning, but we're doing some revolutionary things in business, right? Mm-hmm. So you can find us at discoverlegacy.info. That's where we're hanging out.
Awesome. That was phenomenal information. I definitely appreciate that. We've got a new revolution we need to all step up to. So thank you, Dr. Angela Cudger, for your time today.
Thank you so much, Ryan, and everyone have an amazing day.
Great. All right, man, that was phenomenal. That was exciting. It was phenomenal. It was great information there. And we're going to keep it rolling. We're halfway through. I told you we had a 2-hour block of phenomenal women. We are halfway through them. So we're going to take a quick break while we queue up our next speaker. and we will be right back after this. Welcome back. Look who we have with us next. Man, we gonna keep it going. I'm telling you, we are. Look, I hope you're enjoying this. I'm trying to jump into the comments on YouTube whenever I can, but trying to run all this stuff. I'm afraid I'm gonna hit the wrong button one time or not, but I hope you all are enjoying it. When I am in there, I see some great feedback. Make sure you take this time, go out and share. If you're watching right now, share on your social media one of your favorite moments so far. So what time is it even? It's 12:30. Hey, we're almost halfway through. So share what your favorite moment so far has been, whether it be a moment, a speaker, or a quote. Put their name in it, tag me, use the hashtag reset2020, whatever it is. Tell the world you're watching, because this has been mind blowing. It's been awesome. I'm enjoying it, enjoying myself. So I hope you all are enjoying it as well. And so far, this is exactly what what I envisioned and what was given to me when we did this Reset 2020. I think that we are giving people so much content, information, and ways that they can find something today that they can benefit from. So, you're good. You're good over there. So, so what we want to do is, yeah, I know you're a perfectionist. Trust me, you're good. All right, so let's bring on, well, she's already on, Dr. Katrina Ferguson. As I introduce her, I didn't do a lot of bios because I wanted to really speak from the heart on people. She and I, it's funny how people in your life, you go through different phases and things. And when we first met, she was a leader in an organization that I had joined, and definitely someone I looked up to. And as, we both started transitioning in our careers, and I started getting into publishing, and then I ended up being her mentor in that aspect. And now we're partners in so many different projects that we do. So if you are familiar with the Queen's Legacy book project, Women of Worth book project, and now even the Ultimate Coaching Exchange, which she's going to tell you a little bit about toward the end, as well about that. It's just been, some people are always just good to keep in your life because they build you up, right? You always have people who, we have so many people in our lives who tear us down, but when you have those who can constantly build you up, constantly make you better, they're good to keep in your life. So I definitely appreciate, and that's who Dr. Ferguson has been to me. So I wanted to share her with y'all. I want to let y'all know what she's all about. And we're going to talk about resetting your life. She's been known as the Why Lady. When it talks about developing your why. So I want to welcome you. Welcome, Dr. Katrina, to Reset 2020. How are you?
Thank you. I'm amazing. Thank you so much for having me. I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. So let's start with first of all, how you holding up, how things going for you, and we're gonna talk about resetting your life, and just talk to us about what's going on in your world.
Listen, things are amazing. For some people, they looked at this pause. I call it a pause.
Me too. Yeah.
They look at this pause and the way that we were doing things as a curse. They don't have anything to do but watch TV, eat bonbons, wear fuzzy slippers. But I tell you, I have been more productive in this season than I have been in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited. I have a new baby. My baby girl just had her son, Quincy. So, Jaden's teacher. It's kind of amazing how our lives are intertwined to the point where my daughter actually ended up teaching your daughter in school in drama. And so I actually had the opportunity to be with them. And I'm just flat out excited. Last year I was gone. I was on the road around the world 200 plus days of the year. So has this been a change for me? Absolutely. But what it's caused me to learn how to do is to pivot, to reset, and to create a new plan. So I'm excited. When you told me about the event, I was like, there's no way. One, I would miss it just because out of relationship, as you said, we go way back, and you tend to be my muse. I can call you and say, hey, I need help with, and before I get the question out, you already know the answer. And we've done a lot in business together. Our families are connected. So there's no way I would say no, but the ability, like Mark said in the first segment, to impact people and shift their lives as a result of just simply saying, hey, it's really not as bad as it seems.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as horrible as it looks, because there's a plan, there's a strategy in every area you can reset and start again. So I'm excited.
Awesome. Great. Now I want you to, I'm gonna hand the floor over to you because I want to talk about, I give the title Reset Your Life, but and I know how broad that is, but I want you to do it in your way and just pour into our viewers about how they can really focus and reset their lives.
Excellent. Once again, thank you so much. And what's up out there, family? I love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. And I promise you that this time is going to be well spent. Not just my time, but the entire event. So if you missed the early part, you definitely want to get the recordings, share it with your friends, because your life will be impacted. I know mine has been, and we're only halfway through the day. Once again, I am Dr. Katrina Ferguson, otherwise known as the Why Lady. And one of my favorite sayings is simply this: if your why is big enough, the how to do thing will take care of itself. And over the years, we've talked about, how to recognize whether your why is big enough, how to recognize whether you're on purpose, whether you're doing destiny. And so you can imagine when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, it's kind of like, hold on, I thought my why was big enough. And all that this has done is given us the opportunity to really pause. Okay, I teach about a pause principle in a lot of the events that I do. Sometimes when things happen, rather than reacting, we need to respond. And that response often just simply needs to be a pause so that you can really assess what's going on around you and then pivot, right? Pause and then pivot. So I talked about, perceiving what the challenge is and innovating, validating that it'll work, looking at the outcomes and, taking that action, pivot, P-I-V-O-T. So when Ryan says, okay, we're going to reset 2020, I was like, you know what? It's the same story. It's the absolute same pattern, reset, R. Let's recognize, we have to recognize what is going on. What is it that we are faced with? And understand that change is going to happen, whether you like it or not. And most people, they don't embrace change. And that's why it becomes such a challenge for you. It's because you don't understand that it's got to happen. Babies love it, right? You got to change their diapers, makes them happy. Well, guess what? Change is designed to do in our lives as human, not just beings, but humans becoming, right? Change is going to cause us to become more of who we were created and destined to be in the very first place. So all change is not bad. So recognize that, realize that shift happens. Matter of fact, we have an event coming up. It's called Shift Happens. I'm sure that Ryan will share that with you, but shift is going to happen. It happens to everybody. It's going to happen to you at any time. You don't get to decide when you want to see shift happening in your life. You see it happening in nature. You've got 4 seasons. It's not always summer. Aren't we glad, right? It's not always winter. So we've got to recognize that it's going to happen, accept the fact that it's going to happen, and now begin to draw on your faith and your belief that even though it's happening, you are totally and completely prepared. What you need is already inside of you. So the fact that the change is happening is not the issue. The thing is, how are you going to respond to it? Are you just going to sit down and wait for a stimulus check? Heck, stimulate your own economy, right? Why are we waiting for the government to stimulate our economy? Matter of fact, I have a website, stimulateyourowneconomy.com. And you can see some of the business ideas and things that have been birthed in this time of resting, right? That's the other R, rest. Because I know for me, I'm more creative when I'm well rested. And a person who's gone 2/3 of the year traveling around the world very rarely gets that place of well rested. And in this well rested space, all of this creativity can flow. So stop fighting. The Bible says don't fight against the pricks, right? Don't keep fighting and battling. Rest. Realize there's a challenge and understand that now it's time to educate yourself. The E is educate yourself on the possibilities. What are some of the things that you've wanted to do, but you haven't either had time to do, hadn't had the resources to do, hadn't stepped out to do? Educate yourself. See, because the first step to solving the problem is recognizing that something's not working. The second step is educating yourself on the problem so that you can find that need and you can fill it. So because I'm not traveling around the world, did that impact my income? Absolutely it did. So what do? Well, educate yourself. What are you doing? What's in the house? The Bible so the prophet told the lady, the mother, what's in your house already? The pot, the oil. Oh, okay, well, let's bring that and let's see what we can do with it. We were able to start a business, me and a couple of my friends, that in 60 days, we started in COVID. It's still happening in COVID. We're still able to create 5 figures of extra money, not one time, like more money than some people make all year. Why? Because we refused to get caught up in the fact that there's a pandemic and instead get caught up in the reality that we were already prepared, that God knew. He was not surprised that this was going to happen. Mm-hmm. And if you are a person of faith, then you recognize and realize that he already prepared you for it as well. So now you recognize and realize what's going on. You're educating yourself on the possibilities. Think about this. I read this story about a young man who got in his car and started driving to every little dollar store in every little city in his area and started buying all of the hand sanitizers and Lysol. Then he went on eBay and started selling it. eBay, Amazon, $30, $40 a bottle. Now, I'm not saying that was a nice thing to do, but it is an entrepreneurial kind of thing to do. He still had to feed his family, but everybody got mad because like, you're feeding your family on the back of us, but you just mad because you didn't think about it. Whole nother conversation. But the whole idea was he reset. He came up with a new plan. He educated himself on what the market needed, and then he brought it to market. Now, eventually, when he got kicked off Amazon and eBay, he gave what was left to charities and to nursing homes. So he did end up doing a better thing, but you get my idea here, okay? Then you've got to create the strategy. Now that you've educated yourself, what is the strategy? S, the strategy. and then the system that supports those strategies, right? So, for instance, we have a brick and mortar business that operates during tax season. Well, if everything is shut down, obviously we're not operating in that brick and mortar building. So what do you do now? Well, hopefully you go to virtual. Now you start calling people. Now you start emailing and texting, using DocuSign and all of these technological tools that are out there so that you don't miss a beat. You just simply pivot, reset, make a new plan, create a new strategy. I mean, a lot of us are already doing it. We stopped going to the stores. Why? So that we could shop online and avoid, contacting the contagion, so to speak, right? So we have a new strategy. Understanding clearly, often you will have to slow down in your life in order to speed up. This has simply been a forced slowdown. This has simply been your life is moving too quickly and there's so much more for you, but you got to slow down and smell the roses. You got to slow down and pull out that pad and that notebook. You got to slow down and do that fill up hour in the first part of the day. I do that as well. From 5:30 until 7 o'clock is my time. You've got to slow down so that you can speed up because the answers, they're already inside of you. So you've got to have a strategy to redeem the time that it seems like you're wasting, right? When things are busy and things are popping, it seems like meditating quietly is a waste of time. Well, it's only a waste of time if you get up the same way you sat down, right? With the same thinking that you sat down. A lot of the things that happen in meditation are you get the information that you need to go into action and cause things to change. Those questions, those problems you can't seem to find an answer to, be quiet. Just be quiet, just be still, rest for a moment and watch and see if those answers don't come to you. So you're recognizing and realizing you've got the education on the matter. You've created a strategy that is supported by systems. Now, it's time to execute. Many people imagine, but very few execute, right? You have a good plan. You came up with a good strategy. Now you have to execute it violently. That means against all odds. That's against every voice out there that is saying to you, girl, you know there's a pandemic. You know that people can't go anywhere without a mask. Nobody's leaving their houses. These are all reasons why people, they've lost their jobs. They're not going to spend any money. Says who? Ask Amazon. Ask Amazon if anybody is spending any money, right? We know definitively that people are spending money. Why not have them spend it with you? Create something, build something and the people will come see it, right? Yep. Do something. Don't just sit there and wait for the other shoe to fall. Let me let you in on a secret. You ready? Come close to the screen. The government does not care about you. They don't care about you. This $1,200 stimulus check one time 3 months ago should show you definitively that it's not about you. You have to stimulate your own economy. You have to grow your own. And I thank God that when I went into entrepreneurship, when I left corporate America, and all of those people who said, you'll never make any money, you'll never be anything, your life is going to be crap, all of the negative stuff, I use that as fuel instead of taking it for what it was intended to do, which was to stop me. Don't let other people's opinion of you, your ideas, your creativity, what your beliefs are, stop you from being who you were intended and created to be. Why? Your destiny is at risk. Your ability to reset is at risk. So keep it moving. Regardless, I appreciate that. I appreciate that you love me enough to tell me all of the negativity, that you don't want to see me hurt, that you don't want to see me fail. But what I need you to appreciate is that I'm my own person and you haven't seen what I've seen in my fill-up hour, in my meditation time. You don't know what I know. You don't have that feeling, that instinct inside that is saying it's going to be okay. Which brings us to the T, which is simply this. Trust that instinct. Trust that thing inside you, right? As long as you got access to that internal voice that is still speaking inside you. One of my mentors says, there's a voice that uses no words. Listen to it. Listen to it. How many times, if you had just trusted your instinct, would you have saved yourself some time, some money, some energy, some heartache, if you had just trusted that instinct? You might not have access to everything and everyone in terms of what it looks like on your plan, but instinctually, you will be led to that information. You'll be led to that person. You'll be led to that opportunity. That's what resetting is really about. It's about creating a whole new, now I'm not gonna say a new normal, because I never wanted normal,
No,
least of all a new
absolutely.
one, right? As
Absolutely.
an entrepreneur, you don't want normal. You're
Right.
not normal. So why would I want a new normal? I need to be growing and moving and developing and helping and impacting people's lives so that they're doing the same things. If that's not what's happening in my life, I'm out of alignment anyway, and I need a reset. I need to pivot. I need to change some things. So just to recap, reset your life by recognizing, realizing that you have a problem. That shift happens and you're not the only person that's experiencing. Educate yourself on the possibilities, on what's available to you based on the knowledge you currently have. You know, most of us don't even have to go out there and do anything grandiose to move ahead. Just act on what you already know. S, get a strategy, write it with systems, put it on paper, make it plain so that you can run and the people that are connected to you can run with it as well. Then execute that strategy and simply trust your instinct through the process. Because understand, guess what? Even in that process, you're still gonna have to pivot. You're still gonna have to reset constantly and consistently. The only difference is that we're dealing with a pandemic on the outside. But how many of you already know it's not what's happening outside that matters, it's what's happening inside you that's going to cause change to come. So I'm not even sure where I am on my time, Mr. Green.
Hey, look, we're good on time, and like I said, the times are just suggestions. They're just, you know, I don't even know what time I was funny because while you were talking, I was looking at the schedule like I don't even know what time we're in, where we're supposed to be. But as long as the content is good, that doesn't matter. So, you know, and that's such a powerful presentation that you gave. Such you know, it was something I wanted to go back. So you were talking about the reset. We're talking about going on and really, like I said, not being normal. I don't know if you heard me earlier. That's my thing. We can't go to be normal. But I want to kind of transition into next steps and how we go forward. And you are launching something. If those who are watching on the live page, you see at the bottom where we talk about the Ultimate Coaching Exchange. So I want to give you a chance to talk about that, because some people who are ready to reset, they're ready to pivot, but they're going to need some coaching. They're going to need some help. They're going to need someone to walk them through that. So I want you to talk to us about what you're doing with the
Yes.
Ultimate Coaching Exchange, why coaching is important.
So I'm not sure if you're still talking.
Oh, wait, are we losing each other? Do you not hear me?
Yes.
All right, Can you
Yes.
hear me? Are we there?
Yes.
All right, great.
Yeah, I can hear you, but you keep you're rapping, like you're scratching.
Oh, okay. I think I know what happened, but all right. So let me just reset. I want you to explain to us about the Ultimate Coaching Exchange, because some people are looking, they're ready to reset, but they're going to need some coaching. They need someone to help them through. So talk to us about what you're doing with the Ultimate Coaching Exchange. Talk to us about how people can get involved with that and what they can expect with that. And I was telling people who are watching live, there's a link at the bottom of the page for those who want to get more information as well.
Excellent. Yes, the Ultimate Coaching Exchange, where you bring your unlimited potential and then you have the accountability and the support of expert coaches to assist you in the process. And what the UCE or the exchange does is we take what for a lot of people has been very, very expensive. One of my coaches, of course, Les Brown is one of my coaches and friends. Lisa Nichols is a coach and friend. But let me tell you, when I walked in the door, I did not have automatic access to everything that they knew. I had to write some checks, and some of them were rather large checks. So what we realized is that everyone who needs to be impacted, especially during this time and this season, definitely should have access to the information, the background of people, and the backgrounds of people that can help them with that. For instance, one of our coaches is a holistic practitioner in the health and fitness. So she has the ability to literally hear a situation and speak to it very quickly and keep it moving. Well, if you had to go get her outside of the UCE model, you would be paying her hourly rate, her office rates, and all those kinds of things. So we've made coaching affordable for all Americans at every level. We have career coaches, we have passionpreneurs, entrepreneurial coaches that will assist. And it's a membership base so that you're not paying by the hour anymore. We have group coaching, group opportunities. There are classes that you can take. And then at the end, you'll have one-on-one coaching sessions with the actual teacher from that class so that you can grow and impact others. And we have right now online, it's called the Ultimate Coaching Exchange.com. You can go there and put your email information in. We're going to be launching it in the fall. I'm starting on July the 10th. Saturday the 11th, we're going to have a Shift Happens event. We're going to do it for 3 months in a row. And we're going to talk mostly about shift happening and how it's impacting us and what are some of the things that we can do to minimize that impact or to maximize the increase that comes during a time of shift happening. So you can actually do that, or you can simply text UCE, which is Ultimate Coaching Exchange. Text UCE to 22828. The number is 22828, and we'll be able to connect you with the website as well as the community, which is, oh my God, hundreds and hundreds of members already. Great content, lives being shifted already as a result.
Awesome. Thank you so much. As usual, whenever I do something, you're one of the first people I call, and you were like, yep. As a matter of fact, I gave everybody, get some behind the scenes stuff right now. I gave everybody else these nice formal letters and all this stuff. I texted Katrina, was like, July 1st, need you. She's like, okay, that was it. So that, so I appreciate you being that friend, that partner that I can call on like that. So definitely thank you for your time today, and look forward to working with you and seeing you at the Shift Happens
one more thing.
and with UCE. Oh, go ahead. Yep.
I have one more thing.
Yep,
That's
absolutely.
okay.
Go ahead. Yep.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for always being on the cutting edge, for always being in front of what's happening, for always thinking about ways to impact people's lives forever. And you're not selfish with your knowledge. You're not selfish with your intel, and you're blessing people. I mean, it's kind of like you've got the people on the big stages that are impacting people, but the people that are on the smaller stages impacting just as many people don't get the shout out. So I just want to say thank you. You inspire me. I appreciate you, and I love you and Tanika to life.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Great. All right. So thank you for joining us. Listen, man, I think we just hit the halfway mark.
Have a fantastic day. Love y'all.
All right. So I think we just did that. We are moving. We're going to keep it going. We've got the next young lady as we, let me cue this up. Let me get this thing here. We're going to be right back. Take a quick break while we cue up our next speaker, Miss Karen Cherry. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Are you enjoying yourselves today? Hopefully you are. Hopefully you're getting some great information. This event has been life changing for you, and you're ready to really reset and win and write your best second act for the second half of 2020. We refuse to be defeated this year, and as you can see right now, we have Miss Karen Cherry on the I'm about to say the call. I'm just doing my radio show, but we have her on the screen. Our next presenter, this young lady, someone else who I recently met, and I'm not even sure. I get involved with so many different things. So I'm not even sure if it was through Black Speakers Network, through Black Speakers Rock. It might have been through Black CEO. Apparently it was something black. So met this young lady, and she was on my show a while ago, and just killed it. She was awesome. So I wanted to bring her on because she is all about, we talk about resetting your connections, but she is the, as they say, the butts in the seat queen. So if you're talking about trying to build events, she's going to help you. And I've got to say, if I was giving out an award for the presenter who promoted this event the most, she is the winner of that award. So obviously she knows what she's doing. So I want to welcome Miss Karen Cherry to the Reset 2020 Summit. How are you?
Hey, Ryan, thank you. Thank you for having me on. I love being a part of something that's always bigger than you. And right now it's really critical that people learn to reset. A lot of us have been saying pivot, but reset is really essential right now, that we take the time and just readjust what we're doing. Sometimes you can't do things all the way you've always done it. So I love the concept of this conference.
Awesome, thank you. Someone who obviously not new to conferences yourself, you put on a lot of events. You just had your Power Up Summit. Actually, it was the pre-event. So you have the live summit coming up next month as well. So that's why I wanted to bring you on, because I want to, as we're going through this reset, as we're going through this time to really evaluate things. I think that it's important to evaluate our connections, evaluate the people that we've attached ourselves to, evaluate the people that we have not attached ourselves to, and really reevaluate those connections and how they can help us to grow professionally, business-wise. So that's why I wanted to have you on. So I'm going to give you the floor to go ahead and talk to us about how we can start to reset our connections and really start to grow by attaching ourselves to other people as well.
All right, great. So thank you once again. I'm Karen Cherry. I'm a speaker, coach, author, entrepreneur, and I'm also a visionary author right now. I just released Trailblazers Who Lead. I have been in business for over 23 years. Our home care business has been here in healthcare for over 30 plus years. And I have been planning and producing events for over 15 years. During that time, a lot of people know me as a person who is a master collaborator. I believe in connecting and developing relationships. So I often talk about turning your connections collaboration. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. A lot of people, when they connect with me, a lot of people think, oh, she's been doing this for years. It's easy for her and all that stuff. But if you know me, and especially my classmates when I was younger, that was not always an easy task. And it really isn't an easy task to just go out and meet a bunch of people that are new. But I'm telling you, you should always take the opportunity to connect to new people. You don't want to just operate in the same circle that you've been operating in, because when you do the same thing consistently, you're going to get the same results. So if you're not connecting and building relationships, you don't want to do what you continue to do. So I want to talk about a few things that are going to help you turn your connections into collaborations. And why do you want to turn your connections into collaboration? You want to expand your base. So I'm going to talk about a few things to help you get there. So I'm going to talk about things that you need to do to be an effective connector. 2, who's your target audience? 3, where are some of the places you can go? And we know right now during COVID and this uncertain times, those things have changed a little bit, but you still want to keep those things on record, and you still want to use some of the same techniques to do that. How do you work a room? Even though we're doing virtual summits and everything's virtually, you still got to work the room. You still have to be on those sites and work in those sites. And how to use social media to help you make those connections, to help you turn those connections into collaborations. How do you turn those connections into relationships? And how will those relationships become collaborations that are profitable? So first off, you want to make sure that you're effective as a connector, right? So you want to do some of the same things that you do in person. You want to make sure that you are prepared. You want to make sure that you have the essentials so that you can connect to other people. When you're online, and I'm using online right now because that's the time that we're in, when you're online, you have to be prepared to share who you are. So come to any event, whether it's in person or not, prepared, dress the part. So I actually have moved that up on my list because I have noticed on a lot of virtuals now that many people are not really prepared. They're coming into a virtual environment and they don't necessarily have the look to go along with who they actually are, the business that they're actually representing. So you want to dress the part. And I'm talking about for us ladies, put on your makeup, even if it's as simple as putting on your foundation, putting on your appropriate attire. Yes, you may not have to worry about your bottom, but let's face it, we've seen it on camera with news reporters. They've actually had no bottoms on, they stepped up and boom, we knew that they were not appropriately dressed. Be prepared just like you are in person. Be ready to drop your name, your title, your business, all that, just like you do on your business card. In person, if you're in person at any event, especially right now, if you're at anything in person right now, which there are only a few opportunities, and I say keep those business cards in your purse, your wallet, whatever, and they need to be efficient. They need to be cards that say exactly who you are and what you're trying to accomplish. So your full name, your title, your business name, your website, your phone number and email. I don't know how many times I've looked at business cards and had to ask people, can you please add your email so that I can communicate with you? So yes, people are building their database, but at the same time, that's one of the main ways to communicate right now. Everything's digital, so you need to put that on there. And a little plug, if you can put your social media handles on there, some people have a consistent social media handle, but put that on your card. Because remember, we're at a time where we're actually being forced to go digital. So you definitely want to do that. You want to be smart about this and take every opportunity in person, right? So I think I've already mentioned your website. If you can do a brief description of what you offer, do that. And keep that in mind when you're on virtuals. Some of the groups that I'm a part of, they really don't want you to introduce yourself unless you can appear online. So you need to, like I said, you need to be prepared to appear and take that opportunity. If somebody says, introduce yourself, introduce yourself and ask, can you drop that in the chat box, how people can connect you. So I'm, these are things that I'm twisting in because we're now digital. Be prepared to have your elevator pitch, right? If I got 50 people online, I don't have time to hear everything that you everything and some and your description. Be prepared with a 30 seconds to 1 minute. 30 seconds to 1 minute. And let me give you a really good tip, because a lot of people don't seem to know how to do an elevated pitch. Write down who you are. Literally take your time and write it down. And then use your tools like Zoom and rehearse your elevator pitch. Be prepared at all times. Somebody asks who you are, you need to drop that. I'm Karen Cherry. I'm a speaker. I'm an event planner, event producer. I'm an entrepreneur. I am a person that can actually put butts in your seats. If you only get a one-liner, go straight to that one-liner. But make sure every chance that you get to drop who you are, that you're prepared, whether it's 30 seconds, a minute, or less. They may say, we need your name and title. So your title may have to be something other than your business name or CEO. That CEO doesn't say anything to me if I don't know what you are. So get you a tagline too. Create a tagline, because that's a really good way. That's why I came up with Butts in the Seat Queen. I do a lot of events, and so I want to make sure that people know that's what I do, right? So in addition to that, and I've already went over dress your part. So be prepared. Every event speaks differently. If it's something that you're doing and you want to speak to that event, then look, you may want to put a branded t-shirt on. Like Ryan, you might want to say, I want something that's branded to what I'm trying to speak to. That's good, but still be prepared. Look the part, look awoke, be alert, and be ready to jump in and conversate. Okay. So, and then number 2, decide who your target audience is. So you really want to do some homework. I often say now, a lot of us, and I used to walk in a room and I would just walk in and say, okay, I'm here and, let me get busy. Come with a plan. Don't just show up to anything without a plan, right? If you have the time, go on any of these digital platforms, sites like Facebook. A lot of people create events. So if they create an event page, see who's planning to attend. Look who's on that list and say, I like to try to connect to her. So I hope she's on today, and I want to make sure if she's there that I can send her. Remember, in the chat box, you can send a private message directly to that individual. So look, hey, I just want to introduce myself and I would like to talk to you, blah, blah, blah. If it's okay, I'd like to reach you at the event. Think, we're in a time of that we have to reset. We need to do things differently than we were doing before, right? So think like that. Now, if you're going to an actual in-person event, look at that list and see who's actually that you to. Look, it's great to hand out your business cards. It's, I'm sure right now people are kind of panicky handing out their business card. But even in the midst of that, you want to have 3 to 4 people that you truly want to meet, that you're thinking this business lines up with what I'm doing. These people may have an opportunity. I can create an opportunity for them. And maybe it's something down the road, but it's somebody that you think are doing and doing things, and you like to be a part of that. So make a list. Have 3 to 5 people that are on your top list, because some people may not show up. So 3 to 5 people that you really want to connect to. And look, I know people say, people sometimes say, Karen, you're cyber stalking. Look, this is what you want to do if you want to be prepared for an event. Go on these people's Facebook site, even if you aren't friends with them, see what they're doing. I love to go to LinkedIn because LinkedIn is such a professional site, and it's really where people are connected and making true connections and starting discovery calls and conversations there. So utilize these sites to check out people so that when you show up, whether virtual or in person, you can make that connection to people. So do that. And I really suggest that you do that. Where do you go just to see what's going on? Even during the time of COVID, you still want to check some of the standard places that you normally go, because these companies and organizations still have to figure out how to operate during this time. So chambers are still having events. They're just doing it online. Women organizations around the world are having events. They're just online. So are men as well, but you want to look at some of the same places. And if you don't know of some of the places, think of, like I said, think of some of the, for women, look at women organizations. If you see, there are people, I mean, I'm connected to some people in Australia. They have meetings and their hours are a little different, but think about it. The world has shrunk because of the internet. And now you get to meet people in England, as I said before, Australia, Africa, wherever you're looking. And you never know where your next connection that can turn into collaboration will come from. So jump on some of these sites. Look at the Facebook groups. Facebook groups are popping, as they say. They're popping. And if you go inside of there, there are some connections that can truly lead to some great collaboration. So I am telling you, take the time, look, connect. And I was talking to a friend. I remember thinking to myself, she was saying, I'm a part of so many groups, I can't keep up. And I'm like, no, I mean, you don't have to be on a group every day. You don't even have to be on there every week. But when you do go on there, take the time to see what kind of activities are going on. And keep in mind, some of them have certain days that you can post about your event, your company, linking each other, connecting on different platforms, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn and others. So take the time to do that. Drop your information in there. You never know who's looking. I've had plenty where there were people looking for podcast guests. Some people are looking for speakers for their summit. So look at some of these Facebook groups. You're never a part of too many. You just have to take the time. Not, but I highly suggest that you look at that as another way to connect and meet new people. Because remember, one person knows at least 7 people. 7 solid people in their circle. If you take that one person and then they know 7 other people, then that's another 7 other people. And each one of them knows 7 people. You are building your connection list. Somewhere in there could be a collaboration opportunity. So make sure that you're doing that. Speak on different platforms, just like Ryan is doing right here. He's offering people opportunity to come up and speak and share. This is an opportunity to collaborate with other speakers that are part of the event. So if you're a speaker, you definitely want to be looking at some of the virtual summits that we're participating in and collaborating with others. And so some people as speakers right now thinking, I can take a break. Well, you might take a break right now, but to be honest, it's not a good time to take a break. You need to be visible right now, because next year's going to come around, and people like Ryan, who are actually out there doing and keeping himself out front, he's going to be a person that people are going to look at and say, hey, would you like to come speak at our conference? Because you know what? We didn't forget about him. But you know, hey, so and so, I thought you weren't speaking anymore because I hadn't seen you
Right.
in over a year. So I thought you were out, pretty much you're outdated. If people like Les Brown, George Fraser, Tony Robbins, all these people are actively speaking on platforms, and they're also doing their own platform, how much do other people, other speakers need to be doing the same and using those platforms to connect to other people? I actually was on EbonyCon, which is Ebony Jet first. That was their first conference that they did virtually. And I actually connected with a few of my speakers that people saw last week in my Level Up Your Visibility and Profitability conference. I was able to do that because I was ready to get on that platform. I was ready to take advantage of that opportunity and not just speak, but I hung around to see who else that I could connect to. So I wind up connecting to Dr. Avis. I wind up reconnecting to Delano Johnson and several other speakers. So make sure that you look in different places for your connections. Again, I already mentioned that. You really want to make sure that you work the room. So working the room is essential. I'm going to give you tips on when you go out, because this is really critical right now. Whether you go to a gala, whether you go to a smaller meeting, and yes, we're going to respect our social distancing, but when you go in, you need to work that room. Look, if they only got 10 people in the room, you need to at least be sitting and connecting with at least half of them. Personally, in 10 people, I can do all 10 of them. Mm-hmm. But in the sense, you need to make some strong connections in that room. Don't just come in and be present. You need to go in and have a mission. Make sure people know who you are, what you do. And look, y'all, listen. I am going to talk about something that George Fraser said, because, you know, he is the master networker, wrote books on it, right? And so he said something, and, you know, it really sung to me. It really stuck in my mind. He said, when I meet a new person and I talk to them, I'm going to take 10 minutes or less than 10 minutes to say something about who I am, right? If he does that. And then he's going to turn it over to that person, because he is not there he already knows himself, right? Right? So he wants to make sure that he listens to that person to get to know who they are. Listening is a quality that we just underestimate. And I laugh because my husband reminds me of this all the time. He's like, you know, you need to listen more. And sometimes you have to get a refresher, a reminder that that's what you got to do. But you need to listen, people, because you'll find out so much more about them. And you'll be able to take that connection beyond that room, beyond that virtual conference, beyond that virtual meeting. You'll be able to connect and gain more from just a 10, 15-minute conversation. If you just listen. God gave us one mouth and 2 ears, and that speaks volume. And George Fraser pointed it out. Don't go and worry about telling them all about yourself. Introduce yourself, have that elevator pitch ready, and then turn it over to them. And then make it all about them, right? So that you can grab information so you can come back and build that relationship. So how do you use social media to your advantage? So I mentioned earlier, one of my favorite sites is LinkedIn. It's just my favorite site. Sometimes it's hard to keep up. I have over 22,000 connections on LinkedIn because I really think it's the place that you are going to have on your digital platform if you want to be employable, if you want to be somebody to connect to. You're going to need to be on LinkedIn. And, you know, I'm not on there every day, but I'm on there enough to keep track of my people and follow up at least once a week. I'm going through and connected. LinkedIn is where all the corporations are. They're already there. Many of them have their CEO, their CMO. Many of them have a list of employees from the janitor to the CEO sitting on LinkedIn. If you are trying to build a true connection, this is one of the places you need to be. I mean, it should be like top of your list because there are too many opportunities I personally have seen. I've actually booked talk shows, radio shows. I've actually booked sponsors, conferences, from being on LinkedIn. People are there and they're ready to do business. It's a business world and it should be. But know this, that COVID is there. I mean, we just have to face reality. Some people are going to lose their job during this time frame. But that doesn't mean you need to sit on the sideline and wait. You need to go work that particular site because that's where people are going to hire from. People are going to hire from the digital platform. Right. They're already doing it. It's just more proof now that they're going to do it. So you want to be ready. And I really think that LinkedIn is going to be one of those sites that you will want to be on as far as looking for a job. So keep that in mind. Keep that digital platform in mind because it will work to your advantage. Also, if you're on Facebook, I love sharing my kids' pictures. I love sharing all that stuff. But, and I love watching people with their animals and their pets and stuff like that. But it's time to upgrade your site. It's time to make sure that you don't have a dog representing you as your profile on your site, okay? That you don't, every now and then I'll share and I have groups with pictures with my kids and stuff like that, Ryan. But, you still want people to know that this is me. Yes, I share some of my personal family stuff as far as pictures and things like that occasionally, but you don't want to make it all that. You need to be visible professionally on Facebook. You don't need to have it just personal. On some people's sites, I'm not even sure why they have a Facebook. You're sharing everything else but anything about you. So we don't have no clue who you are. Right. And so you need to do that. Use these. Instagram is like turning into one of those combination business personal sites. So it's really becoming a good mix. And so you want to have a good presence there. Twitter is definitely number 2 as far as business. Most speakers and CEOs and people like that, they have a Twitter account in addition to their LinkedIn. Some of them don't even have a Facebook site. Right. But what makes, and going back to LinkedIn, just so you can realize how important the difference is between LinkedIn and Facebook. On LinkedIn, I know what people do for a living. I know if you're a CEO because you posted it there. Right. It's in the requirements. Tell me who you are, what's your job, all that stuff. On Facebook, none of that's required. You can put your just a little information. You don't have to say where you're from. You don't have to say who you work for, none of that stuff. You could just be posting junk and you're good. So the bottom line is it's professional. It's a place you need to be. You need to consider those sites. Look at all of them, but use social media to your advantage. Do not right now sit by while everybody else is making sure that they're visible. You want to step up your digital game. And on Facebook, I highly recommend that you go join groups. And look, don't just join a standard group that you would naturally want to be a part of. Look at some groups that are not necessarily in your lane. You do not know where your next referral is coming to. Now, why is all this important? Because you want to build connections that turn into collaborations. So what are some of the things that you need to do to make sure that you are building into a collaboration that is profitable, by the way? So you want to build relationships. What I tell people all the time is connections are not about just connecting to people. Connection is about building relationships. And that's why it's really important that you go back to what I said before. Listen more than you talk. Listen more than you talk, because then you can find out a lot more about these individuals. So talking about building relationships, when you first connect to the person, give first, right? And I'm not talking about like a gift or something like that, but you can do that eventually. Give first. Be the person that gives. So if you're sitting there listening to them and you think about, okay, I know a person that would benefit them. So I'm going to tell them, hey, I got a person I can connect you to. This is a good way to get a reason to follow up by email anyway. I can connect you to, and I'll send you their information or connect you online. Some of my other friends are starting to connect through Messenger, but I'll introduce you and tell them about you so that you can connect with them. And who knows, it might turn into some kind of business relationship. People remember people that give to them first. They naturally do that. And so it's something that you want to do. I often talk about in the past when I was one of my best relationships that I had as far as meeting through a new connection. A friend of mine, Vicky, who I hadn't known. What happened is I was part of a chamber ambassadors. And we took a list to decide who we're going to go and say happy birthday to. I went by, she wasn't there, but I left her a gift and with my business card. And she followed up. She was excited about it. That being said, that relationship turned into a conference that actually where we averaged over 600 people a year. It was profitable because I took advantage of that opportunity. So I just want to remind y'all that you want to build relationships. You want to focus on not just connecting, but building relationships. So if I can't do anything else, and I'm gonna wrap up because I want to make sure I stay on time. I know I'm running on time, but Success Women's Conference, where we average over 1,000 people. Wow. That came from a connection that I made just meeting my partner, Dorothy, at her office one day. That relations turned into her being my branding coach. And from that, after conversating, we would meet, we would always talk about women need to get together. Women need to get together. Women are looking for stuff. Women are hungry here. What can we do? And then here for over 10 years, we need a women's conference. We need a women's conference. Her and I finally looked at each other one day and said, why don't we just do it? Right. And 6 to 9 months later, we planned that conference out. We had over 540 people at the first conference. And then after that, we actually, when Lisa Nichols came, we averaged over 1,100 people at that conference. That came from me, her and I meeting, listening to each other, building relationship, and now we have a profitable conference. So I just wanted to tell you, build relationships from your connections that lead to a profitable event. Take advantage of those connections. So I'm gonna leave there because I know Ryan has some more speakers coming.
I want to thank you because, you know, what you gave was very strong tips for someone like myself. Even though people see me in front of the camera, they see me on stage and I speak, I'm an introvert. I'm naturally a shy person. Okay. So like I force myself outside of my comfort zone to do certain things. Networking is one of the most difficult things for me to do. And I know I'm not alone. So the tips that you gave on just, you talked about looking at the attendance list of events and picking out a few people to go out there and target. Because one thing I hate about happy hours and networking events as happy hours is that they become more happy hour, less networking. And I'm like, what's the point? And I think that we go in trying to, who can I go out and give my card to get them to give me something? But you kind of shifted our mind on that and how to really kind of go in there with a game plan so that even though you may be shy, you're like, listen, here's my goal. I'm not shy about achieving some goals. So if my goal is to go out there and meet 5 people at an event, and already having some background on them, I mean, that's huge, right? So then you talked about thinking outside of the United States. I'm like, you know, that alone, there's a whole world, literally world outside of the U.S. Now, unfortunately, we can't go visit most of it in Europe right now, but that's a whole nother story. But but you know, there's a whole world digitally we can still have access to that can go and build our businesses outside of these here United States. So that was great. And then Facebook groups, you know, I was, and this is not saying this as to toot my horn, but me and my partner Brian were one of the first to really create Facebook groups when they first started. And and I think a lot of things, we were ahead of the curve in a lot of things, but it was a community, not necessarily business related. But using those Facebook groups and how you talked about it in a business relation, not just to go in there for conversation, but to go in there with a mission, a plan, you know, once a week, you know, just figuring out what's going on. I think that a lot of business groups struggle to succeed because everyone in the business, in the group, they just want to post about their business. No one wants to pour in content. So you gave a lot of things. You talked about that activity, making sure that you're doing the activity. And that's the thing about now, where I talk about why we want Reset, because we want to make sure that during this time, you're still out there doing something so that when the doors open, when the world opens, people are calling the people that they've seen during these times. And like you said, so in order to get a speaking engagement, an opportunity this time next year, you're going to have to be doing something right now. So you gave so much good information, Karen. I definitely thank you for that. So I want you to go ahead and give out some information, some contact information. Tell people how they can get in touch with you and your next upcoming event if they want to get involved and join you with that.
So my very next event is called Power Up Summit. It will actually be in Biloxi, and I'm actually encouraging people, you need to consider doing when there are live events and you have that opportunity, don't let the fear of COVID hold you back from interacting with people. Right now is probably the best time. I know we hear all the time, but numbers are going up. But you have to remember that those few opportunities may not come back until 2021, middle of next year. So take those opportunities. If they're offering a social distancing and respecting that so that you are being taken care of, go to some of these, a few of these live events and interact so that you stay relevant, that people know that your business and you are still here. Because let's face it, again, I don't know, especially for the people that may be transitioning or thinking about transitioning in a career, or maybe they're thinking if they do lay off, I could be one. You don't know the future. So prepare yourself by attending events like this. Power Up Summit. Power Up Summit is July the 24th through the 26th. Yes, we will have all the social distance in place. We're at a big building, so we can make sure that we take care of our people as well. And we're bringing in speakers that will be able to pour into our attendees so that they are empowered to power up their life. So Power Up Summit in Biloxi, Mississippi, and we're offering special BOGO, buy one, get one free on the, I call my butts in the seat ticket. And so it actually works out where you're only paying $30 a person, right? And you can go to powerupsummit.com, Power Up Summit VIP ticket. It's $99 and you get 2 of them, right? But for the elite experience, where you get the mastermind, where I and Ty, we teaching people how to create your own profitable event. And Ty being the brand master, she'll be pouring into people how to monetizing your brand. So you definitely want to click there. And in addition to that, Success Women's Conference, as big as it is, we're going virtual, and it's going to be a big virtual event. So we're actually getting ready to close out the speaker side so that we can start looking through those, because we had over 700 speakers apply, which is in this time realistic.
Wow.
So anyway, definitely write that down. That's coming this fall. Yes, 700 people. Unfortunately, we're only going to be able to take 1/10 of that. So it's going to be quite interesting how we get there. But that being said, last year we did have over 500 applicants, so it's not too far off. But it's coming in the fall, projected for September. Look, you can go to successconference.info, successconference.info. Check out that as well. And I also forgot to say, at the Power there right now, the booths are only $150 for 2 full days and includes your ability to attend the event too. So you can't beat that. That is a great price. And I have Trailblazers Who Lead, 29 stories of trailblazers from across the nation, led by none other than Gloria Mayfield Banks and Dr. Cheryl Wood, who's coming up soon. She's also one of our trailblazers featured along with Teresa Raw Brown. So join us in that book. You can get my book there. You can go to Eventbrite and buy your book right now, and then you'll get a signed copy.
Awesome. So much going on. I encourage all of you watching to go ahead and take advantage of all those opportunities. Definitely. Thank you so much, Karen. I'm glad that we have connected, and I look forward to working with you again real soon. Thank you. All right, folks, we are going to jump right into our next presenter, because is someone who is another Hampton connection.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you. Someone who is doing some phenomenal things. So we want to jump right into. You may have seen him on that. Was It's Going Down episode of That's My Mama. I know I messed that line up totally. So but anyway, we want to bring in. He is an actor. He stars as TC on CBS's Magnum PI. So welcome, Stephen Hill. All right, great. So welcome our next presenter today. We have all the way from Hawaii, who is joining us. You may have seen this gentleman on TV. You may have seen him in a movie. I know I look for, every time I go to a movie, I'm always like, oh, hey, there's Stephen. So, it's always a pleasant surprise. He's been in Widows. I'm going to ask him some more stuff that he's been in, some independent stuff, but most recently you've seen him on CBS. I want to get that right. It's CBS, right? CBS's Magnum PI, the reboot. He stars as TC. So I want to welcome Stephen Hill to the show, to the Reset 2020 virtual summit. Thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you for having me, brother.
Absolutely. So we want to get right into it, Stephen. We want to first of all, I'm gonna let you tell our people run down some of your resume, because I try to talk all the time. I know people, right? So run down your resume, let them know some of the things they may have caught you in, and some of the things that maybe you have coming up as well.
So things people most recently may have seen me in, Law and Order. Done a couple of episodes of that. Blue Bloods. I did a limited series on Netflix called Maniac, with Emma Stone and Jonah. You also probably saw me in Widows, and of course, Magnum PI. I even did an episode of Hawaii Five-0 as well.
Awesome. So we want to talk about now, for those who don't know, We're going to have a lot of Hamptonians gracing the stage today. Hampton University in Virginia, so both went to HU. So we want to take it back to there, man, because the reason we're here, we want to talk about resetting your passion. If we talk about Reset 2020, we're talking to people about, we're expressing different areas of our lives and how, and again, not start talking about starting over, but just kind of, getting back to it, kind of coming back home to what it is that, moves us in our lives. So I want to talk to you about passion because, acting is something that, you may have a skill for acting, you may have a talent, but you also really, when you're talking about becoming a professional, you've got to have a passion for that. It's got to be something that you love and a burning desire to do, because it's not an easy thing to get into and to make a career out of. So I want to talk to you because I don't necessarily remember when we were in school you being an actor. I'm not saying you weren't. I just don't remember. So when did the acting bug hit you? What was your goal when you started at Hampton? Was it to become an actor? What was your journey back then?
Actually, I wanted to be a director.
Okay.
I was very much so affected by Spike Lee films. I love Spike Lee films. It was like that era of Black filmmaking where Spike Lee, John Singleton, they were kind of running the game at that point. We had films like Love Jones back then, Do the Right Thing. You know what I mean? Like actually, the big one for me was maybe Mo Better Blues. So when I was in high school, I was like, how do I become that? How do I become a director? And one of the things that I heard was to, pursue cinematography. So I'd love to take photos. So I said, okay, maybe I'll do cinematography. And I saw that Hampton, I knew I wanted to go to an HBCU. My best friend's father was our high school football coach, Tyrone Belfort Sr. And he was also our African-American studies professor. And he's a Q as well. And I remember he used to tell us, like, you guys got to go to HBCU, man. You ain't going to get that opportunity to be around those positive Black folks like that in any other time in your life. And he was right. So I knew I wanted to go to HBCU. And I applied to Hampton because my homegirl, Shay Bright, she actually ran track for Hampton. Oddly enough, she is now a guidance counselor at the high school. But she came back from one of those college trips and she was like, oh my God, Hampton University was the most beautiful school. You have to go to Hampton. And so I applied. That was actually, I was kind of lazy in high school. So I applied to only Hampton. That was it. So luckily they accepted me, and they had cinematography. It was one of the few schools, Black schools, that had cinematography. So I was like, all right, cool. And then I get to Hampton and they were like, oh, you had an old booklet. We haven't had cinematography for 6 years. So I was like, what? And, you look at that campus, man, and then that ratio, you couldn't get me to leave Hampton.
Or you're going to find a reason to stay. Yeah,
exactly. So I stayed, and I took photography classes and mass media. That was my way of combining and somehow still getting behind the camera. But then I started doing all the fashion shows. I know you remember that.
Yeah, I definitely remember that. Yeah, absolutely.
So I started doing all the fashion shows, and then I was working another Hamptonian, Stephen Kavanagh. He had a store called In a Zone that was like right outside the mall, and I started working there because I needed to work somewhere because I had a car. And I told my mom, I was like, there's no way. They say you can't have a car till junior year. There's no way I'm gonna be paying a car that I can't drive. So I'm coming down there with my car. Right. So I needed a job. So I worked there, and Ralph Reynolds from RP55 would come into the store all the time. I was like, yo, man, you gotta let me model for you, man. You gotta let me model for you. And I don't think he really took me serious until one day at 2nd Street Pub or Cafe it was. These girls at Hampton, they started a little modeling agency called The Urge. Okay. And we did a fashion show for them, and he was there, and he was like, yo, they loved you. I was like, I told you, man, this is what I tell you.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then so he was like, all right, I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna give you a call. And like 2 weeks later, he was like, yo, you ready? This weekend, we're going to take some pictures. So I was like, all right, cool. We took the photos, and he had me up in the Vibe and the Source, Double XL. You know, I was in all these magazines. I didn't make no money. He gave me $100 and took me to Burger King. That was my payment. But, you know, when you're in college and you're in the Source magazine, it's a cool trade-off. So
right.
Yeah, that was how I got in front of the camera. And then when I graduated, I came back to New York, and modeling wasn't cutting the mustard for me. And then my mother passed away, and I was like, you know what? I want to try something else, man, because this is not it. And acting gave me an outlet to kind of deal with the death of my mom, and you know, and I've been doing it ever since.
Wow. Now, so when you got started, first of all, you know, I lost my mom at a young age too, so I understand that how that will both motivate you and kind of have you questioning everything at the same time, you know, really. But also kind of helps you focus. Well, for me, I'm gonna speak for myself. It also helped me focus on what was really important, and kind of helped me to weed through things that didn't matter, the kind of the noise that the distractions we allow to kind of get in the way, some of the excuses, you know, like, listen, because kind of that clock starts ticking in your head. You start thinking, look, I don't have, you know, I've got to go for this now. So that's what that did for me when you talk about pursuing your passions, pursuing your dreams. But I know for you, so when you got started, I mean, you know, how was that journey? Because I know I read in your bio somewhere you were selling copiers for a while, right? So I mean, so you're trying to, your dreams of being a big time actor or director, but at some point you also had to go and hold down a 9-to-5 job, and I think a lot of people
trying to was 100,000 and up, right? And then I had to like drop the search down to like 80 grand, right? Because you know you just have this idea.
You're invincible, right?
Yeah, what you gonna do when you get out of school? So I had interviewed at like Eli Lilly. Those are the only places that actually said you could make like 80,000 up or whatever, right? Where like the pharmaceutical or sales,
right?
And I remember Erin's aunt, after me sitting on the couch for like 7 months when I came back to New York after graduation, she got me an interview at Xerox, and you know, I had that little interview, and they brought me on board, and I was there for about 3.5 years before I actually left to pursue acting. But in the interim there, I went so I was on 46th and Park, and then I walked across to Restaurant Row on 46th between 8th and 9th, and there used to be B. Smith's restaurant. I know they have one down in DC, but they used to have one in DC.
Yeah, used to.
Yeah, she recently passed away, but it was B. Smith's, and that was the first restaurant gig I ever had. And so I worked there, and I worked there. I was taking acting classes, working at Xerox, and working at B. Smith's. Wow. All at the same time, to kind of see, like, can I rent working at a restaurant? I don't know, right? You know. Right. And then when I found out that I could make enough to at least pay my rent, I ended up leaving Xerox, and you know, it was a mutually beneficial thing for me to leave Xerox, because it got down to a point where I was only going on auditions.
They were going to get rid of you if you didn't walk out the door. You walk out on your own volition or with security. Well, you know, and we're going to get deeper into the acting, but I want to talk to you real quick, because you talked about you left Xerox, the corporate job, working at B. Smith, because you had a dream, because you had a passion you were pursuing. Now, like I said earlier, we went to Hampton, so I understand the pressure of when someone comes, hey, homecoming, hey, Stephen, what you up to?
Yeah.
I'm waiting tables at the restaurant. Like, tell me about that. Like, because you know that pressure, but you know what you're going after. So what was it like at that time when you had like, I'm walking away from this because I'm pursuing this job, but you got the outside pressure, and talk to us about how you dealt with that.
I think we got to let go of that kind of pressure. You know, I was just recently talking to somebody, and they were like, yo, remember, like, I think this wasn't even us reflecting on something. This was somebody saying like, oh man, I gotta go to, we trying to go to homecoming, I gotta get right, I can't go. Right, I gotta make sure my outfit is right, if not, I can't go.
Right.
And it's like, what? You know, it's like, wait a minute, like the school started with former slaves.
Wow.
You know, that had never been able to even read. Like, you know, so we went from a place in this country where we weren't allowed to read, and now we're not going to a higher institution of learning because we don't have a nice outfit.
Right.
Like,
wow.
Craziness, you know. So I think we have to let go of that, because it really actually holds us back. And the dream is not necessarily money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
When it's all said and done, you're not gonna right before you get in your casket, like, hold on, let me count my money, let me see how much I made in my lifetime. Oh, I did pretty good, and then lay down and die. You know what I mean? It doesn't really work that way, you know. And people, you know, at a funeral, everybody talks about your stories, you know, and how you impacted them, you know.
Absolutely.
So I remember one time being at B. Smith's, and this girl Tiffany, I won't say which one, there's a million Tiffany,
1,000 of them, right?
Years if she's listening to this. I remember, and we kind of talked a little bit at Hampton, and I don't know if maybe she was still a little salty about that or whatever, who knows, but I know that she came in to B. Smith's, and she acted like I didn't exist. Wow. You know what I'm saying? Wow. I'm like, yo, I'm getting you your potato rolls or whatever, your swamp thing. But she acted like she didn't know me, and I was just like, damn, that was a tough day. That was a tough one, you know. And I've had some very humbling jobs along the way. One time I was working at Pizzeria Uno. You know what I mean? Like, so you know, right before, literally months before I booked this job, I was working at Carmine's on 44th Street, right in Times Square. You know, slinging spaghetti and meatballs. You know, but I made good money. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I had an opportunity to keep pursuing my dream. So I think we gotta let go of that, like trying to impress one another in that kind of way. Like, who cares, man? Like,
I 100% agree, man. I think that is one of the biggest things that our people in general, but definitely our people, locked from fulfilling our full potential. And you use the word, I love, impact. You know, it's when we die, it's about that joy, man. It's about the joy that we had in our lives and the impact that we had on other people's lives. And a paycheck doesn't always bring that, you know. But when you can say, how, listen, if I know why I'm doing what I'm doing, and we can say once we can, and this is again something I talk about going back about when I lost my mom. I was like, you know what people think about me and see and say doesn't matter as much anymore, because I know that there's a purpose. I get rid of all that. Don't worry about it. I'm not held to all that, those standards that people think that we should have and be held up to, because you know what you're pursuing. So that's you know, great points you made there. So let's talk about your journey, man, because you say, all right, today is Xerox, tomorrow I'm on Magnum PI. So you know,
it took me about 17 years.
Wow. So 17 years. Did you start in what, plays or indie film, or talk to us about how that journey started for you?
Yeah, I actually did. I started doing plays. You know, really cool story of how, you know, people say, you know, why should I go to college or why should I go to whatever? It's really about the connections that you make, you know, and besides learning how to also like send a memo and draft a proper letter and, you know, those good things that you learn, but the connections that you make. And there was a brother at Hampton, his name is Dana Hubbard. I think he's still at Hampton right now. He's
Dana, yeah.
Yeah, so Dana, you know, little do people know, was at one point he was the mascot. He was the Hampton Pirate, you know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah, Dana was, you know, he worked on Malcolm X and a bunch of other stuff. You can see him as one of the brothers walking by Malcolm X, you know what I mean? Outside of the jail, the court jailhouse. And I remember he had an event, and me and Nicholas Bates, we had our own little like film thing. We called it Danger Brothers. Now he does it on his own now, but that was where the brothers and Danger Brothers came from. It was both of us. We wanted to be directors, and he's still doing it behind the camera. But Dana brought us on board to help him behind the scenes with an event he called Hollywood Comes to Hampton Roads. And so all his Hollywood friends, he would come, and it was at the Air Space Museum, and it was like some sort of, fundraising event or whatever. And I remember we were just running around, moving tables and chairs and setting up decorations and stuff. But he stopped me and he was like, "Hey man, you have star demeanor.
Wow.
I'm gonna work with you one day." And I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." At the time, I was just doing fashion shows. I didn't know, I wasn't about acting at all. And he was like, "All right, now can you go get that table?" You know what I mean? And I was like, "All right, cool." Like, I didn't think nothing of it. And then years later, really the first play that I can count that was like an actual performance and, other than me just reading a script, was with him. He cast me as the lead of his play called Every Dog Has His Day. And we did it at the Dole Center in Mount Vernon. And we had like 5 shows or something like that. And, I went from never doing a play before to being a lead in a play.
Wow.
And it was not an easy performance. It was really, really difficult, but we knocked it out of the park. And I got to thank him for that opportunity.
Wow. Now, so going to the film side of it, because so you've done plays, you've done film, now you're doing TV. I'm trying to think, is there anything else that's out there after that? But in front of the camera. But so when it comes to the film, like, talk to us about. Well, I have a lot of friends who act, and and no matter what you do, once you're in a movie, it's like, "Yo, look, watch me, I'm in a movie." And sometimes you may see something and be like, "Wait, was that them? Was that really them? Was that person?" So talk to us about the life of being the extra, but you got screen time to eventually, because I think in Widows, you had some, you weren't, I wouldn't call you an extra. I mean, you had some speaking parts in that as well. You had a role in that one. But
I made that more bigger than it was supposed to be.
So when we get to that, I'm gonna ask you how you did that. That's good. I'm gonna ask you how you did that. So let's talk about that role. So going from just somebody on set, third man walking by, to supporting cast. So talk about that time period of going through this and saying, listen, what is your mindset with that? Do you feel like you're getting closer? How do you judge whether or not this is working or not? To being part of the crew and making your role bigger than it is. So talk to us about all that right there. That's good stuff.
Okay. So basically for me, it was plays. I personally didn't have a desire to, be a Broadway actor, right? To do plays. And the only thing I do is plays, because I just know so many people that do that, and they are absolutely brilliant, but they don't really it doesn't reflect in their paycheck, right, where somebody could do a commercial. I'll give you an example, and nobody ever talks numbers, but I think we got to kind of that's another thing we got to learn to get around,
Right.
So we know what we work with here, right? So just to give you guys an example, I did like some Febreze commercials. It was like a set of like 3 or 4. It was supposed to be like 7 spots, but it ended up being like 2. And I made upwards of like 40 grand to not even say nothing.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
And then me and Dennis A. Allen, also a Hamptonian, he wrote a really dope play called Manhood, and I played the lead in that. And I went straight from, I literally left the job at Carmine's, did Dennis's play, and then a few months later, I booked Magnum PI.
Wow.
But Dennis's play, I made like $1,000, and we did it at the National Black Theater in Harlem. It was actually a lady that just started that. It was her birthday the other day. She passed on, Dr. Barbara Ann Tier. But we did his play, and you talk about a month's worth of work. In the play. The character cuts his penis off and smashes his own penis. Yeah. I'll let Dennis explain that play to you, but it was really good. But you can imagine how intense that was. And I made about $1,000.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but you can do a commercial and not say a word, only be in it for 2 seconds and make 40 grand. You know what I mean? But which one actually do you learn to act?
Right.
Which one do you get good at your craft? You know what I mean? So it's almost like doing those plays are like going to college. And I could almost say I went to NYU or Columbia,
right.
You know, because I've done a number of student films. So student films, web series, and then commercials that keep you afloat, you know, make you be able to pay your rent, you know what I mean?
Right.
But those are the things that I was doing that like prepared me to get in front of the camera. And that's this little resume, and I had it like quadruple spaced, you know. I had like, you know, instead of putting extra, I would put like featured extra just to make it sound a little good. Like, hey, you wanted me to stand in front of the line, you know what I mean? Instead of back of the line, you know. So, you know, I've done stuff that I'm not credited in.
So talk to us about how you because I also saw another actor. I can't remember his name because I didn't see the movie, but he was talking about a movie and he had one role and one line, and he just made it bigger, and then he ended up being like the star supporting. I wish I could remember which movie that was. I just saw it this year, but the interview. So talk to us about how you did that. Like, how'd you go in and say, okay, this is cool, but what if we do this, or if that's even how it happened?
Well, you know, doing all those student films, and it's such a collaborative effort that's like just what I know, you know, collaboration. I know, you know, regardless of whoever the director is, somebody like a Spike Lee, I think you have to really earn being a collaborator with him. You know, you got to be already, you know, he gets the credit for finding people sometimes, but a lot of times, you know, Denzel Washington, Snipes, those dudes were already huge when he started working with them. You know what I mean? So, or at least bigger names, right? But so somebody like him, you know, I doubt if I would be able to get away with like, yo, what do you think about this line or that? You know, that's. But Steve McQueen in Widows, he was open to it, and I think you know, besides just already having, you know, a career that allowed me to be a collaborator up to that point. You know, Daniel Kaluuya, the brother from Get Out, that was also in that movie. You know, he's African by way of London, England. You know what I mean? So, you know, he's playing this dude from Chicago. Now, I'm not from Chicago, but I'm from New York.
Right.
And it's like I'm American.
Right.
You know,
right.
I'm African American. So I'm not trying to be African American and then also be Chicagoan.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm just trying to be Chicago, like a brother from Chicago. You know, so I'm like, whenever I get to a city, I start researching the town and the vernacular and some of the things that they're into. And one of the best places to learn is on your Uber rides.
You know, okay.
Talk to the Uber driver. You know, you get that one that has good conversation or whatever. You know, and I was coming from the airport, and there was a scene in the movie where my character, as written in the script, it says "get him." I go, "Get him," right? Like the typical line, right?
Right.
I asked the sister. She was about 20, early 20s, and I said, "What would you do if you wanted to whoop somebody's ass?" Right? And she was like, "Well, somebody start tweaking," right? And I was like, "What?" Yeah. If somebody start tweaking, I hadn't even heard tweaking at that point, right? And then so she was like, "Gee," I let them know they're about to get a 2-piece spicy, no biscuit, no drink, because they mouth finna be dry. And I was like, "What?" I gotta put that in the oh my God, right? So I didn't even have to write it down. It was so outrageous, right? So, you know, we go through the rehearsal for this fight scene. It's like one camera move, you know, the whole thing, and there's breakaway walls and all of this stuff. So I'm like, oh man, I only got one shot at this one. And I had already talked to Steve about some other scenes prior that we kind of changed around and threw in a couple of lines here and there. So this particular day, I said, "Steve, I got something for you besides this get him." He said, "Okay, what is it, my brother?" Right? And I'm like, so instead of get him, I want to say, "Get that motherfucker a 2-piece spicy, no biscuit." And he was like, "What?" Right? And then right at the time he said that, wardrobe girl was walking by. She was like, hell yeah, that's what we say. Right?
Wow.
So, yeah, thank you, sister. Thank you. And then he goes, okay, use it. So in that scene, it's very small, way bigger than Get 'Em.
Right,
and I
right,
said,
right.
get that motherfucker 2-piece spicy, no biscuit. And then we start beating this dude down. You know what I'm saying?
I remember that. Yeah.
Wow. You know.
That's cool. So you're a writer too. So you write scripts. There you go.
I mean, I always get ad lib all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Good. So I want to take it in a few minutes we have left. I want to take us down to the Magnum PI because this is major, man. I do remember when this was coming out and you were talking about you I guess you would sign that check, sign the contract because that's when you told everybody. And this is what you got renewed for a third season, right? This is on season 3.
Yeah, we just got third season.
Okay, so talk to us about that because now you're on major network TV, man, every week on people's television stations. So talk to us about the difference. First of all, you're living in Hawaii, so I mean that's got to be nice. But talk about now, that you are at the level where now you are on major TV. You got a big time show. Talk to us about that transition and what it feels like after you said 17 years to be a quote unquote overnight success, if you will. So, give us some insights and feedback on where you are mentally with this whole situation, where it is now.
A good segue from what I was saying about ad-libbing. I ad-lib all the time on Magnum, right? And, because it's just, I'm not sure if there's a lot of, there's one sister that's like kind of like the Afro-Latina, the writers are awesome, but, I come in with a blackness that is not easily written.
Right.
So we don't have Blackish writers.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
We have writers for our show, which is awesome, but it's not a Black show.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? So I come in with a lot of ad libs, and one of the most recent ones was a Hampton University ad lib.
I saw that.
As behind the scenes, I was able to have the conversation that my character attended Hampton University. They wanted me to. They were writing me in as a Grambling student because I believe the old TC and the old show might have gone to Grambling, and I was just like, I will never be able to talk about going to homecoming.
Right.
Never mind a good pair of shoes or whatever. Imagine I went back to Hampton and my character was a Grambling student.
That Grambling jersey on.
I can't do that. So I had the conversation, and now we established in second season that my character TC, aka Theodore Calvin, is a Hampton. The transition from going from Carmine's to or just grinding in New York as an actor and literally driving all over the country and flying all over the country for years, going to different film festivals like this one, Black Star Film Festival, Philadelphia. This is one of my favorite ones, man. ADFF, Black Star. Got to shout out Pan African, Gary, Indiana Black Film Festival. So there's a lot of really dope film festivals. Urban Warriors looking for talent and looking for, you always hear Black folks say, how come we ain't do this kind of movie? How come they don't make movies? And how come we always got to be the drug dealer? And how come we always got to be prostitutes? And how come we always got to be, you know what I mean? And it's like, okay, go to some of these film festivals with it cheaper than going to a movie, for $10, you can see a lot of unknown talent, realize that like that marketing budget counts and we go see what's marketing to us.
Right, absolutely.
Film festivals don't have that kind of budget. So we have to be proactive in supporting these festivals. So it's harder now for me to do it because I'm all the way in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Still, whenever I can, I'm repping, you know what I'm saying? So so the transition is still happening. It's kind of, I don't really, sometimes I'm like, I look out at this view and I'm like, Jesus, man, like, how did I get here? But then it's very isolating.
Mm-hmm.
It feels kind of lonely. It would be different if I were maybe in LA or New York, but being here by myself and having this, it's like, you look around like, wait a minute, where's everybody at?
Where
Like,
y'all? Right.
No, I got the gold bar. Like, but then you sit there and you can't do nothing with it. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
I that's why you probably see me on there more than I should be, because that's my outlet back to the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just sitting in my castle like Rapunzel, you know what I mean, by myself. You know what I mean?
Right.
But yeah, the transition is a strange one, but it's nice to be able to look out for people, your family. I just did for Juneteenth. A friend of mine, Lyndon, I think he's announcing the names today. He did 3 of my reels. And when I got here, the showrunner said he loved my reel, said it was excellent. And I told my editor of my reel that, and I told him, I was like, yo, man, how much you charging for reels these days? And I was like, let's sponsor someone. I want somebody's reel for Juneteenth. And then we decided, since he did three of my reels, I'm sponsoring 3 reels. So I just executive produced 3 people's reels to pay it forward.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. So we announced that today on Facebook, actually. So looking forward to that. Yeah,
man.
Transition is different, but I would just tell anybody that's gonna do it, pray, because people will fall out of your life, right? Prove a point to you. They'll fall out and be like, I'm gonna diss him before he think he could diss me.
Jeez.
You'll find falling by the wayside. Other people will come in and try to, chum up to you, So, you really have to work on your spirit of discernment, and you got to get prayed up, and just know that, like, other people, just random people will come out of nowhere, and they'll always have a drink to shove in your hand. I've never done any drug. I've never smoked at all.
Right.
Nothing. Never had a gun. Never, nothing. You know what I mean? So, I remember one day I'm sitting around, we had like an after hours, and I'm looking around. I'm like, this is a seedy joint. Like, what am I doing in here, right? And I turn to the left, and there is somebody is like this close to my nose. What? Nah, man, that's not me, bro.
Wow.
I don't do that, bro. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I would just tell people, anybody that's like looking to make it, just know you gotta against that sort of thing, because it will be there every day if you want it. That will take you down.
Yeah, we see it happen to so many stars. You just wonder, like, how does it happen? But like I said, it's just everywhere. It's every question I want to ask you.
I told them what I just said.
You're right. Now they know. Before we go, I want to let you close us out. I mean, so let's get to the superficial stuff. I mean, are you famous? Can you go out now? Because I'm assuming when you were working here at the Bees, you could still go out. Nobody knew who Stephen Hill was. Now, I mean, have you been on TMZ yet, Stephen? I mean, what's going on?
Oh, I hope I don't get on TMZ.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's good stuff,
Right? I'm trying to avoid that.
Sometimes they got good stuff.
Sometimes, But yeah, I have no problem. Some people, it's interesting. I'm on the beach like every day, and a couple of people were like, "Oh, TC." And yesterday I ran into some people, and it was about 3 or 4 of them, and one of them said he actually did some extra work on the show, and they all prayed over me. They were like, yeah, we walk around and we pray for people and stuff. It's kind of like a church group or whatever. Right. And they just prayed over me, which was pretty cool. But yeah, I don't have any problem with that, And I think part of that is one, there's no advertising here.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
there's like billboards here at all. If you come to Hawaii, it's only trees and beautiful views. You know, you won't look outside and be like, oh, that's coming to HBO next month. Oh, okay, cool. You know what I mean? They don't have that.
Gotcha. Okay.
But they do kind of have a thing here where they just like, I don't know if it's my complexion or what. Sometimes they have a thing where they you know, don't want you to think you special. You know what I'm saying? So they kind of like, I don't even watch the show. You know, that sort of thing. If I had more listening, man, I know we're in some trying times, man, and you know, not everybody is as fortunate as I am right now to just be able to go to the beach every day, that sort of thing. But I have a profound reinvigoration of wanting to be in shape, you know. So it started with just walking. You know, if you can get out and just walk, you know, and get your supplements up and try to get your immune system up, I would encourage anybody to do that. And you know, again, stay prayed up. And you can find me on Magnum PI, CBS app. You can watch 2 seasons almost. Well, actually, yeah, you can watch 2 whole seasons of television. You know, we got about 40 episodes. And my character is extremely positive. I'm basically a superhero. I own my own business. I am a youth league coach. I am ex-military. I'm saving the day all the time, flying helicopters, beating up bad guys, and doing all the good stuff. And you could do watching it with your young ones, or you can watch it with your middle-aged ones, and everybody will be entertained. So please tune in and tell some folks. And when you have I feel like we have the conversation outside of like CBS, you know, or the Magnum PI fan page and things like that. Mm-hmm. But have those conversations there. Let them know that you're the character.
Absolutely. Stephen, thank you so much, man. I wish you continued success in everything that you do, brother. Always proud of you, and definitely going to keep supporting you and look forward to seeing you at one of these homecomings whenever we're able to go.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. And Stephen Hill Acts is my my handles.
And it's as you see on the screen, it's STEPHEN Hill. Yeah. All right, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. This was dope, man.
All right, welcome back. We are ready to go down our last 2 hours of the Reset 2020 Summit. Before we jump into our next phenomenal speaker who's going to kick off the 2 hours or so, new shirt alert. All right, new shirt alert, costume change. I figured, you know, they do it on the award shows. They go and change in outfits. I figured I'd change my shirt too. So now speaking of shirts, if you look down if you're watching on the live page, we have shirts, the Passionpreneur t-shirt shop. You want to get some shirts that can, you know, express what it is that you feel. We got a couple different designs. Not this one. This is not one of our shirts. I got this from some online shop. Let me see. Let me get on the camera. Where we going? There we go. Boom. So that's an option for you. But also, 2 things I want to announce as well. We've got 2 new webinars available right now. So I talked earlier when we started the Reset Summit about the Passionpreneur book offer. But if you missed that, if you're interested in learning how you can make a living doing what you love by turning your expertise into passion-driven revenue streams, then I have a webinar that I put together, specific topic. If you just want to text the word passion, PASSION, text the word passion to 614-333-0338. You'll get information on how you can watch that free webinar on that. And then, you know, I help people. What I do is I help people turn their content, their knowledge into books, programs, online courses. So with that being said, there's some questions that I put together a free document as well as a webinar on 9 questions that you must answer if you're going to start an online course. So I wanted to give that to you away for free. If you text the word course, COURSE, to the same number, 614-333-0338, 614-333-0338. You'll be that free document as well as access to that webinar. So I wanted to make sure that you get that. Listen, we're just, it's a free event. We're giving away freebies. We're giving away all this content. Look, we want to make sure that once this event is over, you have no way to say that 2020 ended the way that it came in for you. So we want to make sure that we are positioning you to make sure that 2020, you have the opportunity now to catapult yourself for these last 6 months to go from surviving to thriving. With that being said, I am excited about our next speaker. We're from the same hometown. So first of all, that's one point. But this phenomenal woman, let me read some of her bio because I want to make sure some people just deserve, you need to know who these people are. And again, as I said earlier, when they're talking about, women, a lot of the women speakers, they focus on women and they need to, and that's good. But I want to be sure that I brought some of these phenomenal women to the men because we need this as well. Okay. And I know she's going to speak to women, but trust me, this is one of the people that I look up to, one of the people I follow. And if I'm being totally transparent, when I was sending out the invites, I was like, she's not going to say yes. No, I want her. No, but she's so big. Now, let me tell you something. She's one of the first people to say yes. She's one of the first people to confirm. And if I'm giving grades, I gave out an award for the one who promoted the most. I'm giving out an award to the one who followed up all the instructions the best. Dr. Cheryl Wood is that person. So I'm going to bring her on the screen, but I'm going to go ahead and read her intro. Dr. Cheryl Wood, for those who may not know, she's an international empowerment speaker, 11-time best-selling author, leadership expert. She's a master speaker development coach for women. So she equips women with the tools to unleash the power of their voice and share their impact and their story. So she's trained all across the country and the world. South Africa, India, France, United Kingdom, Canada, Bahamas, and she's been featured on ABC, Radio 1, Forbes Magazine, Huffington Post, Essence, just about Good Morning Washington, Fox 45 News, and she's spoken to just about every major government organization there is. So I say that because I want you to understand who we have with us today. I am so excited to welcome Dr. Cheryl Wood to Reset 2020. Thank you for being here.
Hey, it was my pleasure to give a yes. I'm so excited. I love the work that you're doing in the world and in the marketplace. And when I connect with good people who are doing good things to serve others, it's always a yes. It's an easy yes for me. So this was an easy yes.
Awesome. That makes me feel good. So listen, you are the woman who's going to empower us. And we talked a lot of stuff today about mindset, spirituality. We talked about health. We've talked about your story. Man, we're going to talk about making some money. We're going to talk about just some revenue. And because for those of us who are in business, or those of us who want to be in business, businesses are taking a hit as well. But we want to talk about how we're going to reset our revenue. So I'm going to hand the floor over to you. Dr. Cheryl, take it away.
Awesome. I'm going to start my timer because I'm a talking somebody and I want to make sure I am respectful of the time frame, but also that I give you guys as much content as possible. Thank you so much. I'm super excited to be here as a part of Reset 2020. And here is your choice. You're either going to continue to only be a consumer, or you are going to make the choice to reset and to be a producer and a creator. People are still buying, guys. I'm still buying. I can't tell you how much makeup I've bought just in the past 3 months. You know why? Because everything I do is virtual now. So I have to beat my face for all of these virtual events and seminars and conferences. I have spent more money with MAC products, makeup, than I have probably in 6 months. I've spent it in 3 months. I have bought more books than I can. I'm going to show y'all some of my books. I wasn't planning on doing this. So I'm going to do this because I need y'all to understand, whatever it is that you think is what's happening. Whatever you think, that's what you're going to produce. Hold on. I ain't even done yet. Wait a minute. Let me get the, look, just bought all of these books just in the past 2 months.
Wow.
And that's just some of them. So just like I'm spending money, just like you're spending money, other people are spending money. The beautiful thing about being in COVID, and I say the beautiful thing because sometimes we only look at the negative side, but the beautiful had before. Like normally we complaining that we don't have enough time. For me, even myself as a speaker, I'm normally on a plane, a train, a bus, an automobile, traveling to an event, flying somewhere, sitting at somebody's conference. I have not had this much time to create in a very long time. And so the question is, are you going to leverage this new time that you have, or are you going to sit around and complain about it and not be a producer and a creator? If you choose to become a producer and a creator, guess what? You can still generate revenue. You can still make some of the money that's out here. Jeffrey Gitomer has a quote that I love. And the quote says, people don't like to be sold to, but people love to buy. And that's the reality. And right now people are at home. They're really not out at the malls. They're not out really eating at restaurants. Like we're going into kind of phase 2 now, and people are starting to, you know, like these restaurants are starting to have cooking, you know, a little bit of it's questionable because the spike of COVID is kind of coming back. So I think that we might where we're kind of stuck at home, quarantined at home. And so people still, they're looking for things to do with their time. Well, many people are signing up for classes and courses and professional development and personal development. I mean, I've seen classes from dance classes by Debbie Allen. I've seen cooking classes. I've seen Zumba and exercise classes that you can sign up for, as well as professional development. So the question is, what's up with you? Are you offering something in the marketplace that people can actually buy? And so here's what I want to do in my short period of time. I want to give you 3 things that you can do, just 3, because I don't want to overwhelm you. I told y'all I can talk. I could go on and on, but I want to make sure I keep it condensed and concise so that you have 3 actionable steps that you can implement immediately after you hear this presentation. So we're all in, right? We're all going to reset. All right, here's the first thing for resetting. Number 1, y'all show up instead of hiding out. Ooh, show up instead of hiding out. Like some of y'all have gone into full business quarantine. Like, and I mean, even before the quarantine was the official quarantine, you went into full business quarantine, hiding out because you're so used to doing things a certain way. You're so used to being on a live stage. But as a business owner, one of the things that you always want to do to keep your revenue going, to increase your profit margins, is always be flexible. You never want to be an entrepreneur who's rigid and can't change and shift and pivot as the times change and shift and pivot, and things that are happening in the world change and shift and pivot. You have got to be flexible and fluid and able to move and tweak things so that you can still serve clients, you can still make your impact in the world, and you can still generate revenue on a consistent basis. So during COVID-19, you want to ask yourself, am I showing up? And when I say showing up, I mean being visible so that people have the option to buy from you. Hear me loud and clear. People can't buy what you won't put out into the marketplace and sell. That's right. So if you're not even showing up to offer what you have, guess what? People can't purchase it. I promise you, I don't care what you teach, what you sell, service-based, product-based business. Here's one thing I can promise you that is truth. Like, this is not an opinion, this is truth. Somebody, somewhere is seeking what you know right now and is ready to invest in it right now. I promise you that. Somebody somewhere in the world is looking for, searching for, seeking what you know or what you sell, and they are willing to invest in it right now. But because you're hiding out, instead of tweaking things and shifting and being adaptable and being flexible, guess what? You are automatically giving them the option to only go to your competitor. So when you don't show up, you can't get mad that somebody else is getting all them coins because you're hiding out instead of being able to be flexible and to be adaptable. So always remember this: visibility will always trump ability in your business. Visibility will always trump ability. Visibility is the thing that gets your foot in the door, and then your ability keeps your foot there. So you first got to get the entryway into the door with the customer, with the client, with that corporate contract that you want to get, that corporate client, whatever it is, however you're serving, B2B, B2C, it doesn't matter. But you have to have visibility, which means you got to show up as an expert. You got to show up with giving expert advice. You got to consistently educate and inform people in the marketplace because people have options. especially now in the virtual marketplace. People have a lot of options, global options, not just local options. And so with those global options, are you one of them? Are you able to be found, and are people able to connect with you easily and quickly? So here's the questions I want you to ask yourself. 4 questions under this piece of number 1, showing up and not hiding out. Number 1, am I consistently being visible? Number 2, how often am I being visible? Like, how often am I showing up? Is it once in a blue moon? Or do my people know that I'm consistently going to be here? I'm going to be here every day on Facebook Live, or I'm going to be here every week, or every Wednesday, you're going to hear from me through my newsletter. Whatever it is, however you're showing up, how often are you doing it? Number 3, where am I showing up is what you got to ask yourself. Meaning, am I showing up in the places where my target audience is actually hanging out? Or am I just showing up anywhere and everywhere, hoping that somebody thinks I'm their answer and will actually invest in what I'm offering? And then last but not least, number 4, when I do show up, am I speaking to someone or am I speaking to everyone? Because speaking to someone means you've niched down. There's something that you have mastered so well that you know you want to magnetize a specific audience so that you can teach that mastery to them. That means you cannot just be a generalist. You got to be a specialist at something. And you can specialize in more than one thing, but not at the same time. So that's why we talk about mastery. What is it that you've mastered? What is it that, and I'll reframe it like this. Don't dabble, dominate. What is the thing that you don't dabble in it? Oh, I'm not just good at it. No, I'm amazing. Maya Angelou has a quote that I love that says, pursue the thing you love doing and do it so well that people can't take their eyes off of you. When you dominate in something, people can't take their eyes off of you. They're like, I don't know how she do what she do, but I just want to know how to do it. I just want her to teach me. And that's when you get that revenue, because now there's something that you're executing, something that you're doing that they're like, I can see myself doing that. I could see myself on stages, or I could see myself speaking into the lives of others, but I don't even know where to start. I don't know how to do this thing. And so you always want to make sure that you're visible. Let me move on to number 2. Y'all ready? Y'all with me, right? Number 2, take inventory of what you already are sitting on as it relates to your subject matter expertise. Take inventory. Yes, take inventory, y'all, of what you're already sitting on that somebody else is waiting on, that's in your realm of a subject matter expertise. So you first have to know, what am I the subject matter expert on? And it can't be 50 things. Like, because then you get lost in the noise of everybody else who's a jack of all trades or a Jill of all trades. No, I dominate as a master speaker development coach. Like, that is my lane. Are there other things I can play in? Yes. Are there other things I can teach? Yes. But when you talk about domination, that is the speaker world. That's my lane. And so I always say, play in and stay in your lane. Play in and stay in your lane. And be okay showing up just authentically as you're staying in and playing in your unique lane of brilliance, because that is going to allow you to magnetize people who are the right fit for you. The worst thing you can do is try to look like, walk like, talk like somebody else because you saw them show up a certain way and you thought that was the way. Oh, I need to be more technical like that person. Oh, I need to be funnier like that person. Or no, you just need to be you because everybody else is already taken. So when you're just you and you take clear inventory of what you're sitting on that somebody else is waiting to invest in, you can show up in all of your brilliance, because that's going to be the thing that's going to magnetize people who are the right fit. I'm going to say something very powerful right now. This is so important for everybody to understand. Please do not devalue what you know just because it comes easy to you. Please do not devalue and diminish what you know just because it comes easy to you, and you won't sell it. You won't put a price tag on it because you feel like, oh, everybody know how to do this. Oh, this is just too simple. This is just too easy. Nobody's going to want to buy this. No, here's the 4 things you need to do. After you take the inventory, you need to package it. You need to put a price tag on it. You need to promote it, and then you need to sell it. Those 4 things have to be on rinse and repeat. They have to be a consistent, ongoing thing. I'm going to take inventory of what I know. Then I'm going to package it. I'm going to put a price tag on it. I'm going to promote it, and I'm going to sell this thing. Oh, not once, over and over and over again, repeatedly, so that you're always offering that thing that you promise people can have, right? Because as entrepreneurs, whether we're product-based or business-based, whether we're speakers, coaches, it doesn't matter. We're promising people there's something that they can have and experience on the other side of what they currently have and experience. Most of us are offering either a solution to a pain, or we're offering people the opportunity to fulfill a desire that they have. That's what all of us are doing. And so you want to make sure that you are putting it together, packaging it so that someone can be able to get access to. the thing that you say that they can have. Like, don't promise me that I can be a highly paid and highly booked speaker, but you don't even have any offerings that teach me how to do it.
Right.
That's literally like opening somebody's eyes up to what's possible and then saying, okay, good luck with that. Hope that works out for you. Right? Like, we're not in the business of doing that. We're in the business of impacting people's lives, helping to transform their lives by offering them what we know. So let me give you this example. So when I say take an inventory of what you know, in terms of your subject matter expertise, and then packaging, promoting it, selling it, putting a price tag on it. So come up with what's kind of your overall SME, your subject matter expertise. So for me, I'm going to use a category of speaking. That's my subject matter expertise. Then I blocked, I was like, okay, so how do I break this down into segmented content that I can sell, that can generate revenue for me? Well, guess what? I can break it down into 10 different topics just under the topic of speaking that I can sell. And I can sell those topics through a webinar. I can sell those topics through a boot camp event. I can sell those topics through a virtual conference. There's a variety of ways that I can sell the content. So let me share with you how I break it down. So speaking is the big category. That's the subject matter expertise. I can teach you how to develop a signature speech. That's a whole class by itself. Number 2, I can teach you how to craft and deliver your signature story. That's a whole class by itself. Number 3, I can teach you how to set your speaker fee. Number 4, I can teach you how do you get started if you're a new speaker. Like, what does that speaker asset checklist look like that you should have that's going to allow you to be able to get booked more? Number 5, I can teach you how to increase your visibility as a speaker. How do you get seen and heard? How do you go from the invisible speaker to the visible speaker? Number 6, I can teach you how to get booked for corporate engagements. Why? Because I've done it. I've spoken for NASA. I've spoken for FBI. I've spoken for the United States Department of Defense. I've spoken for Verizon, not once, not twice, not 3 times, numerous times. So I can teach that. All right, here's another one. Number 7, I can teach you how to format a official proposal for speaking. Number 8, I can teach you how you should put together your speaker contract. Number 9, I can teach you how to leverage your book. First of all, I can teach you how to write the book. The next thing behind it, I can teach you how to leverage the book to get booked more, to get hired more for speaking. Number 10, I can teach you how to increase your sales when you're doing a virtual or live event. Y'all, that is 10 distinct separate topics that I can turn into content that I can sell. So when I tell you taking full inventory and not devaluing any part of what you know, stop assuming that everybody knows what you know. Stop assuming that, oh, that's just too basic. That's too simple. I know people already know that. And you don't put a price tag on it and sell it. Meanwhile, somebody over yonder who has just literally a 10th of your talent and a 10th of your knowledge, they over there selling the stuff that you thought was so basic you would buy, and they already a millionaire. Hello. So we got to shift our thinking about what we're offering in the marketplace. All right. And then last but not least, because my time is running out, last but not least, number three, y'all, meet prospective clients where they are by creating a DPO. You want to reset your revenue? Meet prospective clients where they are by offering a DPO. A DPO is a diversified portfolio of offerings, meaning everybody's not starting at the same start line, right? It's almost like when you see runners, like there are some people who are ahead and some people are further behind. Like everybody has their own starting point. And so you might have someone who's a newbie, you might have someone who is emerging, you might have someone who is seasoned, and they need supplemented your content and created these different offerings as a diversified portfolio, or we'll call it a menu of options, so that they can start based on where they are right now and what they need. And there are 4 things that you can do as it relates to your DPO, your diversified portfolio of offerings. And before I do that, let me share this. Like I could give you 20, but I'll just give you a couple. Webinars, you can do paid webinars, you can do individual coaching, you can do VIP days. Yes, I still do VIP days virtually because people aren't flying anywhere. I can do live events, conferences when we're back out of COVID. I can do a virtual conference like Ryan is doing here. I can do virtual training sessions. I can do digital products. Like the list just goes, it's endless, the things that you can offer. I can do a certification. So right now I have a women's speaker certification program. I can do book anthology projects. All of that is revenue. It's all revenue. The question is, how many are you tapping into? Are you doing one thing and putting all your eggs in one basket, or are you diversifying? All right, so that's important for you to know. And then in closing, the 4 things that you want to consider when you're creating a DPO are price points, time investments, learning styles, and modalities of learning. I'm gonna repeat that. 4 things you should consider when you're creating your DPO: price points, time investments, learning styles, and modalities of learning. So price points, meaning, do you have entry-level offers? So if the person who's like, I'm not sure, I never heard of you, don't know who you are, don't know what you do, but I kind of think I like you because I heard you on this virtual conference. Like, you have an entry level where it's like they get a taste test of who you are and what you do. Then you have your offers for mid-level, people who have been in that journey or doing that thing for several years. And you're like, okay, I've segmented my content. Here's for the taste testers, here's for the mid-level, and then for your season. So you always want to have price points based on where people are so that they get to decide where they want to play at. Do I want to invest at a premium level, meaning a VIP day or individual coaching, or I'm not ready to invest at that level. I just want to kind of come in your mid-level. All right, number 2, time investments. So you want to have a variety of offerings based on time investment, because everybody can't invest at the same level of time. We talk a lot about financial investment, but time investment is equally as important. If they can't show up for the sessions, if they can't show up for the lessons, then guess what? They're not going to be able to manifest whatever you promised them they could have. So is it going to be a 2-day boot camp, virtual boot camp right now? Is it going to be a 4-week virtual training course? Is it going to be a 12-month program? What is it going to be? And make sure that it's clearly identified when people are signing up. Your learning styles. So do you have opportunities for people with various learning styles to learn from you? Are they auditory? Are they kinesthetic? Are they visual learners? Do you have something that taps into each of those various types of learning styles? And then last but not least, modalities of learning. So there's a book that I read by Brendan Burchard called The Millionaire Messenger, which is one of my favorite go-to books. And in that, he said that there are 5 modalities of learning. And those 5 modalities, the ways that people learn, are reading, seeing, hearing, experiencing, and then last but not least, mastering. Mastering is always, that's the people who say, look, I want to know everything you know. I want to pick your brain, like I did with Lisa Nichols. So I invested $40,000, yes, 40,000 to have a 1-day VIP day with Lisa Nichols. Why? Because she was already 30 steps ahead of me. So I wanted to learn from the best. So guess what? She had a premium price point offer where I could master what she knows. And so mastering is typically through masterminds, which are premium price points. It's through up close and personal time with you through a VIP day or VIP session. It might be one-on-one coaching. Anytime people are getting the best of you, typically one-on-one or one to a few, that is when you're in the space of mastering. So you get to make the decision. Every day you get to choose, am I going to wake up and am I going to reset my revenue today? Am I going to stay stuck and held hostage where I don't want to be? Or am I going to make the decisions and step into action so that my money is reflective of the level of service that I'm offering to the world? And how is yours? I encourage you and challenge you to reset your revenue starting today. Turn it back over to you, Ryan.
That was, don't go anywhere, because, that was so powerful. Because what you really did is you broke a lot of stuff down. You included so much stuff in a short time, but what you really showed was that there's so many levels that we can get started right now. And I think that's the biggest thing, is that if you're trying to help other people, if you have some kind of business where you are providing some kind of expertise to someone, there's something you can be doing right now. There's different levels where you can go at it. And I think that when you talked about don't devalue what you know just because it comes easy to you, man, that spoke to me, because I think that and people will look at us, people like us who are the teachers, never have doubt, and we never have fear, or we never feel less than someone else who's doing it. Like, oh, if I could just get to where they are. But the bottom line is, like you said, there's things that we know, and that's kind of where the whole Passionpreneur book that I did came from. It's just, how do we tap into those things that we know and realize that there is value in those things, that we do have value, that someone, we're talking about a world of almost 8 billion people. You could find a few thousand of those who want to lock on to what you're doing. You can make a real living out of just sharing what you know. So, man, that was some powerful information that you shared with us. And I want to give you the final word to close us out. And also, before we get to that, because you are giving a free gift, those who are watching on the live page, there is a free gift. Now, I say live page, that's for those who register. You're actually watching on the viewing page. At the bottom, there's a link to the free offer for those who want to start their journey with you. But I want you to go ahead and also tell them, for those who might be watching on YouTube or wherever, how they can actually go ahead and take advantage of getting started with you, and then go out and give any closing words and your contact info.
Absolutely. Thank you again for having me as a part of this amazing conference, virtual conference. I really value the opportunity to speak into the lives of those who have showed up for this. content. And so a couple things. Number one, you can connect with me all across social media at Cheryl Empowers. I hang out on IG, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. Like just put in Cheryl Empowers with an S on the end and you'll find me. My free gift, actually I have 2 free gifts if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So number one, you know, my mama told me always come to the party and bring something. So number one, I'm offering my signature speech, my signature story template, because so many people, they want to tap into whatever their signature story is, but they have no idea where to start. They have no idea what that story is that they're going to repeat and relive and retell that is going to become a part of their brand identity. And that's so important, because you and I, if I said Les Brown, you could probably relate to me what his signature story is, who he is.
Yeah.
If I said Lisa Nichols, right? So everybody has a signature story. So if you go to CherylEmpowers.com, you can just enter in your name and email and get the free signature story template there. And then my second gift is if you text the word webinars with an S on the end to 313131, you actually will get what I created specifically for the time that we're in right now, which is 28 powerful tips on how you can have a seamless webinar. Because there are some things you need to be thinking about and checking and making sure is in place before you hit go live. So it's literally like a blueprint for people now who just are so uncomfortable and unfamiliar with the whole virtual space. They're just things that you can check off. It's literally like a checklist of things to do. So again, text the word webinars with an S on the end to 313131. In closing, what I would say is, I actually would share a quote by Tony Robbins, and it's one of my favorites. And that quote says, "A real decision is measured by the fact that you've taken a new action. And if there is no new action, you have not truly decided." So what is the decision that you're making? Are you really deciding to reset your revenue for 2020? And if so, don't just talk about it, be about it. Show up, be visible, challenge yourself to learn the technology that you don't already know. Come out into the space. Don't hide out. Don't hide your gifts. So what if it's going to be uncomfortable? I'm sure when you started your business, it wasn't comfortable. It wasn't easy. It wasn't familiar. So we as entrepreneurs have to get used to that we should always be challenging ourselves to get better. You should be challenging yourself to be curious, to be creative, to be innovative at every season in your journey. And this is just another part of that journey. So embrace this season. Don't run from it. Don't hide from it. Embrace it and show up in all of your brilliance and all of your power. You are capable, you are worthy, and you are enough just as you are.
Dr. Cheryl Wood, everybody, thank you so much. And I look forward to talking to you again and working with you real soon.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have an amazing day.
You too. All right. I mean, listen, we are, I want to thank you all for those who are sticking with us all day. We have 3 speakers left. We're running a little bit behind, but trust me, every single person is going to get their time to speak, and we're going to be able to share and pour into us. I'm going to go ahead and get queued up. We're going to the West Coast for our next 2 speakers. We're going to the West Coast. So we'll be right back in 60 seconds as we queue him up. All right, we are all set. Welcome back. We are ready to go into our next segment. Listen, this gentleman right here is, one of the. He's a gentleman who, if you don't know him yet, you're going to definitely want to know this name, because he's about to be, and I'm proclaiming this now, one of our leading voices on, just Blackness, diversity, empowerment, just dealing with the systemic issues that plague Black America and the majority's responsibility and role they play in what they need to do to fix it. So I want to bring in Dr. Donald Grant Jr. You may have seen him on Access. I want to call it Access Hollywood, but I guess it was Access Daily, but it's all the same brand. But he's been on television. He's done some phenomenal things. He's got books coming out, books out already as well that really teach on these subjects. I wanted to bring him in because he is he's going to help us deal with resetting our mindset and also just give us some empowering information on how we can position ourselves. So Dr. Donald, welcome to the Reset 2020 program.
Awesome, man. Thank you for having me.
All right.
Great work.
Absolutely. And this is another Hamptonian, another HU Connect. Hey, look, we're the standard of excellence. So, you better just get used to it and understand that this is what it is. All right. So
listen, why go outside the circle if you don't need to?
That's why I got you on here, man, because you're smart. So Donald, go ahead, and I want you, because I meant to print it out, but I didn't print it out. So many things going on. So I wanted to give the title of the book, and I don't want to mess it up. So go ahead and tell us about, there it is. So tell us about the book, and then I'm going to give it over to you. And just go ahead and roll with it.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, thank you for having me. I think it's wonderful what you're doing. The book, as you see here, is entitled Black Men, Intergenerational Colonialism and Behavioral Health, A Noose Across Nations. And I actually wanted that subtitle, A Noose Across Nations, to be my primary title, but the publisher wasn't with it. So I got it, though. And so it's research that I conducted on Black men. When I was doing my doctoral research early on, back in 2003, I looked and I saw these common connections, and I wanted to tell a story based on the statistics. And then when I began to travel the world, I found that the brothers I'd be speaking with in Paris were saying the same thing. The brothers in London, Toronto, were all saying the same thing. So I did a study on Black men in the US, Canada, France, and the UK to show how colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade have influenced the spaces in which we exist today in Euro-normative nations. And they're resulting in what we're seeing: over incarceration, disproportionate rates of substance abuse, and school attrition, lack of wealth indices, things like that. And so it's great to have that research out there and have people picking it up and paying attention to it, so that we can structure environments that really break systems of oppression apart: racism, sexism, all those things.
Wonderful. So what drew you here? Like, how did you end up in this space? Like, how did you end up that this was going to be your calling card, your passion, or really, the work that you started doing?
Yeah, I was listening to Cheryl earlier when you guys were just talking about, identifying your area where, it's your area of expertise. And for me, I've oftentimes been placed in spaces where I'm the only Black guy in the room. As a result of being the only Black guy in the room and being a systems person, I was able to really take an inventory on what the gaps were and where I was experiencing individual and professional injuries. And I said, well, we don't need to have to go through this. And I've always been a very confident and outspoken person, and say, hey, this is a problem. Oh, well, we didn't mean that, Donald. We didn't mean that. Well, I know you didn't mean it, but let's talk about this. The systems that make it happen. As a clinician, foster care, homeless services, higher education, that there were just all these gaps that I was just able to see so brilliantly, like Cheryl was saying, and I just found that to be my lane. And right now there's so much need for it, because I think people are just now becoming aware of all their blind spots.
And I was going to go one direction, but you just said something that I can't, I don't want to move past this, because you talked about but they didn't mean. Well, I didn't mean to be offensive, and I kind of took on this posture when I first started getting involved with Facebook. I never really did a lot of online chat room and things like that. When we got Facebook came along, I started realizing that saying that, oh, I didn't mean this, is not really good enough. Sometimes it's not. It's the onus is on you to be clear, not on the person that you're speaking to receive it the way that you meant it, if you don't give it that way. So what I'm trying to get to is that, what do you say to those people now who think that we're just supposed to be like, oh, well, okay, you didn't mean it. Oh, okay, I see I see how you got that messed up. How do we help direct that conversation of saying, well, saying I'm sorry sometimes is not good enough in these situations.
Well, yeah, we've been trained is too strong of a word, but we've been conditioned to create space for white fragility and for male fragility. And so when the Me Too movement was going on, you know, men would be like, "Oh, I'd love to tell Sally that's a beautiful dress, but I can't because that's sexual harassment." I mean, and that's just, you know, male fragility just jumping off the pages. And so what we have to do is describe the difference between intent and impact. Even though your intent may have been this, your impact was this. And no matter what you believe, you have to pay attention to the individual who is being impacted by your rhetoric or by your behavior or by your actions, because you don't get to decide how your behavior injures somebody and if it does or does not. And one of the biggest pieces we also have to remember is that all racism ain't on purpose.
Right.
The systems and structures have made it such that it's just our second language, and it's not on purpose. And so when somebody tells you that you violated a rule or a clause, or if you're at the Jay-Z concert and you're sitting next to a white couple and they just start singing to Jigga Ma, and you're like, "Yo, you can't do that. Don't you see me sitting right here?" And Ta-Nehisi Coates did a great talk about it the other day about it's just some things you can't do. And that's a part of privilege. Fellas, it's just some things you can't do. You just can't go around grabbing butts anymore. I know back in 1991 in high school, that was a thing. Many people would do it, and it wasn't okay then.
Right.
But now, to your point, when women say it's not okay now, it's not okay.
Point blank. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I want to talk, because and there's so many different things that are going on, and I kind of want to just tap your brain on a bunch of different parts of them, because as we deal with the COVID, before we get to COVID, I want to get to George Floyd, and not just George Floyd, but the Black Lives Matter and the assault that we've seen on Black America, and specifically as a parent talking to the kids, because you put out an awesome video not too long ago of you having the conversation with your son and having the racism conversation. So parents who, I'm the kind of parent that I've always share with my kids the realities of the world. I took them to see Selma when they were younger. I felt like if the 4 little girls were blown up in the church, they were kids around them. They went to school, they had school friends, and they had to live through that and experience that. So I've always felt like my kids aren't too young to. I had to shield them from that. Like, people live that, and they should experience that. That's my personal belief. So. You have those conversations. So you have parents who, some people feel like me, some people feel like I'm trying to shield my kid from the realities of the world as long as possible. So talk to us from your perspective on what you feel is the best ways to kind of breach these conversations and have that balance when dealing with your children.
It's critical. It's critical that we have these conversations. I'll start off with a little bit of research. So research demonstrates that kids begin to make decisions and engage with other kids based on race as early as 4 years old. There's this great study called the First Hours of Racism, I think is the name of the book. And they studied preschool kids and watched them not want to take naps to people because of the color of their skin, or not want to eat lunch with kids because of the color of their skin. This is before they get to kindergarten. And so even if parents are saying it's too young to begin talking about race and culture, your kid is getting information and toxins from the environment because it's everywhere. And if you don't do it, you're allowing your kid to potentially injure my kid. Because Black folk and brown folk are required to talk about racism and race, because we don't have a choice, because it's a part of where we exist. The concern is that white people, for the large part, have not been forced to face the grounding of their cultural identity in the oppressor role. And so it makes it very challenging to have those discussions. And so white people have to move beyond and really practice mindfulness to say, listen, I get that there was no white race, when my ancestors came to America. They were Irish, they were Polish, they were Jewish, and then suddenly they became white. And there's a reason for that. And white people have to really get past that in order to have those discussions. And so when we talk about people having tough time talking to kids about race and racism, it's not usually Black or brown people who are having that problem. It's usually non-Black or brown people who are having that problem and approach to that discussion. And it's their own fragility that they're fearing, because they know when they talk about racism, they're going to have to face some historical context by which they were severely guilty, and that's going to be challenging for them. So once they can get past the shame, it's not the most difficult conversation to have.
You know, you're hitting on so many points that are exactly what I feel, and I've thought. I'm just not a doctor like you, so I'm not smart enough to articulate them the way you are.
Stop.
Stop. But that shame piece that you talked about is something. Well, how do you feel we should? Like, I posted a post yesterday talking about this great white awakening, and like, here's your chance to get out of racism free, right? Here's your one get out of racism free card. And I said it kind of jokingly, but it's kind of serious too.
Yeah.
Because when we deal with that shame, I think that a lot of white people feel ashamed, so they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to deal with it. But what do you say to them? Like, how they think, oh, if I say this, then that means I don't want to admit that I might have racists in my family. Do you feel like just saying, okay, here it was, I'm sorry, and let's move forward, avoiding it is best? Like, what can we do to kind of, because I don't feel like it's our problem to fix. So what do we do to get them to the position where they can at least accept it, get rid of that shame part, and move forward to helping without another man getting killed by a police officer on his neck for 9 minutes?
That's one of the big questions of the entire world. Most of our concerns around anxiety, depression, a lot of that is grounded in shame. I'm not a psychoanalyst, but like, if people who really study Freud, they talk about shame and guilt and how that drives a lot of maladaptive and antisocial behaviors. And so whether we're talking about individuals who are having troubles at work or living life or being confident, that's oftentimes grounded in shame. And so to get past that is to really begin to practice mindfulness and move through this trajectory that I kind of call the 3 C's: comfort, confident, and consistent. And so when we talk about our level of comfort, I ask people, how long are you able to sit with yourself in silence? A lot of people don't even realize that's not something they can do. There's always a TV on. They're always scrolling through something that's distracting. And so when we're talking about dismantling shame, whether it's as a result of historic abuse, whether it's as a result of your job or decisions you've made, the first question is, do you have the ability, like literally the physical ability, to sit with yourself in silence for 5 minutes? And just allow the thoughts to just flow through you. And what that means is you're beginning to practice mindfulness. And my business is Mindful Training Solutions. And I approach every conversation, and this is from major corporations in the C-suite with executives doing coaching, down to community organizations working with foster kids, to help people understand that if you don't pay attention to what your mind is telling your body as you're experiencing something, you will never be able to make change. And so being able to sit with yourself and build up the tolerability of your own anxiety of being with yourself is a skill set. This summer, I was able to run 7 miles in one run that I've never been able to do before. That's because I upped my ante from 3 to 4 to 5. And then suddenly I'm out the house and I'm running 7 miles. I get home, I'm like, oh snap, I just ran 7 miles. And I didn't know I could do it until I did it. And so many of us have no idea that the reason why we can't sit with ourselves is because the shame and the guilt of the thoughts that pass through us that we judge. And so one of the main tenets of mindfulness is to allow a thought to pass through you without judging it and saying, wow, I just thought that, and that's cool. It means something. What does it mean? I'm just going to accept that I thought it. I always give the analogy when you're driving down the street and somebody cuts you off, you want to rush up to see who they are. When you pull up to them, you're like, I knew it was you, whether it's a ethnicity or age or gender. But you don't want to accept the fact that you're ageist and you just knew this person was going to be over 70 years old. And that's how ageism never ends, because kind-hearted people don't want to acknowledge the shame of having ageist thoughts inside of a system of ageism. And so the first thing is building comfort with yourself, man. I think that we can eliminate some of that shame with building that comfort, whether you're white, black, whatever it is. So we got to ask people to build that comfort, to be able to sit with themselves. And then if they understand what happens when you don't, there's 3 reactions that we have to anxiety. It's fight, flight or freeze. And people forget about the freeze. They oftentimes only talk about the fight or flight, but it's also freeze. And so once you figure out what your natural response is, then you can move past it and you can create interventions and techniques to help grow your ability, like you grow your ability to run. Or a marathon runner doesn't just wake up tomorrow and say, I'm gonna run 26.2 miles or whatever it is.
Man, powerful, powerful stuff. Now, I do want to get to one of the last topics I want to talk about is what we've seen in this awakening at the because of what we've seen happen to George Floyd. I don't want the women to get lost in this, so I know a lot of attention gets put on the men who we lose, but you know, we have Breonna Taylor's killers are still free right now. We have so many other women who are also victims of police violence, but also racist violence, because we don't want to forget that people like Ahmaud Arbery, he wasn't killed by police. He was killed by, you know, racist white people who felt threatened by him. But all of a sudden now, we've seen that I think that maybe, you know, mainstream America has run out of excuses to say, well, he did this, or well, she was doing that, or well, this person did that, and kind of, you know, when you see someone on the ground for almost 9 minutes, 8 minutes and 46 seconds, it's like, what can you say? So it seems like now there's been this awakening where everyone is Black Lives Matter. Everyone is promoting diversity. Everyone is for the cause now. And while it's great, and we want that, this is what we needed this. We need people to wake up. I'd be lying if I didn't say it's all of a sudden like, well, what took so long? You know, I wasn't thinking like, what took so long? But here we are. So how do we keep this momentum going without having to see more people die?
That's the important question. And so when we look at what's happening right now, it's really important to understand. You hear a lot of people saying, oh, it feels so different. It feels so different. Well, that's what people were saying in 1874 and in 1876 and right after Reconstruction. So right now is the first time in the living memory that white people are being held accountable for white supremacy, what I like to call street level racism, right? And so we've been able to stop people from allowing us to be lynched in public. That's illegal now. You just can't do that. Although we need to pay attention to these brothers and sisters who have been hanged around the country most recently, because I'm confident that not all those are suicides as they're being listed, as I give that analogy. And so we look at that not being legal anymore, but we had all the street level racism being legal. We saw the young lady in the pew to pay attention to the roadmap that has already been presented to us and pick a different route. And the importance is that we need, you said it earlier, Black people can't end racism in the same way that women can't end sexism, in the same way that gay people can't end homophobia. It is the problem of the dominant culture. We need white people to stop using this ally language and move to accomplice and co-conspirator. And an ally is somebody who makes a beautiful sign and goes to the Black Lives Matter march with us, right? And we appreciate allies. Those are great. But allies are the reason why Jim Crow was able to take over the American South after Reconstruction, because an accomplice and a co-conspirator are white individuals who have skin in the game. So if I gave an analogy to sexism, a co-conspirator, a male co-conspirator to sexism would not be just an individual who said, oh, we need pay equity. We need to make sure that when my daughters are adults, they get pay equity, and they speak about it out loud and they go to the marches. That's an ally. An accomplice and a co-conspirator is the dude who goes into his boss's office and says, I'm willing to take a 6% pay cut so we can make sure that Sally gets some equity. And so what we need, not our allies anymore, they're great, keep coming, but we need white identity development to move from allyship to accomplishship, where they actually have skin in the game and they're willing to risk social capital, they're willing to risk physical capital in order to dismantle racism. And remember, if you're not anti-racist, you're racist. If you're not anti-sexist, you're sexist, because you're participating in the implicit systems that maintain oppression.
Absolutely. We're going to get you out of here on this. I'm going to ask this question because while we're going through this fight, while we're going through life, you know, we have to still, we're constantly bombarded with these battles. So we need, but how do we, I want you to give us something that we can use to preserve our sanity, you know, keep pushing forward, you know, to help us we know what's going on. We don't want to disconnect totally and act like it's not happening, but there's a danger of getting totally engulfed by it as well. So what maybe a tip or two to help us preserve our sanity while we live this experience, but also as we're resetting for the rest of the year to help us accomplish some more positive things for our personal lives. And then also give out your contact information. People can follow you as well.
Yeah, first of all, buckle up because it's going to be a rough ride. Period. There's no way around that. And so we need to understand that as we fight our political violence against us, we got to take care of ourselves. There's an effort coming out by a lot of psychologists saying, please stop showing the knee on the neck, because that is traumatizing Black people over and over and over again. And so sometimes you just got to cut the TV off, right? It's going to be going on again tomorrow. You got to find ways to empower yourself. People who can't get out and want to get out. I have a employee who has asthma and she has a small child. She was able to put together rescue kits for marchers, and she felt so proud that she was able to engage because she couldn't get out. Understand that advocacy just doesn't look one way. Many of us are feeling strained because we feel like we're not doing enough. But remember, it's not just about marching in the streets. We're looking for the long game here, and we need people to invest in strategies that go the long term. Meditate, exercise. When we talk about stress building up in our bodies, it's cortisol, it's a chemical, and that chemical is literally released from our body through perspiration and tears. So if you're watching The Voice and you're watching somebody win their dreams of their life and you start to cry, you're like, I ain't crying over this. Let it flow, because it's actually biologically reducing stress. Go for a run, do some yoga. All these things really legitimately help. And understand that right now we are in a serious concern with race and racism. We have white supremacists who are interested in our blood, and we have to be deliberate about accessing resources, allies, and accomplices who are going to outshine and outweigh the weight of that, because it is coming and it is serious.
Give out your social media info, and before you do that, I'd be remiss if I didn't compliment you on your awesome bookshelf behind you. I'm into bookshelves, man. So go ahead and tell people how they can find
I'm a reader, man. And I've read most books on this shelf, many of the books on this shelf. So yeah, I'm on Twitter at Dr. Grant Jr. I'm on IG at Dr. Grant, and I'm on TikTok at Dr. DG Jr. And yeah, follow me, get my book. If you're in higher education, it's on open access, so you can get it as an ebook for free through your university. It's published as a textbook by Palgrave Macmillan. Thanks, Ryan, man. This was great conversation, brother.
Appreciate you, sir. All right, thanks for.
Are you taking a break today at all?
No, man. I got 2 more to go. I'm sitting here hungry. I got to figure. I don't know what I was thinking. I should have planned some lunch or something in here. I need a co-host for the next one or something. I've been going straight.
Somebody Postmate Ryan some food.
Right. So, hey,
thank you, brother.
Thank you, man. Take it easy.
You too.
All right. So we are going to. We're not going to prolong it. I'm going to go ahead and get us set up for our next speaker, and as soon as we get that set up, we are going to roll. So be right back after this. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. We are coming down the home stretch. Another West Coast guest right now. So and she's like, hey, it's only like 12:30 out here, but listen, it's 3:30 on the East Coast. We've been going all day strong. So I'm excited to have Brooke Sidney Harbor with us. She is the host of the Mind Soulful Show. A phenomenal young lady who deals all about, we're going to talk about resetting our vision, just our soul, just the things that really, kind of recentering ourselves and resetting ourselves there. So Brooke Sidney, welcome to the Reset 2020 Summit. How are you?
I am doing amazing. I'm so happy to be here with you all today.
Awesome. Well, listen, I want to value your time for holding on as we run a little bit behind. So I want to let you jump right into it and talk to us. I know you're here to talk about how, just our inner selves and how we can really reset that to make sure, because I know, as distractions are coming, we've been dealing with a lot this year. A lot of different things have come against us, and we want to really know how can we really keep that centering and that mindfulness about where we're going and that vision for what we are meant to be. So I'm going to hand it over to you, and thank you for joining us again.
Thanks so much, Ryan. So I really just want us to begin by actually doing what's called a practice. And so we're going to begin by taking a couple of cleansing breaths together. So if you're not driving, right, if you're in a comfortable position, please don't do this while you're driving. But I would love for you, before we just jump into the vision, sometimes we need to anchor our energy and our awareness within. That can be on God, if that resonates with you. But we definitely want to take a moment to turn within. So wherever you are, find yourself a comfortable seat. Allow yourself to relax. Often it feels good to, raise up your shoulders to your ears and then allow your shoulder blades and your shoulders just to relax down. If it feels good, I invite you to close your eyes. And we're just going to take a couple of centering breaths together to bring us into this energy flow and discussion around vision. So I invite you to inhale in through your nose. 1, 2, 3, hold. And then exhale through your mouth. 1, 2, 3. One more time. Inhale in through your nose. 1, 2, 3. Hold. And then exhale through your mouth. 1, 2, 3. And for this last breath, I want you to inhale in through your nose. You're inhaling in all of the abundance, joy, peace, serenity that you want to see in 2020. And now we're exhaling out all that we'd love to release and not see anymore in 2020. So one more of this breath. We're inhaling in all the abundance, joy, peace, gratitude for what we want to see in 2020. And now we're exhaling out anything that we want to release from what's so far in 2020. I love that. So with that kind of energy and with that breath, I'd love to just begin by talking a little bit about vision, because what I'm finding out from my clients, from my own life, is that it's not necessarily that we don't have vision or that we didn't have a vision for 2020, but that all of the things that have happened, in 2020 and continue to happen are covering up, are blinding, are blurring our vision for ourselves and our lives for 2020, right? And so today, my goal, I only am setting one intention, is that we're able to bring ourselves back to the vision that we either have already had or we're going to renew our vision. And I truly believe that the vision that we're seeking is already inside of you, right? The vision is within. It's just that life, economic depression, perhaps even a loss of job, and our world shifting out of what we were calling normal, right? That's gone away. And so what that has done for many of us, it's done it for a lot of my clients, is it has blurred or just shut down our vision. And so I invite you, as you are listening today, to take with you that exercise that we did in the beginning. Some people call those type of exercises meditation, but they're also just simple things about connecting with our breath and connecting what we know to be true about ourselves. So again, the idea here is that our vision is already within. And so as we begin to kind of get ourselves back in the space of re-examining mid-year, I mean, I cannot believe it's already July, mid-year 2020, I'm asking you to think about and inviting you to consider that the vision that you maybe had at the beginning of the year is still there. And if perhaps everything has gone so far astray, you might need to create a new one. So one of the first concepts that I'd love for you to try on, I'm bringing soulful mindfulness, mindfulness in which I've used to help me in my life. I'm bringing that forward here to see how you can apply some of these concepts to your life. And one of the biggest things that we can do in any moment of our lives, whether 2020 was crazy or 2020 was amazing so far, is a practice called awareness and noticing, right? Awareness and noticing. So we are noticing anything that comes up in our lives, right? So whether this pandemic, this time period from January to June has been amazing for you, notice that. Whether there have been places that have been disappointing, notice that. If there are places that you know in your life you want to change or you feel like the vision has gone astray, notice that. The beauty about mindfulness is that it allows you to bring this awareness and this noticing to elements of our life, to our thoughts, to our feelings in a non-judgmental space. And that's why I feel like this is a beautiful tool, technology, philosophy to think about our lives as we're setting our vision for this part of 2020 or going back to the vision that's already within ourselves for 2020. So whatever's coming up for you at this moment, the first thing that I want you to do is to be mindfully aware of it or notice it. And I wanted to share quickly a story about a particular client of mine who recently did just that. So last week, I know you guys are all very well aware of a lot of the racial injustice, Black Lives Matter incidents, where we're being bombarded with news and images and stories and visions of what most Black people and people of color have known to be going on. But now, in addition to that knowingness, that awareness, right, we get to see it all day long, and we get to see it brought up in front of our faces all day long. And many of us are attempting to help people process some of the things that they're seeing. I'm one of those people. And so one of my clients was actually in an incident last week where, as a Black male, he was confronted by someone who was accusing him of attacking her. And I mean, the video went viral, and he luckily recorded it, and there were people standing by, right? And so as a result, he was obviously triggered, right? I think that's another conversation that I think a lot of us need to have right now about, how we're experiencing these things. But he understandably was triggered and bothered by this situation. And what he decided to do is the reason why I'm bringing up this story. is that rather than allow these incidences and experiences to happen in our lives where they go unnoticed, he decided to actually bring his present awareness to that moment. And when he did that, when he saw he was actually experiencing in the moment, he was able to do the one thing a lot of us don't do: ask for help. Ask for help. Not only did he call his therapist, he also called me, his mindfulness and spiritual coach, right, to hold space for him and help him process these moments. And I give you that example for a couple of reasons. The first one is mindful awareness and noticing, right? Everything that's coming up for us right now in these moments. But two, is that when we become aware and we become present to our lives, we allow these experiences that are happening theoretically outside of us, but that we are thinking about, having feelings about, and then reacting to, we allow them to come up and see them. And then from that space, we can figure out the best way to move forward, right? And a lot of us right now we've had generations of trauma, of injustice, of microaggressions, macroaggressions, and we've largely allowed them to remain hidden as we continue to move through our lives. It is an amazing coping mechanism, and it works really, really well until it doesn't. And until we are left feeling all of the things, and our vision of who we are becomes covered up and becomes blurred. And that's why I have found that mindful awareness and noticing allows us to register what's going on in our lives so that we can ask for help. We can see what we need to do. We can not attach, because not everything is for us. And I really feel like get support and be supported, right? So that's one really big concept that I would love, as we are considering what our vision is for the remaining of 2020, to bring that practice of dropping into the moment and being really aware in a non-judgmental space of what's happening in and through us. The next thing I'd like us to consider and invite into our lives as we are reconnecting to the vision that's already within us is allowing ourselves grace, right? Allowing ourselves grace. Now, I know so many people are like, grace and vision. Yes, grace and vision. Because when we give ourselves grace in this moment, and when we're thinking about from January to June, which, y'all, when we think about January to June, so much has come up. I've had clients say to me, "Oh my God, I was not prepared. I wasn't prepared. I didn't have that 6-month savings. I didn't have a backup plan. My taxes weren't ready to apply for the help that was available, or I just mentally wasn't prepared. I didn't feel like I was in the right space, or I thought my faith was going to get me through, but I'm still having troubles, right? I'm still having troubles. And so as we are sitting here on July 1 and we're trying to reconnect to the vision within, I'm asking you to give yourself some grace, right? Give yourself some grace. And for people that are not familiar with that term, that could be loving kindness, that can be compassion, because whatever you didn't know or you didn't do, that's where you are, and you know now, right? And there's no point in rehashing or regurgitating or allowing yourself to sit in it, because you did the best that you could do. And that's where God's grace, your own loving kindness, and your own compassion right now in this moment is going to enable you to see who you are, and then be able to connect with that vision, either a new vision, either way, it's a vision that you have within. And then I think that another important characteristic that we need to think about or a concept that I want you to invite in is that life could change for the better at any moment. And this is the element of hope. And so before we connect with any type of vision, new or old, right, we have to have a mindset or a belief that it is possible and that we can do it. One of the biggest things that, a lot of people do at the beginning of the year, I know that I did, right? We, even scripture tells us we write the vision and we make it plain so that we can run it, so we can run, right? We can see it as we run. And what has happened is a lot of us were doing all the things that we thought we were supposed to do. And here we are, right? Here we are. And a vision is only going to be as good as the belief that we put behind it, right? I'm going to say that again. The vision that we hope to see is only as good as the belief that we put behind it. And oftentimes we're building our belief on hope until it turns into faith or it turns into a strong belief. So I'm asking you today to try on my idea, you can take some of my hope and believe that life could change for the better at any moment, and that you haven't necessarily done anything wrong up to now, right? We haven't always done anything wrong. Life sometimes happens to give us new lessons. But when we remain hopeful in the moment, then we can continue forward, taking step by step towards whatever vision that you again have within. And I think this is my second to last concept that I want you to try on, is that, right, if our vision has become blurred, what do we need to do to get it clear? We need to release whatever is blocking it. We need to release whatever thoughts, feelings, emotions that are not serving us. That doesn't mean that we ignore them. It doesn't mean that we push them down. Gosh, I definitely don't want people pushing them down. Again, whatever's coming up, we're allowing it to come up. We're allowing ourselves to see it. We're allowing ourselves to feel it because we know there's a gem of wisdom in it for us, especially go into the second half of this year. But what we find that is no longer useful, we release that, right? One of the biggest things that came up for me during the last month or so, and in talking with clients, was starting to shift our language, starting to release language and thoughts that no longer work for us. I'll give you an example, one that is, potentially triggering. So the idea that we would go out as a collective and say, I can't breathe. I'm inviting us to release that and to step into our power of who we are as powerful, divine, creative individuals that are put here for a purpose right now on this planet, to release that thought and bring on the emotion of I can breathe. I can create the vision that is coming through me. I can create the vision that God has given me. I can create the vision that I see inside of me. I can take back whatever has been stripped away. I can fully walk every day in my divinely given vision and power, right? So some of this, as we step into the remainder of 2020, it's about noticing what comes up, giving ourselves grace, stepping into hope, and releasing what doesn't work, right? Releasing outdated modes of thinking, being, and things that are truly disempowering. And so as I wind it down, I love to close out any of my conversations, any of my client calls with us being anchored into gratitude, right? Into gratitude. And so, If you're still not driving and you still have a moment to sit back, I'd love to invite you into some final breaths of gratitude. So wherever you are, find again that comfortable seat. Allow yourself just to be present right now where you are. You don't have to do or be anything or anywhere but exactly this moment, to reside here. And so I invite you to close your eyes just so we can truly anchor into this moment. And so let's take one just deep, relaxing breath in. So inhale in through your nose, hold, and exhale out. So now I would love for you to bring to mind 3 things that you are grateful for. They can be 3 things that I'm going to call it the wisdom of January 2020 through June 30th, 2020 has brought you. 3 gems that you truly can be grateful for. It could be your resilience. It could be your beauty. It could be the awareness of how the world really is. It could be your family. And it most certainly can be God and you. There's always something that we can find a breath of gratitude for. And I'm inviting you to bring 3 of those things to your mind right now. And with those 3 things in mind, we're going to just take 3 breaths of gratitude. So we're going to inhale in, anchoring in into this feeling of appreciation, holding, and now exhaling it out. Allowing that energy of gratitude to be in and around you. Inhaling in. Again, breathing in appreciation for all of the beautiful lessons that 2020 so far has given us. And then exhaling out. And then inhaling in. Thanking God, thanking yourself, and being hopeful and all-knowing that you're creating this beautiful vision anew. And exhaling out. When you're ready, I invite you back into the space. So thank you, Ryan. Thank you all for going on that aligning with our vision within journey. Whew, I feel better.
Yeah, man, that was amazing. I think that was a beautiful thing and a perfect place in today's reset, and exactly what I was hoping you would do. I didn't know how you would do it, but exactly what I was looking for. Something to just kind of, just get us set and calm and just centered again. So thank you so much for that. Brooke Sidney, I want to give you a chance, sorry, to go ahead and tell people how they can listen to your show, or how they can follow you, and get more information and work with you if so be it.
Sure. Well, I'm glad that you all feel more calm and centered. You can find the Mind Soulful Show on every podcast platform. So Apple, Spotify, SoundCloud. They release every Wednesday. So a new episode dropped today. You can find me at brookesidney.com. And then in terms of all of social media, I am at like Facebook, The Brooke Sidney, Twitter, The Brooke Sidney, and Instagram, The Brooke Sidney. I do have some free giveaways if you're interested. If you're interested, yeah. I love to give things. So I guess it was last Friday. It feels like time is going by quickly, or 2 Fridays ago, we had a Juneteenth or a Freedom Day meditation. And I felt that a lot of the people that received that actually felt freer and more clear as well as anchoring into all the things that we do, in fact, can be grateful for right now. And so I'm offering that Freedom Day meditation replay to all of you all. I think it's very helpful as we are jumping into the rest of 2020 to anchor into our freedom, anchor into all our blessings, as well as remember the past, right? That's exactly what that is. And you can find that on my site at brooksitney.com/freedom-day. All of these are on my site. And then I also have 15 ways to practice mindfulness. So for people that are new to the concept of mindfulness, and I have a way of, I feel like, incorporating soul with it, there's a free like PDF that can actually help you see what practices make sense for you. And then in terms of other ways to work with me, I definitely have a new visioning workbook that's out. Renew Your Vision workbook, as well as an accompanying meditation, and as always, vision and shift session. So I invite anyone that needs a little support and help to either, check me out for one of those, or even meditation guidance. I've been helping folks get through these really triggering times.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. I look forward to talking to you and working with you again real soon.
Thank you so much, Ryan.
Thank you. All right, we are coming down the home stretch. We are going to close this thing with a bang. I'm going to, look, we got to cue them up. So we'll be right back with our final presenter in 60 seconds. All right. We are back. Our final speaker. Listen, I need you to understand as I introduce this man, this gentleman, and I've worked with him. He's been a mentor of mine for a long time. And even when we weren't in the same business, he's always been supportive throughout the years. When I ran my campaign, he supported that. And when I called him and reached out to him about this, I was like, he was like, when I made my list, I was like, I need Mr. Self. And I was like, man, he didn't respond. And then he came, because I know how busy he is. So I was like, listen, once he said yes, I was like, we gonna squeeze, you getting in there. So this is, I'm saying this publicly. My wife knows this. She'll laugh because she knows I credit this man as he is the most influential mentor and model in my life. So when I met him, I think I was 26 at the time. And just, he was a man who I could see in myself in. And what I mean by that is I could see that if he could do it, like, it's real. So when I had a dream and I wanted to be an entrepreneur, it was in him that I was like, it's real. And he poured into me and thousands of people as well. Wasn't just me. But so this man has had some tremendous success, helped tens, I don't know, what's the number, 50, 60 people earn over $1 million, at least six-figure incomes. He's been named the Black Chamber of Commerce Entrepreneur of the Year twice. Some phenomenal things, and I'm just ecstatic to have him here because, and last thing, I'm gonna let you go. I know this is kind of getting look. I believe men need to appreciate each other. All right, ain't nothing soft about it. Honoring other men as well. So this is some teaching in as well. I don't know if you remember this or not, but we saw each other in it was Newport News, the Marriott Hotel. You were down there doing a briefing. My wife still laughs at me because I was like, is that Mr. Self? And I ran over there to you. She was like, what the heck? You know, she'd always heard about, she didn't know who you were. I was like, that's Mr. Self, that's Mr. Self. And, you know, I call him Mr. Self. I've always called him that, but I'm going to try to call him Darnell today. I don't know. It might just be Mr. Self. We'll see what happens. But anyway, enough of that. Darnell Self, thank you for joining us for Reset 2020, man. Thank you.
Man, it's a pleasure. It really is, man. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much, man. You make me blush over here, man. And it's an honor. It really is. I'm not sure if I'm deserving of all of those overly kind words, but certainly glad to spend 15 minutes or so with the audience, and proud of you, honestly, to create a platform that adds value to so many people's lives across the not just across the country, but around the world. So thank you for having me on.
Thank you so much. So the reason I wanted to have you on is because, like I said, when I was 26, when I first got involved with our business, I never heard of personal development. You know, I had a college degree, I had dreams and goals, but I had never really got involved with personal development. I never worked on myself. So we talk about reset yourself. Obviously, it's a play on your name, but it's deeper than that as well. So I wanted you were so influential in getting me and so many others into personal development and into really working on ourselves. So, you know, but even doing that, even as a student of personal development, a teacher of personal development, when life hits you, sometimes, you know, you just resort to what you know, and you're just scratching and clawing. So I want to give you the floor to kind of inspire us as we go out of here to how can we reset ourselves and just who we are and have at it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And listen, just so that we can level set the audience here, I'm probably the least qualified person to be on this platform today. And I don't say that to be facetious. I mean, it took me 7.5 years to get my 4-year degree from college. Every major, you name it, I was in. So I had no idea, man. If I had to go through a doctoral program, my God, how long? That would have been another 20 years. So I was the kid who didn't know. You know what I mean? I had no idea what I wanted to do, right? And so at 18, sometimes your parents make it seem as though you're supposed to know everything you want to do. And, you know, people often ask things like, so what do you want to do? You know, what are you going to study? What's your major? You feel uncomfortable if you're a kid and you don't know. You're like, I'm undecided. And you feel guilty for being undecided. But look, I know 35-year-old, 40-year-old men who still are unsure. You know what I mean? And so it's a lot of pressure on our young men and women, you know, when they first go off to school, or if they decide not to go to school. It was me, 7.5 years to get my 4-year degree. I was every major, you name it, I was there. Pre-med, zoology, psychology, radio, television, and film journalism. It's a true story. Went to my advisor in my 7th year. I said, what do I need to do to graduate? And she looked at all my credits. She said, first of all, you have enough credits for 3 other people to graduate with you. She said, second of all, if you take a major in PR, public relations, you can actually graduate right now. And that's how I got my degree. So that was me throughout my collegiate experience. And I used to work at a mall. And am I breaking up, sir? It's great.
We're good. The sound is still good, and we're recording, so we'll be good.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Good. So I felt like, you know, listen, I got to figure out what I want to do, and I was working at a retail store. And for those who may be from the DMV, Decent Maryland, Virginia area, it was a mall called Prince George's Plaza. And I sold men's and women's clothing. And I was looking for something else, and I didn't know what, right? I was working 60 to 80-hour work weeks. And here's the reason why I share with you this story. At 24 years old, I met my first entrepreneur who was successful, who looked like me. And Les Brown says, once your mind's expanded, it can't go back. And I knew too much. I knew my worth. Like, people often say to me, you know, listen, as an entrepreneur, isn't that scary to not know when your next check is coming in? Like 2 weeks check. Like, I know when my next check is coming in. I'm like, no, it's scary for me to know what my next check is going to be and when it's coming in, because that means I've given someone else permission to dictate my worth, my value. And because of personal development, what Mr. Green is talking about, because of personal development, I believe I'm better in 2 weeks than I was the prior 2 weeks. I'm better this month than I was last month. I'm a better husband. I'm a better father. I'm a better man. I'm a better leader. I'm a better friend, because I'm growing. I'm reading, right? I'm stretching myself. I'm attending seminars. So how can someone tell me I'm worth the same in 2 weeks than I was the prior 2 weeks if I was growing? See, and the only reason people accept 2 weeks check, 1 week check, is only because they allow someone else to say, here's what you're worth to me. And I get it. Don't get me wrong. I'm a CEO too. I can't pay my employees more than I make. I get the system, but it's modern day slavery. And so it's not until we make a decision that, you know what, I am worth more. Right? Unless you love what you do. Don't get me wrong. If you love what you do, you have a career and you absolutely do it. It's not for the money. You get it. You know what I mean? I'm an educator and I love educating the kids. I don't do it. I get that. I get that. But if you don't love it, here's how you know. If I stroked a check for you today for $1 million, will you wake up and go to work in the morning? That's how you know, right? That's how you're gonna know, right? Because at that point you're like, nah, for real, I'm calling in sick. I got $1 million, I got 7 figures in the account. So exactly. So I started my journey in personal development at 24 years old. I'm 50 years old now. So I've been reading for a very long time, like I've heard from many of your guests. And so I learned that personal development allowed the same things to happen to me. I just responded differently. It doesn't change what happens to you, right? Because life has a way of just throwing stuff your way. The pandemic was coming, but it's how you respond to it. That's the difference between those who are personally developed and those who are not, right? The problems that seemed big last month seem smaller. Not that the problem is actually smaller, it's just that you're bigger. And so you look at the problem as if it's smaller. You get over it in an hour instead of getting over it in a day or a month. And you know those folks, right? They get to work in the morning and talking about what happened to them on the way to work. Lunch break, as soon as they see somebody, like, hey, let me tell you what happened to me this morning. At night when they get home to the spouse, I'll tell you what happened to me this morning. The next week, they're like, bro, it's a week, a month. You know people like that. They've been talking about the same thing for 20 years. I'm like, dude, that was 20 years ago. Like, let it go, man. Right? So the problem with, I think the problem with me and many others recommending personal development is that you don't see a shift right away, right? And because you don't see a change right away, we're like, I read the book and just waiting, right? It's like I attended the seminar, waiting. I paid for the class, waiting. And doesn't happen like that, right? It's spaced repetition. You got to go over and over and over and over. You got to read over and over. It's like people say, I've taken a shower. For the year, you're good. This is why we recommend baths and showers every day. You got to do it frequently in order for it to impact you. Plus, the last piece is that even though you're reading, I'm just going to recommend that you listen. I don't care if you're not a reader. People are like, well, that's good for you. You're a reader. Listen, I actually don't like the actual act of reading. I just like the results I get from reading. Right? So you've never heard me say, Mr. Green, you never heard me say, I can't wait to dig into this book. Oh my gosh, I've been thirsting this book. Because I got a big library over there, right? But I thirst what I get from it. You know what I mean? I know what the results have been. And so this is why I recommend it. So here's this last thing I want to share with you all. Because people expect that they're going to get immediate results, they don't trust the plan. They don't trust the plan. And I would highly recommend that you don't become over-dependent on your own agenda. Because what will happen is that you just figure that, oh, this is a dead end. That means it wasn't meant for me, right? We talk ourselves into this. All it takes is one mistake, one no, one rejection. We're like, oh, I guess it wasn't meant for me. No, that rejection was meant to make you stronger for what was coming up next, right? It was there to build muscle. Right, for mental stamina, and so what happens is that we hope and we wish and we wait, and none of that's a strategy. None of that is a strategy. So the reason why I said I was probably underqualified, or the most underqualified person for this particular platform, is because I didn't really go to study. And I'm Self. I keep using Self as my last name, but that's not really why I use it. By the way, Self is not my real last name. It is the name that I know, right? My name came from my great-great-grandfather, who was not a Self. He was a Johnson, which wasn't his real name either, but he was on a Self plantation in Virginia, and the slave owner gave him from the Self plantation. That's where my name came from. So Self is my name. I just don't know what my real name is, and so I just, that's the name that my mom and my dad gave me, because that's the name they were given. But my point in saying all of this is I'm the guy, I'm just proof that dreams come true for everybody. That's what I'm proof of. I'm proof of that guy, because I know I know how flawed I am. I know how many mistakes I've made. I know how many times I've had to say I'm sorry. I know that, right? And so because of that, because I know it more than you, because I don't tell you everything, because you can't handle the truth.
Right.
So, and because of that, I know that I'm like, my God, you can do it if you really knew my story, right? Listen, real quickly, I'm gonna end with a story because I like to tell stories. Mr. Green knows I tell stories. You'll never hear me talk without sharing a story.
Absolutely.
So, I'm an introvert by nature. You should know that. By the way, I speak for a living, but I'm an introvert by nature. So all the folks say, well, I just don't talk. You got to get the gab. No. I heard Dr. Ferguson say it. If your why is strong enough, you'll figure out how. No more excuses. When I let go of my excuses, I found my results. That's enough of that. Like, that's not my personality. Get a new one. You can listen, you can develop into whoever you want to be. Stop listening to what people told you. That's just who you are. No, it doesn't. That's who you were. Doesn't mean who you're going to be. So introvert, right? All that means is that I'm okay by myself. I'm the only child. So growing up, my parents worried about me. You need to get out more. You need to make more friends, right? Why don't you go over your neighbor's house? Go over there. I'm like, I'm good, Mom. But when you're your only child and you're an introvert, your parents worry about you. But I was okay. I really was. So as an introvert. So my mom made me join the junior usher board at church. Never forget it. Washington, D.C., right? And the church was called Glendale Baptist, right? It's no longer in existence, but Glendale Baptist. So I had to go to church and be a junior usher board because she figured I could make me some friends. Joined the junior usher board and I learned how to serve. So I learned how to stand up when other people were sitting because I was the usher. They got to sit, I got to stand. That was okay. I was learning how to serve. Didn't know what capacity this was going to serve for me in my life later on. When it was raining outside, I held the umbrella for the elderly. I walked into their car. I got wet, they didn't, but I was learning how to serve. When we had the little bake sales in the basement of the church, they ate. I didn't. I was serving the cake. They get to eat. They got to eat. But that's okay. I was learning how to serve. See, I was learning how to serve at 11 years old. Then Christmas came around. So 14 years old at this time. And this rap group was out called Run DMC. And they were, for those who remember. And I asked my mom, my dad, can you buy me an Adidas sweatsuit? They said, hey, I opened up the Christmas gift I had. We didn't have a lot of money as a family. My father drove the Metro bus, which is a DC Transit. My mother worked for the government. And so when I opened up the box, the sleeve rolled out from that jacket and it had 4 stripes, Ryan Green. And for those who know Adidas, there's 3 stripes, not 4. So I'm like, Mom, help me, right? And because I'm a mama's boy, like, Mom, help me. She was like, your dad paid for it. You're gonna have to wear it. And I went to public school. I didn't go to private school. So I was used to wearing what I got from Christmas the next day back from winter break. That was the deal. You got to wear your Christmas clothes.
That's right.
It was the worst day ever. Listen, Ryan Green, worst day ever, bro. Because I got teased. I had on a 4-stripe sweat. I didn't even know what it was.
Right.
It was horrible.
Man.
Why am I saying this to you guys? Listen to me. Because my mother said, if you want to wear designer clothes, you got to go get a job where they sell it. So I went to this store to apply called Up Against the Wall. They sold all the trendy items back in the day. And I filled out an application. The manager looked at the application, put it in the box. I'm walking out. There's a whole bunch of applications, paper applications. That's how old I am. It wasn't digital, it was paper applications. Right. And before I got out the door, he called me back. He said, Darnell, I turned around, he's holding the application. And I walked back. He said, you want to work here? I said, yes, sir. He said, you want to start right now? I said, sure. He said, you want to know why I'm hiring you? I said, why? He said, on the bottom of the application where it says extracurricular activity, you put junior usher board. And I feel like anybody, a grown man who put junior usher board has got to love to serve. Man.
Wow.
So I got the job. Watch this. I got the job. When I was going to University of Maryland, I got the job. I switched stores to a location right across the street from University of Maryland. Well, my wife was walking, at the time, this girl was walking past that store in the mall. She saw me in there. She said, that man is fine. I'm gonna get that job. This is my version. You got to ask her version another time.
That's right.
So she walked in to get the job. Long story short, guys, because you probably wondering, where am I going with this story? Stick with me. Watch this. One day a thief came in there, threatened my life because I told him not to steal the coat. Called the store, in fact, the next day, because I called security on him. It's a whole long story. I won't get into that. My wife was now working at the store. She answered the phone. She was the cashier. I was the manager. He said, hey, tell that manager dude when he walk out the store tonight, he's getting capped. Urban translation, shot, right? Just in case there's some folks who don't know the urban vernacular. So my mom calls, my wife calls my mom and says, Mom, Darnell just got his life threatened. My mom gets me on the phone, and first she says, let us pray. You gotta know my mom. Before she says anything, it's like, hey, babe, let us pray. I'm like, Mom, I'm at work. I can't close my eyes. She's like, that's okay, pray. So she said, here's what she said after the prayer. I don't know if you know the story, Ryan Ray. She said, no, you quit your job. A lot of people think I quit my job because I've been successful as an entrepreneur. That's not the backstory. She said, you need to quit your job. I said, Mom, I can't quit my job. I got a house. I got a car note. She says, I'm not losing my only son over some foolishness. Quit the job. Wow. Here's my point, guys. And don't get me wrong, I went through three. I don't want you guys to think that all of a sudden I had success after that. I quit my job, but I had 3.5 years. I call it my season of preparation. I lost my cars. My house went up for foreclosure. It was a horrible time. I won't go over that because that's not the point of the story. But it took me through a lot before we started earning millions. I appreciate the accolades, sir, and all the wonderful things you said. But I just want you to know it's 3.5 years. 3.5 years, I made $10,000 in those almost 4 years combined. Take 4 years combined, and I made $10,000. My wife was trying to support the family. She's working at BET, Black Entertainment Television, and it was tough. What's my point of this whole story? I'm ending with this. Here's the point of my whole story. What if I was over dependent on my own agenda? I would have to say, God, please make me an introvert because I need my parents to worry about me. And I need them to worry about me so much that they force me to join the Junior Usher Board. And I need to join the Junior Usher Board because I need to learn how to serve. Now, I need to join the Junior Board as well because I know my dad's going to buy me a fake Adidas sweatsuit. So God, please allow my dad to buy me a fake Adidas sweatsuit because that's the only reason I'm going to go get a job where I can buy real Adidas sweatsuits. And the only reason why I had to work or at least serve with the Junior Usher Board because I need that manager to see on the application Junior Usher Board. And normally a grown man is not putting Junior Usher Board on a job application. But I need to put that on a job application because I need to be hired. And the reason why I need to be hired is because I need to work at that store because I need my wife to walk past that store. Now, I need this young lady to walk past that store, and I need us to date, and I need us to fall in love, and I need us to get married, because when this thief comes in and we get into this altercation, I need my wife to work there. And the only reason I need my wife to work there is because I need my wife to answer the phone when the thief calls and threatens my life. And the reason why my wife has to be the one to answer the phone, because my wife is the only person I know who will call my mom because my life is threatened. So I need my wife to call my mom because I need my mom to tell me, let us pray and quit your job. Because that's what she received in the spirit. And the reason why I need her to tell me to quit my job, because I really can't think of anybody else in the world, Mr. Green, that can tell me to quit my job and I got responsibilities and I quit my job except my mom. So I need to quit my job, though, because I got to go through 4 years of a season of preparation. And the reason why I've got to go through 4 years is because I'm going to build a big team of entrepreneurs because I'm in the direct selling industry. And I got to build a big team of entrepreneurs who can trust me. And the only way they're going to trust me is if I'm speaking with them, not down to them. And the only with them is if I can relate to them. And the only way I can relate to them is if I know what it's like to have nothing and I know what it's like to have a whole lot. And I've been in both places, sir. And that's the reason why I'm telling you guys, this Reset 2020, this July, last 6 months of 2020, anything can happen, but it may not look like you want it to happen in the beginning. But just trust that it's happening to set you up for the next stage. Listen, the only reason I opened certain doors was because another door closed. I wasn't even looking for the other door because I was in a different room. It wasn't until I opened that door to realize there was another room with another door. But guess what? That door had to shut too for me to look for the next room. And before you know it, man, I had mansions. Why? Simply because doors had to shut. So a door shutting is not denial. Maybe a delay, but it's an opportunity for you to grow, an opportunity for you to become, an opportunity for you to develop, to be the person that you've asked to be, to attract all the things you say you want. That starts with self, my friend. Appreciate you having me on, my brother.
Mr. Self, Mr. Self, Mr. Self. Listen, man, that phenomenal and exactly why I'm on here to share what I've been soaking up for the last 20-something years now. But listen, before we go, I'm going to put you on the spot because I do want you to leave us with this one thing. You had the story about when you were at the airport. And there was a line of people trying to go through the door. Hopefully it's coming back to you. But there was another door no one was going through. And I want you to kind of share that with us, and I'll let you go after this because I think that's so perfect for where we are right now. Because some people are going to go through 2020. Some people who didn't register for this, some people saw this event and they were like, hey, it doesn't, whatever, I don't need that. Some people are watching the event and they're still like, yeah, this is all good. But so when you talk about you seeing the line of people going through that line, those are those line of people lining up right now and they're still going through looking for their new normal. They're looking for their new going back to what was normal. And you saw that door I think it was at the airport where you were. You leave us with that story. Tell us about that, and then I'm gonna let you go. Did I lose you? Did you hear me? Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there we go.
And I appreciate you, brother. I really do. And for whatever reason, I've got a bad internet connection today, so I apologize. I hope everything is coming through okay for your recording, man. Yep. The worst thing for me would be to disappoint you and the audience. But yeah, man, it was that was when I started to develop my confidence. I've heard a couple of your panelists and guests today talk about their confidence and their posture and belief. And I commend them, man, because when I meet people that have that type of confidence, man, I'm excited for them. And because I didn't have it, man. Like I second guessed myself and I always, wondered if, and maybe that's for other people, but not for me. And I could tell I started to develop the confidence. And this story proved it. I was like so happy for myself. I was. I know it sounds a little pompous, but I was just like, you did it, D. I was so, because when you're a guy who lacked confidence, you know what I mean? Like when you know that you've been self-conscious, when you know you felt defeated, and you know that your esteem has been low. When you come out of that spot, man, you're like, it's like pursuit to happiness at the end when he was like, that's how I felt.
Yeah.
So LAX airport, I'll leave you guys with this last 2-minute story, only because you requested, guys, and we're going to let y'all go because y'all been on here all day.
Yeah.
LAX airport, I'm getting off the airplane. I walked to baggage claim. I had one carry-on and I checked one bag in. So I'm rolling my carry-on. I turn this one corner and there were 2 revolving doors that let you out from the airport area, I should say the terminal area, to the baggage claim area. 2 revolving doors. One revolving door had about, I don't know, I didn't count, but maybe 50 people waiting to go out of it. The other revolving door had nobody, like not one person. Here's a crazy thing. There wasn't a sign that said out of order. There wasn't a cone up, wet floors. There wasn't tape over it, not functioning, go to the other revolving, nothing. Just people waiting to go out of the one door. And so, I just tell people, look, sometimes you just gotta go for it and be willing to be embarrassed. And if you ever wanna really succeed, I mean, massively succeed, I mean, like 7-figure level success, you gotta be willing to be embarrassed. You gotta be willing to have other people say, is he crazy? Is she out of her mind? Why? Because you're going against the norm. And wealth is a minority, not the majority. If everybody had it, wealth would be a majority, but it's not, as a minority. So just trust you're going to be going in the opposite direction of the majority because you're a minority if you're going for wealth, because most folks won't go for wealth because they've been told it's not for them. So I see this line. I make the decision. I'm making it sound easy just because I got to make the story short. But I make the decision and I walk to the revolving door with nobody in it. Now listen, you got to walk past these people, right? And they looking at you like, where this dude going? If work, we all be over there. This is what people say. That's what they said when I started my business. Darnell, I mean, that kind of stuff work, everybody be successful. This is what people want to say to you. So, because they're comparing it to, it's a whole bunch of stuff people compare, but I won't talk about that. So I'm walking towards the door and you can hear people whispering. You always want to see people take out their phones like, oh, we're going to videotape this because he's about to crash into the store. So I'm walking, right? Now, here's the problem with doing this. Just so y'all know, here's the problem with doing this. If it doesn't open, right? Because if you're gonna hit the door, if you're gonna take the next 6 months and really give it everything you have, you can't put your toe in the water. How in the world do you know if you're able to swim with your toe in the water? You're gonna have to jump in. So if I'm gonna hit the door, I'm gonna hit the door. You can't ask permission for success either. When you reset in self, you can't ask permission. Do you think I should reset? Well, what do you all think? Well, listen, you buy people's opinions, you buy their lifestyle. So I didn't ask their opinion. Do y'all think this? Hey, anybody know that this open? No, you know why most people are over there? Because they're followers. So I didn't ask their permission. So I just walked, right? Like I knew where I was going. You gotta know. And so I'm like I know where I'm going. And I hit the door. I hit it hard too. By the way, if it didn't open, that's what I mean by embarrassment. If it didn't open, I gotta walk past those same people like, hey, how y'all, all right, excuse me, and walk back to get in the back of the line, which is now even longer than it was before. And hey, I'm sorry, hey, but guess what? Most of those folks you never see again in your life. Most of the people who were around when I failed aren't around to tell you that I failed because they're no longer around. They're somewhere, I don't know what they're doing. I've never seen them again in my life, so who cares? Anyway, guess what happened? The door opened, and then guess what happened? Half the line got over. The door was always available. The opportunity was always available. Reset was always there for them. But most of them weren't choosing reset because they're following, they're conformists. And that's what most folks do. They conform to what somebody else is doing. Oh, I guess they doing this is what I'm supposed to do. But people need a leader. That's all. They need you. The person that says, I don't have a GED. The person that says, I didn't have time, but I stepped out. The person that says, look, I was in a position making great money, but I had no time. So I stepped out to do something different because I wanted my time. My time was more important than money. They just need one person because we all got a story that's going to empower somebody else. By the way, I looked back, Ryan Green, and guess what I saw?
What you see?
Half the line got over. But more importantly, people were like excited. They were happy because they could go through faster. And that's what I'm trying to share with you. Some of you are the conduit. You are the person that will allow people to get to their dreams faster. And when you do, there are people waiting on your story. And nobody else has a story like yours. So don't worry about if other people doing what you're doing. Well, there's 20 other people doing it. There's 2,000. Who cares? They're not you. People need you in order for them to see that they can do it too, because your story is going to relate to certain people that won't relate to any other story. All right, my friend. Hey, man, it is great to see you, brother. Congrats on everything, man.
Thank you so much. Mr. Self, did you want to give out any contact information, follow information, anything like that for those who want some more of Mr. Self?
Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm on Instagram a lot. I'm Darnell_self. My last name is easy. It's like yourself, myself. Darnell_self, and I'm the real Darnell Self on Facebook, the real Darnell Self on Facebook, and look forward to connecting, making relationships.
Appreciate you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Keep doing what you do.
Much love. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Man, I'm telling you, I couldn't have asked for a better ending, and I couldn't have asked for a better day. I mean, this Reset 2020 has been a phenomenal event. Only thing I probably would have done better was had some lunch in here or something, going all day. But I was serious. This was great. I want to thank you all for joining us as we close out. Make sure again that you go and take advantage of some of the freebies that's been given away. If you're watching on YouTube and you didn't register, or if you're watching the replay, you can still go to reset2020summit.com. The site will be up. And the reason I say you can do that is because if you go there and you'll be able to get to the actual view page with all the links to things that are being given away, all the links, all the offers that have been given today by our speakers. If you go to that page, you'll be able to get those. So that's an option for you as well. Go ahead, you can still register. Listen, I am confident that everyone who watched got something out of some portion of this day. It's been a pleasure for me. I want to thank every single speaker. I don't want to go off of memory, off of everybody, but you all saw every single person was phenomenal. Every single person brought their A game. I want to encourage you as we reset 2020, as we get ready for this second half of the year, to really take control of what you let into your mind, what you let into your eyes, and even what you let into your body. Thank you, Dr. Angela, for that. And understand that it is up to us. It's up to you personally to take control of your second act. You can either react or you can respond. And that way, you are in the power position to decide what's going to happen from here. So I want to thank you all. I want to thank those who tuned in. Again, this was live. So this thing was crazy. You know, there's a lot of work that went into it. So those who watched live, I appreciate you all. I don't think we got a single complaint. I know we had some latency issues. That's just a technical word for we had some buffering. But when we edit all out the for the replays, you know, it won't be so much of that going on. So I thank you all for sticking with us. I thank you all. I didn't even tell you how to keep in touch with me. Again, you can follow me on all social media at Raji Speaks. So that's RYGSPEAKS. Definitely take advantage of, if you want to watch those free webinars I told you about, do that. But also don't forget, you got the free book available, www.passionpreneurbook.com. You can go and get your copy there. Just for those who are watching, reset2020.com, just pay for shipping. You'll get the free book as well. I want to thank you all. Shout out to, I'm not even going to start doing shout outs because then I'll forget something. Why didn't you shout me out? So I'm sorry, but I just appreciate everybody. I will say this though, make sure you follow my man Salim. I am Salim Music. Follow him on YouTube and Instagram, Facebook. Great new music coming out. Powerful song that he just released. I know he's got some new music coming out as well. Follow Attorney Legal D as well. He's an attorney and a comedian. I mean, come on, how do you mix those two? Follow him on Instagram as well, and you can see some of his stuff as well. Instagram, YouTube, all that. So those are my boys. You make sure you follow them because they're all, you know, pushing and grinding and doing their thing as well. So appreciate you all. Definitely share it. Last thing is make sure you know, go online, share your favorite moments, your favorite quote, your favorite moment. Make sure you use the hashtag reset2020. You can tag me in it if you like. I want to thank you all. I challenge you all to make this year your best year ever. All right, I'm out. That is it. Thank you.